In an old dilapidated neighborhood a handsome young man with a flushed face muttered, "Damn, I really can't play with this black soil. This damn black soil." After finishing the game he grabbed an unfinished can of Red Bull and took a sip. "I don't believe I can't reach Super Shadow with this Three Tails team." The young man started the game again. 2 minutes later his face visibly reddened even more. Suddenly a loud boom filled the room with smoke. When he woke up he was somewhere else entirely. Where the hell am I? The young man named Zhao Yifei was an avid fan of Naruto, especially Obito. Unfortunately his phone exploded from overheating while he was gaming, sending him to another world. Zhao Yifei tried to open his eyes but couldn't. Then a voice came from beside him, "Madam, you've given birth." "It's a boy." Good news, he transmigrated. Bad news, he was a baby. Over a decade passed and Zhao Yifei understood where he was, a cultivation world. His father was the master of the divine martial sect at the Immortal Emperor realm. His mother had been missing since he was 5. One day just as he broke through to the chi refining stage an electronic voice sounded in his ear, "Damn, is my golden finger finally here?" Sure enough, ding. "Congratulations host for reaching the chi refining stage. System activating. Binding. Binding failed. Rebinding. Binding failed. Rebinding. Binding in progress. Binding successful." As the successful binding notification echoed, Zhao Yifei let out a long sigh. The series of binding failures had almost scared his soul away. "Do you have any beginner's gift pack or something?" Zhao Yifei thought silently. "Ding, yes host. Do you wish to open it?" "Open, definitely open." Opening beginner's gift pack for host. "Congratulations host, you've obtained all items from the night of Uchiha Obito's clan massacre: a set of clothes, a red tiger pattern mask, the red leaf blade, a Kamui Sharingan and 20 explosive tags." "Not bad, not bad. But host, how do I absorb the Sharingan?" "Ding, it's very simple, gouge out your own eyes and install the new ones. There's a 70 chance of failure. It's recommended to do surgery in a hospital to significantly improve the odds." Hearing this, Zhao Yifei gasped. After much hesitation he still couldn't bring himself to do it. He first put on the clothes and instantly felt his power surge from early chi refining to peak foundation establishment. "System, isn't there another way?" "No host." So Zhao Yifei hardened his heart but still couldn't do it. After all, what normal person could gouge out their own eyeballs? So he found another medical clinic and had the surgery done. After the surgery the Sharingan was successfully installed. One night he asked, "System, are there other Naruto items?" "Yes host, they are in the shop." The system's cold voice echoed. Zhao Yifei immediately opened the system shop. The goods were dazzling sage mode, various ninjutsu tools, even character outfits and chakra natures. He decided to leave the sect to train better, immersing himself in his role. He packed his bags and stepped out of the sect. Along the way he encountered many low-level spirit beasts, easily dealing with them using Obito's template. One day while resting in a forest he ran into a group of bandits. "Kid, hand over everything valuable," one of them said fiercely. Zhao Yifei secretly rejoiced, this was a great chance to earn points. He instantly slipped into Obito's role, his gaze turning icy. "You ants dare to rob me." With a flicker he used Kamui's spatial power to toy with the bandits. The bandits were terrified and attacked with all their might. But Zhao Yifei dodged easily, tossing explosive tags that sent them flying. Finally the bandits begged for mercy. Zhao Yifei, following Obito's style, said coldly, "Too late to beg now." Then he killed them with a few slashes. The system sounded, ding, for perfectly role-playing Obito, reward 500 points. Zhao Yifei looked at the points with joy and looked forward to the next training. He continued on and arrived at a small town. A bounty notice in the town caught his attention. It depicted a giant demon wolf that frequently attacked merchants. The government offered a heavy reward for its head. Zhao Yifei saw this as a good chance to earn points. With Obito's abilities it should be manageable. He followed the clues into the deep mountains. After several days of searching he found the demon wolf's lair. The wolf sensed an intruder and charged out with a roar. Zhao Yifei calmly responded, first using the red leaf blade to block the wolf's attacks, then using Kamui to dodge its powerful pounces. The battle dragged on. Zhao Yifei was gradually overwhelmed. The wolf had reached the mid-golden core stage. He seized an opportunity using Kamui's spatial distortion to twist and break the wolf's neck. The battle ended. His Sharingan overused blood trickled slowly from his eye. He then went to the town to claim the bounty. Thus a mysterious and powerful bounty hunter emerged, Uchiha Obito, of course Zhao Yifei's fake name. The system sounded, ding, for outstanding roleplay as Obito defeating the demon wolf, reward 800 points. Zhao Yifei looked at the increased points contentedly, planning which templates or ninjutsu to buy next. After several days of training he had already stepped into early golden core. He spent all his points on a bunch of fire release techniques: Great Fireball, Eightfold Fire and Great Fire Annihilation. Zhao Yifei found a remote place to practice his new fire release ninjutsu. His hands moved through seals chanting, and one after another fireballs roared toward the open ground ahead. The power is indeed impressive, Zhao Yifei thought happily. That day he arrived at a large city. The city was bustling, but danger lurked. He heard of an evil force in the city that specifically persecuted cultivators to steal their techniques. Zhao Yifei decided to investigate. On a dark windy night he saw a group of black-clad men attacking a female disciple. Without hesitation he put on the red tiger mask and charged into the fray. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Flames blazed, illuminating the night sky. The black-clad men were terrified but resisted desperately. Zhao Yifei used his Sharingan to read their flaws, his red leaf blade dancing through the air. In the heat of battle he cleverly used Kamui to drag the leader into another dimension. The remaining men scattered and fled. According to Obito's character, he left coldly. The system sounded, ding, for perfect roleplay, this time reward 1000 points. Zhao Yifei looked at the points, the corners of his mouth lifting. He entered the Kamui dimension and looked at the black-clad leader, asking slowly. Who are you? Why do you steal others' techniques? The leader tried to bite a poison capsule in his mouth, but Zhao Yifei quickly grabbed his jaw, took out the capsule and cast a genjutsu with his Sharingan. A minute later. I see, Zhao Yifei casually killed the leader. So this was a cult called the Blood Demon Sect. They stole techniques to sacrifice to their so-called demon god for power. Zhao Yifei knew this cult was extremely dangerous and resolved to eliminate it. He began searching for their strongholds. Using city intelligence and his Sharingan's insight he located an abandoned castle. Zhao Yifei sneaked inside. The castle reeked of blood with eerie runes carved on the walls. As he explored deeper, a group of cultists surrounded him. Zhao Yifei showed no fear. He instantly activated Obito's template. It's already night. Let's disappear in silence. He unleashed fire release ninjutsu, setting the area ablaze. The cultists fought back with dark arts. Zhao Yifei wove through the attacks using Kamui to counterstrike. After a long fight most cultists were dead. Then the sect leader appeared at the early nascent soul stage. Zhao Yifei felt immense pressure but fought on. He focused his energy, casting Great Fire Annihilation repeatedly while using the red leaf blade to search for the leader's weakness. After a grueling battle he seized an opening and used Kamui to snap the leader's neck. The system sounded, ding, for annihilating the Blood Demon Sect, reward 2000 points. Zhao Yifei breathed a sigh of relief and continued his cultivation journey. The Blood Demon Sect outpost that Zhao Yifei destroyed was merely a small stronghold. Their headquarters had issued a bounty on him, a hefty sum of tens of thousands of spirit stones. It should be noted that spirit stones are far more valuable than gold coins. However, the expenses of a single outpost exceeded tens of thousands of spirit stones, so such a high bounty was only natural. Zhao Yifei naturally understood the principle of uprooting evil completely, otherwise these troubles would only persist endlessly, even endangering his life. However, with his current strength he was not yet capable of challenging the main headquarters. In an unknown wilderness forest, Zhao Yifei sat cross-legged on a large rock by the river, practicing cultivation intently. A wild rabbit was roasting over a campfire nearby, which he had caught casually. Soon the aroma of meat filled the air. Zhao Yifei stopped cultivation and began to devour the rabbit, heartily drinking from the clear spring water whenever thirsty. How carefree! Just as he finished eating and prepared to continue cultivation, he suddenly sensed a hint of killing intent. Absolutely certain, he thought, having experienced several battles large and small before and was well familiar with sensing killing intent. He swiftly put on his mask and looked towards the direction from which the killing intent came. Several figures slowly emerged from the forest, all dressed in black with icy cold eyes. One of them held a longsword pointing it at Zhao Yifei as he said, "Kid, you've got quite the nerve to provoke the Blood Demon sect. Well, gladly accept this bounty of tens of thousands of spirit stones." Zhao Yifei sneered, "Try me." That man laughed angrily, "Humph, kid, don't be so arrogant. Today is your death day." With that he charged forward. Zhao Yifei dodged the attack with a swift movement, simultaneously drawing the long blade at his waist to counterattack. They exchanged several moves in an instant. Zhao Yifei realized that although these men were not as skilled as the experts from the previous outpost, their combined efforts were still troublesome. While lost in thought, he was momentarily careless and one man blinked behind him, encircling him. Zhao Yifei seized the moment, kicked the person in front away and used the momentum to leap onto a large tree. He formed hand seals with both hands, muttering incantations. In an instant several fireballs shot towards the group of black-clad men who hurriedly dodged. Seizing this gap, Zhao Yifei performed the mist concealment technique. As thick smoke billowed, he turned and fled at high speed. After the black-clad men dispersed the smoke, there was no trace of Zhao Yifei. They could only stomp their feet in fury, cursing as they began to search for his tracks again. Zhao Yifei sprinted all the way, only stopping when he was sure no one was chasing behind him. He knew well that the Blood Demon sect would not let things go, they would definitely pursue him again. So he set up simple traps around. Before long he heard footsteps. "Here they come," Zhao Yifei muttered in his heart. He suddenly burst out to strike, first with howling wind and swirling sand. Zhao Yifei stood alone facing three opponents armed with sharp blades. His posture was straight, his gaze resolute, and the long blade in his hand gleamed with icy light. The three opponents surrounded him in a triangular formation, their faces filled with ferocity and disdain. "Kid, today is your death day," the leader shouted loudly, swinging his sword as he attacked first. His sword was like lightning, thrusting straight towards the throat of the person in the middle, Zhao Yifei. The besieged man, however, remained unhurried. He lightly stepped and sidestepped, cleverly evading this fierce strike while simultaneously swinging his long blade with the momentum, creating a gust of wind that forced the opponent to hurriedly retreat. At this moment the other two also flanked him from both sides. One slashed at his legs with a blade while the other thrust a sword at his back. The besieged man reacted swiftly. He executed a kestrel turn, leaping high into the air, spinning in midair, and his long blade swept across like a meteor, directly threatening one of them. That man didn't expect a counterattack midair, he failed to dodge and his arm was slashed by the blade, blood seeping out instantly. The wounded man, enraged and humiliated, exchanged glances with the other two, and the three launched a frenzied assault once more. For a moment blades clashed, sparks flying. Zhao Yifei calmly responded, sometimes attacking, sometimes defending, each move incredibly precise. In the fierce combat he seized the opportunity, lunged towards the leader with a swift step and fiercely chopped down with his long blade, sending the opponent's sword flying. Immediately after he turned around and repelled the other two. The three attackers realized the situation was bad and tried to flee, saying, "Kid, well meta." But before they could utter the word, again, Zhao Yifei's long blade pierced through the first one's chest. Naturally Zhao Yifei would not let these three leave like that, so to eliminate the trouble forever he directly used the Divine Might technique to perform a spatial jump and stabbed his blade into that man's chest. The other two looked back and ran even faster. "Do you think you can escape?" Although the two fled on different routes, they were still within the effective range of Divine Might. Zhao Yifei immediately activated Divine Might, distorting space to forcibly twist one man's leg, then threw an explosive talisman and went after the other. In the twilight a tall man wearing a tiger skin mask wiped his long blade, three corpses at his feet. After dealing with these three, Zhao Yifei did not let down his guard. He knew the Blood Demon sect had many informants, so it was not safe to stay here. So he ran deeper into the forest where demon beasts roamed freely and ordinary people dared not set foot, but for him it was an excellent hiding place. While venturing deeper into the forest, Zhao Yifei happened upon a herb glowing with strange light. He recognized it as the extremely rare spirit healing grass, which could heal severe wounds and enhance cultivation. Just as he reached out to pick it, a huge black panther suddenly burst out from the bushes, roaring and pouncing at him. Zhao Yifei dodged agilely, drew his long blade and confronted it. The black panther was extremely fast, its attacks nearly injuring him several times. Zhao Yifei decided to end it, quickly exerting full power and imbuing his long blade with spiritual energy. Gale winds howled, sand and dust filled the air as he faced off against the Black Panther. The Black Panther exuded a wild aura, its glossy and taut fur, green eyes flashing with bloodlust, and a deep growl rumbling from its throat like a threat from hell. The long blade in Zhao Yifei's hand gleamed with a bloodthirsty light. He stood firmly slightly crouched ready to meet the panther's attack. The Black Panther attacked first, lunging at Zhao Yifei like a black lightning bolt, its sharp claws slashing through the air. The man swiftly sidestepped, bringing his long blade down with a whistling wind. The Black Panther twisted its body nimbly to evade the strike, landing and quickly turning to pounce again. This time Zhao Yifei did not dodge, he gripped his long blade with both hands and charged towards the panther. At the instant the panther lunged close, he let out a light shout, raised his long blade high and slashed down fiercely. The Black Panther sensed danger and tried to change direction midair, but it was too late. The long blade struck the Black Panther's body, blood splattering. Wounded, the panther became even more frenzied. Ignoring its wound, it attacked the man again. He spotted the panther's opening, and at the moment it lunged, thrust his long blade deep into its neck. The Black Panther let out a shrill cry, its body heavily collapsing to the ground, convulsing a few times before it lay still. After picking the spirit healing grass, Zhao Yifei found a hidden cave to go into seclusion and cultivate. As the herb's effects unfolded, his power increased greatly. Now, with more confidence facing the Blood Demon sect's headquarters, he decided to destroy a few of its smaller outposts. Zhao Yifei stealthily infiltrated one of the sect's minor bases. The place was heavily guarded with hidden sentries everywhere, but relying on his superb stealth skills he gradually approached the core area. Suddenly a melodious flute sound arose, startling Zhao Yifei. It seemed to be a signal. In an instant many sect disciples surged around him, encircling him tightly. "Oh my, isn't this the famous Uchiha Obito?" Walking right into the trap sneered a man who seemed to be the leader. Zhao Yifei showed no fear, long blade in hand, his aura suddenly exploding. He charged into the enemy formation, first using various fire shields, his long blade whirling so fast it left no opening. Wherever he went, blood splattered. However, the enemies kept gathering and he gradually began to struggle. Just then he remembered the power increase from the spirit healing grass and tried to channel a new force. A faint glow enveloped his entire body, his strength surged and his attacks became even more ferocious. After a hard battle he finally killed all these disciples. But he knew a greater challenge lay ahead. The Blood Demon sect's headquarters must have learned of this attack and would surely strengthen their defenses. Yet his eyes were filled with determination. Since he had chosen this path, he would never back down, even if it meant venturing into a dragon's den or tiger's lair. The urgent task was to learn more techniques from Naruto to have more options. So he used points to purchase the multiple shadow clone jutsu Daidara's explosive clay and the summoning jutsu Manda, an extremely giant snake. However, with his current strength he could not challenge the main headquarters. His cultivation was only at the nascent soul mid-stage, and even with all his trump cards he could only reach the nascent soul later stage. Meanwhile the Blood Demon sect leader had already reached the Immortal Emperor midstage with 9 elders each at the Great Vehicle mid to late stages. Zhao Yifei was well aware of the vast gap in power and had to find other ways to enhance his strength. He infiltrated an ancient ruin where legends said boundless treasures and mysterious cultivation methods were hidden. In the ruins he encountered various mechanisms and traps, but overcame them all with his agile skills. Finally he found an ancient text recording a forbidden technique that could greatly boost power for a short time but with severe side effects. After a moment's hesitation Zhao Yifei decided to take the risk. After practicing it, his aura surged, his strength reaching the Great Vehicle early stage. He set out once again for the Blood Demon sect headquarters. Along the way he skillfully used his newly learned ninjutsu and forbidden technique power, silently eliminating many outer guards. When he broke into the core area, the sect leader and elders were greatly shocked. The fierce battle began. Zhao Yifei summoned Manda to hold off some of the elders while he engaged the sect leader Hedon. Although the leader was powerful, Zhao Yifei barely managed to hold his ground with the forbidden technique's power. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, the forbidden technique side effects began to manifest and Zhao Yifei's stamina gradually waned. At the critical moment he used Daidara's explosive clay and amidst the chaos employed a clone from the multiple shadow clone jutsu to execute the C0 self-detonation, successfully heavily wounding the sect leader. Seeing this, the remaining elders fled in panic. Although Zhao Yifei was severely injured, he had finally dealt a heavy blow to the Blood Demon sect. Since Zhao Yifei heavily injured the Blood Demon sect, he began to focus on his cultivation. It was not that the Blood Demon sect could not defeat him, but rather they did not anticipate his boldness. From that point on, a legend of a mysterious masked man emerged in the lower realm, but that is a tale for another time. Returning to the main topic, Zhao Yifei quickly returned to the forest he was in previously, where he sat by the river to cultivate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully performing the Night of Annihilation, recreating a classic and obtaining the complete set of equipment from the Nine-Tailed Chaos. Zhao Yifei's originally red tigerskin mask was damaged during his earlier battle with the blood demon. He took out a new yellow tigerskin mask, put it on and stored the broken red mask in the divine power space as a keepsake. He was now in a primitive forest regarded as a forbidden area teeming with countless demonic beasts, and it was rumored that there were even remnants of true dragons here. At this moment Zhao Yifei completely relaxed, humming a poem he had composed, fishing leisurely. Life has always been difficult to enjoy, why not roam freely in leisure? Do not let fame and fortune burden your heart, instead seek the tranquility of the mountains and forests. Idle clouds and wild cranes rise with the wind while the clear springs flow over the stones endlessly. Just then the calm river surface rippled and the fishing rod suddenly dipped. Zhao Yifei felt a surge of joy as he forcefully pulled up the fishing rod, only to discover that what he had caught was not an ordinary fish but a small beast radiating a strange light. The small beast was completely snow white, its eyes twinkling like stars. Just as Zhao Yifei was about to take a closer look, a group of demonic beasts suddenly surrounded him. Leading them was a gigantic black panther which spoke human words. Human, put down the cub, it is a spiritual creature we protect. Zhao Yifei sneered, what if I refuse? Tension filled the air as both sides drew their weapons. However, Zhao Yifei remained unperturbed, exuding a powerful aura. Despite the demonic beasts' trepidation, they were unwilling to retreat. Just as the standoff continued, the sky suddenly darkened and a commanding voice echoed, you shall not be disrespectful. It was the hidden powerful entity of this forest making its appearance. This powerful being glanced at Zhao Yifei and then at the small beast, proposing that if Zhao Yifei could withstand 3 of his strikes without falling, he would be allowed to take the small beast. Zhao Yifei gladly accepted the challenge and a thrilling duel was about to unfold. The wind-howled spiritual light shimmered and the atmosphere in this dueling ground of the cultivation world became tense to the extreme. The highly skilled mysterious figure stood proudly with spiritual power surging around him like a roaring tide. The mere aura he casually emitted left those nearby gasping for breath. Opposite him Zhao Yifei with mid-level cultivation bit his lip, his gaze resolute, gripping his long knife tightly as the blade quivered slightly, sensing the storm that was about to come. The mysterious powerhouse spoke indifferently, kid, withstand my 3 strikes and if you can hold on, this spiritual beast shall be yours. With that he raised his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of spiritual energy roaring towards Zhao Yifei like a colossal spiritual dragon. Zhao Yifei shouted, channeling all his spiritual energy into his blade and fiercely swung it forward, meeting the torrent of spiritual energy with a beam of spiritual light. With a thunderous bang, spiritual energy surged forth and Zhao Yifei was sent flying like a kite with its string-cut blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. However, he did not falter, gritting his teeth to steady himself. The mysterious powerhouse furrowed his brow, surprised by Zhao Yifei's tenacity. He immediately formed hand seals, summoning countless spiritual blades that rained down upon Zhao Yifei like a torrential storm. Zhao Yifei's gaze hardened as he maximized his spiritual energy, forming a protective shield in front of him. The spiritual blade struck the shield, producing sharp sounds, and the shield wavered on the brink of collapse, Zhao Yifei's face growing paler. Zhao Yifei used divine power to store part of the spiritual blades in the divine power space, successfully receiving the second strike. The mysterious powerhouse's eyes flashed with appreciation as he raised his hand to unleash the 3rd strike, this time transforming his energy into a mountain of spiritual power that pressed down on Lin Yu. Zhao Yifei exerted the last of his strength, driving his long knife into the ground to brace himself, his feet sinking deep into the earth. Just as the spiritual mountain was about to crush him, a buzzing sound indicated that the 3-strike limit had been reached. Seeing this, the mysterious powerhouse retracted his spiritual energy and declared, kid, you are quite impressive, if this spiritual beast is yours now. Zhao Yifei let out a long breath and picked up the small beast. The small beast affectionately rubbed against his hand as if acknowledging him as its master. After thanking the mysterious powerhouse, Zhao Yifei prepared to leave when the Black Panther approached him, eyes filled with reluctance. Human, I hope you treat this spiritual creature well. Zhao Yifei nodded. After leaving the forest, he took the small beast to a nearby town. He discovered that the small beast had an enormous appetite and only consumed things infused with spiritual energy. In desperation, he had no choice but to venture into some ancient caves in search of spiritual herbs. During one of his explorations, he inadvertently entered a forbidden formation and became trapped. Just when he was troubled about how to escape, the small beast suddenly emitted a burst of spiritual light, breaking the formation. It turned out that this small beast was not only a spiritual creature but also possessed a special ability. After this incident, Zhao Yifei cherished the small beast even more. He decided to take the small beast to more mysterious places for training, enhancing his strength while uncovering more secrets behind the small beast. Zhao Yifei along with the small beast set off towards the rumored Misty Mountain range. Along the way many adventurers coveted the small beast, but upon seeing Zhao Yifei's long knife at his waist and the tiger skin mask he wore they dared not approach. Upon reaching the foot of the Misty Mountain range the fog was thick and faint roars of giant beasts could be heard. The small beast suddenly became excited and dashed into the mountain. Zhao Yifei hurriedly followed. Once deep in the mountains they discovered an ancient altar. The small beast jumped directly onto the center of the altar which immediately glowed with runes enveloping the small beast in a powerful force. Zhao Yifei wanted to rush forward but was blocked by a light barrier. Anxious he repeatedly struck the barrier with his long knife but it did not budge. As time passed the light surrounding the small beast grew more intense, gradually transforming into a cocoon of light that enveloped it. Worried for the small beast's safety Zhao Yifei forcibly activated his divine power, recklessly crashing against the barrier despite the risk of backlash. Suddenly ancient characters appeared around the altar, slowly flying into Zhao Yifei's mind. It was a fragment of memory regarding the small beast's origins. It turned out that the small beast was a descendant of an ancient divine beast capable of awakening its bloodline power at this altar. Understanding the reason, Zhao Yifei ceased his attacks and waited quietly. Moments later the light cocoon shattered and the small beast emerged, having undergone slight changes. It had grown larger and a pair of small horns sprouted from its head. The small beast joyfully leaped to Zhao Yifei's side, affectionately licking his face. At that moment the surrounding fog dissipated, revealing a path leading to the mountain peak. Various rare treasures and manuals were placed along the sides of the path. Zhao Yifei realized this was an opportunity brought by the small beast. He selected a few treasures suitable for himself and a high-level skill manual. Subsequently both man and beast ascended to the mountain top where a teleportation array awaited. Zhao Yifei stepped into the array without hesitation, with the small beast closely following. Accompanied by a bright light they vanished within the Misty Mountain range, transported to an entirely new and unknown land. Zhao Yifei and the small beast found themselves in a scorching desert surrounded by swirling yellow sand and oppressive heat. In the distance massive pyramid-shaped structures were visible. The small beast sniffed the air and tugged Zhao Yifei towards one of the pyramids. As they entered the interior of the pyramid the walls were covered in strange patterns and writings. The small beast suddenly began to low growl at one of the walls. Zhao Yifei observed closely and found that the text on the wall seemed to mention a powerful force that could be obtained by solving a riddle. At that moment traps were triggered and countless spikes shot out from all directions. Zhao Yifei swung his long knife to defend while the small beast unleashed a burst of spiritual light, temporarily blocking some of the spikes. Zhao Yifei concentrated on deciphering the riddle on the wall, finally locating the mechanism and shutting down the trap. Following the riddle's instructions they found a crystal emitting a blue light deep within the pyramid. After the small beast touched the crystal it fused into its body, causing a stronger wave of power to erupt from within. Realizing that they should not linger here, Zhao Yifei quickly left the pyramid with the small beast. They continued exploring this new region. After leaving the pyramid Zhao Yifei and the small beast arrived at an oasis. In the center of the oasis was a tranquil lake, the water clear to the bottom, surrounded by many peculiar plants. The small beast ran to the lakeside to drink while Zhao Yifei cautiously observed the surroundings. Suddenly a massive whirlpool formed in the center of the lake and a gigantic water monster surfaced. The water monster opened its enormous mouth ready to swallow the small beast. Zhao Yifei immediately drew his knife and charged at the water monster. He unleashed a full-force strike, hitting the monster's tough exterior but only leaving a shallow mark. Undeterred, Zhao Yifei used explosive clay to form a flying bird, sending it towards the water monster. Upon contact it exploded, infuriating the monster as it whipped its tail, sending Zhao Yifei flying. Seeing his master injured, the small beast's eyes turned red and its body radiated light. It howled at the sky, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power. The small beast charged at the water monster, effortlessly piercing through its body with the new horns on its head. The water monster fell with a thundering crash, splashing a large amount of water. Zhao Yifei looked at the small beast with delight as it returned to his side, wagging its tail as if seeking praise. After this battle Zhao Yifei realized the small beast's growth rate was astonishing. Thus he decided to take the small beast to even more dangerous places for training. They set off towards the forbidden land, shrouded in dark clouds and thunderstorms, ready to face new challenges and opportunities. As they stepped into the forbidden territory an overwhelming sense of oppression hit them. The land was scorched black, with purple lightning occasionally streaking across the sky. Yet the small beast showed no fear, excitedly racing ahead. Suddenly a figure in a black robe appeared ahead radiating an evil aura. "You dare intrude upon my territory?" The raspy voice of the black-robed figure echoed. "Greetings, Senior." I inadvertently wandered in. Zhao Yifei had yet to finish his sentence when he was interrupted that the black-robed figure snorted coldly and waved his hand, unleashing a swarm of black ghosts towards them. Zhao Yifei unleashed his knife technique, sending beams of spiritual light slicing towards the ghosts while the small beast emitted spiritual light to assist. But the sheer number of ghosts threatened to breach their defenses. At this moment Zhao Yifei conjured 10 clones, each embodying the essence of the world, unleashing Fire Shield, Mighty Dragon, Fire C3, Clay Giant Dragon, to disperse the ghosts. The black-robed figure was taken aback and personally attacked. Zhao Yifei and the small beast worked together in defense, with the small beast biting the black-robed figure's arm while Zhao Yifei seized the opportunity to slash the black-robed figure's chest. Wounded, the black-robed figure fled, but Zhao Yifei unleashed a fire shield that struck the figure, incinerating him with the divine light. After this battle Zhao Yifei and the small beast became even more in sync. They continued to explore the Forbidden Land, seeking more treasures and opportunities to enhance their strength, writing their legendary journey in this place filled with danger and the unknown. After emerging from the secret realm, Zhao Yifei decided to venture deeper into the primeval forest, hoping to obtain the legendary True Dragon opportunity. Upon entering the secret realm, a veil of mist surrounded him, exuding an air of mystery. The stone path beneath his feet was covered in moss, winding into the unknown depths. The surroundings were eerily silent, with only the faint sound of his footsteps echoing in the air. Not long into his journey, a steep cliff blocked his path. The cliff was etched with strange runes that glimmered with a faint light. Zhao Yifei leaned in closer to observe if the runes seemed to possess a spirit, subtly conveying ancient information. He circulated his spiritual energy, attempting to decipher the runes. Suddenly their glow intensified and the cliff slowly cracked open, revealing a deep and shadowy passage. The passage was filled with rich spiritual energy and the ground was scattered with glowing spirit crystals. Zhao Yifei was filled with excitement and hurriedly collected the crystals. As he ventured deeper, an ancient hall appeared before him. The hall's great door was tightly shut, with 2 indentations resembling handprints on it. Zhao Yifei stepped forward and placed his hands into the indentations, and the door slowly creaked open. Inside the hall stood an ancient statue, exuding a powerful aura that filled Zhao Yifei with reverence. The statue held an ancient book, its pages fluttering as if beckoning to him. As Zhao Yifei approached and touched the book, a torrent of information surged into his mind. It turned out to be a long-lost cultivation manual detailing unique methods of spiritual energy manipulation and profound spells. Just as he reveled in the joy brought by the manual, the spiritual energy fluctuations within the hall suddenly intensified. A massive guardian beast emerged from behind the statue, its eyes glowing red as it lunged at him. Zhao Yifei quickly calmed himself and unleashed the spells he had just comprehended. As the light flickered, his spell clashed with the guardian beast's attack, resulting in a surge of spiritual energy. After a fierce battle, Zhao Yifei successfully repelled the guardian beast using the techniques from the manual. With the manual and collected spirit crystals in hand, Zhao Yifei continued his exploration in the secret realm, anticipating further opportunities. He knew well that this was merely the beginning of his path to immortality. Now Zhao Yifei had reached the late stage of mastery and was on the verge of breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. He spotted a spiritual spring surrounded by abundant celestial herbs. As he was about to approach and examine it, he noticed a restriction beside the spring. This restriction was exceedingly complex, and even with his current strength it proved quite challenging to break. Zhao Yifei calmed his mind and carefully studied the patterns of the restriction. After spending considerable time, he finally discovered a way to unravel it. Once the restriction was lifted, he felt the overwhelming spiritual energy emanating from the spring. Just as he was about to draw upon the spring's power to aid his breakthrough to the immortal emperor realm, he suddenly heard a melodious flute sound. Following the direction of the sound, he saw a woman in white gracefully approaching. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, with an ethereal presence. "This is the sacred ground of my clan. You trespass here and attempt to take the spring's power. Do not think that defeating the guardian beast gives you free rein." The woman spoke coldly. Zhao Yifei cupped his fists in greeting, explaining that he sought merely an opportunity for breakthrough and meant no harm. The woman scrutinized him for a moment. "If you wish to use the spring, you must agree to one condition. Help my clan retrieve the lost sacred artifact, or do not blame me for being impolite." Zhao Yifei pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, knowing that this spring was crucial for his breakthrough. Seeing this, the woman lifted the barrier guarding the spring, and Zhao Yifei began to harness the spring's power to break through to the immortal emperor realm. After his breakthrough, Zhao Yifei felt a force pulling him upward towards the upper realm, and he resisted. He discovered that his power would only allow him to linger in the lower realm for another 3 months. Zhao Yifei began to seek clues about the sacred artifact as the woman had mentioned. He visited various ancient sects and inquired with many hermits and masters. One day in a secluded valley he heard rumors that a mysterious treasure had once appeared in this area. As he delved deeper into the valley, he unexpectedly encountered the rune formation he had seen in the secret realm. After carefully deciphering the formation's core, a jade box emerged from within. Upon opening the jade box, he sensed a familiar aura. It was indeed the lost sacred artifact. Zhao Yifei took the artifact and returned to find the woman in white. The woman, seeing the artifact return, displayed a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. "You did it. Now you may freely enjoy the power of the spring." Zhao Yifei returned to the spring side and absorbed the remaining spiritual energy with all his might. As the spiritual energy continuously flowed into his body, his cultivation became increasingly stable. 2 months passed and Zhao Yifei decided to spend the final month traveling the world helping the weak resist evil forces. During this time his reputation soared and he became a figure admired by many. When the deadline arrived, he accepted the pull with ease, soaring to the upper realm filled with hopes for the future while also cherishing the legendary experiences he had in the lower realm. Upon reaching the upper realm, Zhao Yifei discovered that it was filled with celestial energy, but the competition was far more brutal. As a newcomer from the lower realm, he faced some disdain from other immortals. However, he did not mind quietly working hard to cultivate, relying on the rich experience and profound foundation he had accumulated in the lower realm. By chance he learned that a grand competition of immortals was about to be held in the upper realm, with the victor receiving a peerless artifact. Zhao Yifei was intrigued and signed up to participate. During the finals, facing the most formidable opponent, he recalled the adventures in the primeval forest and the spirit of fearlessness surged within him. He unleashed all his abilities, battling fiercely with his opponent for hundreds of rounds without a clear victor. At a critical moment he suddenly fused the method of spiritual energy manipulation he had learned from the manual with the new spells he had comprehended in the upper realm, unleashing astonishing power, ultimately winning the victory and obtaining the artifact. From then on he established himself in the upper realm, embarking on a brand new journey of immortal heroism. After entering the upper realm, the true cultivation had only just begun. The experiences in the lower realm could only be seen as minor skirmishes. After firmly establishing himself in the upper realm, Zhao Yifei did not become complacent. He knew well that the upper realm was filled with powerful beings and he had to continuously improve himself to face various challenges. One day, while browsing through ancient texts in a library, he unexpectedly discovered a fragment mentioning an ancient place of inheritance rumored to conceal the secrets to breaking through current bottlenecks. Thus he resolutely set out on a journey to find the place of inheritance. Along the way he encountered a spatial storm, nearly losing his life. After barely traversing through the storm area in a world abundant with spiritual energy, Zhao Yifei walked leisurely, holding the artifact radiating a ghostly glow. Suddenly several shadowy figures sprang from the surrounding thicket surrounding him. "You with the mask. If you know what's good for you, hand over the artifact." A burly man shouted fiercely. Zhao Yifei furrowed his brow, protecting the artifact in front of him, and coldly replied, "This artifact is a result of my fortuitous encounter. Why would I hand it over so easily?" As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and thin man on the left took the lead, thrusting his sword towards Zhao Yifei's throat like a venomous snake. Zhao Yifei swiftly dodged, easily avoiding the attack while swinging his long knife, releasing a splendid beam of light that shot towards the tall man. The tall man quickly sidestepped to block, but the force of the light was immensely powerful, numbing his arm. Seeing this, the burly man roared in anger and swung his giant axe at Zhao Yifei. The wind from the axe howled as if to split the very space. Zhao Yifei planted his feet firmly, soaring into the air, the artifact tracing an arc in the sky and showering countless star-like spiritual lights. The spiritual lights shot towards the burly man like needles. He hurriedly used his giant axe to defend the light, striking the axe with a crisp ringing sound. The others also rushed to attack, and in an instant spells clashed and shouts echoed. Relying on the power of the artifact and his exquisite knife skills enhanced by numerous ninjutsu, Zhao Yifei moved freely among the crowd. He seized the opportunity, fiercely raising the artifact, chanting incantations. The artifact's glow intensified, forming a powerful suction that devoured all the attacking spells, then unleashing a tremendous force in retaliation, sending the assailants flying backward, spitting blood. Looking at the injured and fallen figures, Zhao Yifei stowed away the artifact and continued on his journey. After easily defeating them, he finally found the place of inheritance. The entrance to the place of inheritance was filled with numerous challenges, not only illusions and obstacles but also powerful restrictive attacks. Zhao Yifei relied on his unwavering will and superb spells to unravel them all. Upon entering the core area he saw a spirit orb glowing with strange light suspended in midair. When he reached out to touch the orb, an immense flow of information flooded into his mind, presenting him with an unprecedented path of cultivation. Zhao Yifei began to enter seclusion, studying this new cultivation method. After emerging from seclusion his strength had surpassed his former self, reaching the midstage of demigod realm. Upon leaving seclusion he heard that there was a mysterious place in the upper realm known as the Star Language Platform where ancient prophecies were often revealed. Driven by curiosity and the pursuit of higher realms he decided to investigate. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Star Language Platform he saw mists swirling around and the power of the stars seemed to weave through like tangible threads. As Zhao Yifei approached he felt an invisible force preventing him from advancing. He attempted to channel all his spiritual energy to forcefully break through that barrier. Upon entering the interior of the Star Language Platform he found a gigantic star disk at the center, with the stars on the disk flickering erratically as if narrating the mysteries of the universe. At that moment a voice echoed in his ear, "Your arrival here is indeed fated." Zhao Yifei warily scanned his surroundings but saw no one. The voice continued, "If you wish to further comprehend the secrets of this star disk you must infuse half of your cultivation into it." Zhao Yifei hesitated for a moment, recalling the opportunities and challenges he had faced thus far. Take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, let's do it. He gritted his teeth and infused half of his cultivation into the star disk. In an instant the star disk radiated brilliant light and a torrent of information and power surged back into him, propelling him directly to the late stage of demigod realm, just a step away from true god realm. Zhao Yifei sighed in relief, knowing he had gained another foothold in this upper realm. After leaving the Star Language Platform he heard about a special market in the upper realm where rare treasures from various realms gathered, and there was even a possibility of finding items that could help him break through to the true god realm. Thus he hurried toward the direction of the market. The market was bustling with activity, with various shouts ringing out. Zhao Yifei strolled through, his eyes scanning the dazzling array of items at the stalls. There were celestial herbs radiating 7-colored glows, magical artifacts sealing the souls of ancient beasts, and some mysterious stones whose purposes were unknown but looked enigmatic. As he walked he stopped in front of a stall in the corner. The vendor was an old man dressed in a tattered black cloak, and the stall held only a seemingly ordinary jade pendant. Yet Zhao Yifei sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from the jade pendant. Just as he was about to pick it up for a closer look, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side and snatched the pendant away. "I'll take this pendant," a haughty voice declared. Zhao Yifei turned to see a young immortal resembling a wealthy heir. Zhao Yifei frowned and said to the young man, "Friend, there is always a first-come first-served policy, right?" The young man scoffed disdainfully, "In this market whoever grabs it first gets it." With that he prepared to pay the vendor. Zhao Yifei's gaze turned cold, realizing that he had to act decisively. The wealthy young master was adorned in an extraordinarily luxurious purple robe intricately embroidered with vivid cloud patterns that shimmered under the sunlight, resembling a flowing river of stars. At his waist was cinched a bright yellow belt set with a large smooth gemstone that radiated a mysterious aura as if infused with spiritual power. He wore a pair of black brocade boots, their surfaces adorned with exquisite silver patterns. With each step he seemed to carry a unique rhythm. Upon his head rested a white jade crown, its tassels gently swaying with his movements, exuding an air of elegance and grace. His features were extraordinarily handsome, with sword-like brows arching into his temples, and his bright deep-set eyes sparkled like the brilliant stars in the night sky, radiating an innate pride and defiance. Beneath his prominent nose his lips curled slightly upwards, bearing an almost imperceptible smile possessing both the nonchalance of a wealthy heir and the extraordinary aura unique to cultivators. The surrounding cultivators cast envious glances, marveling at his opulent attire. Some scoffed, deeming him merely a spoiled scion relying on his family's wealth. However, the wealthy young master remained unfazed. Zhao Yifei said lightly, "Then don't blame me for being impolite." With that he launched a fireball towards him, having mastered the fireball technique to the extent that Zhao Yifei could unleash it in about 0.5 seconds. A bodyguard resembling a shadow appeared behind the wealthy young master, swiftly forming hand seals, and an ice wall appeared instantly before him. The fireball crashed against the ice wall, emitting a sizzling sound as vapor filled the air. Zhao Yifei's expression sharpened. He hadn't anticipated such a quick response from the black-clad man. "Not bad," Zhao Yifei murmured. The wealthy young master merely shook his head. "There's no need to embarrass yourself with such trivial tricks." Upon hearing this the black-clad man respectfully lowered his head. Zhao Yifei snorted coldly, his figure flashing forward like an arrow released from its bow toward the wealthy young master. Just as he was about to close in, a series of runes suddenly appeared beneath his feet, trapping him in place. A formation. You really have invested in this. Zhao Yifei struggled against the binding runes. The wealthy young master slowly approached the trapped Zhao Yifei, still wearing that faint smile. Do you think I rely solely on others? Today let me show you my true strength. With that, a sword radiating blue light appeared in the wealthy young master's hand. As soon as the sword emerged, the temperature around them plummeted, and he prepared to teach the reckless Zhao Yifei a lesson himself. Zhao Yifei raised his head, his eyes turning blood-red. He lightly uttered divine might, pulling himself into the divine might space, and using spatial leap he appeared behind the wealthy young master, while more and more people gathered, keeping their distance. The wealthy young master sensed the movement behind him but remained calm, merely twisting his wrist and thrusting the sword backward. Zhao Yifei had anticipated this, dodging to the side and kicking towards the wealthy young master's wrist. Forced to release the sword, it hovered in midair. Zhao Yifei reached for the sword, but the wealthy young master sneered, chanting a spell, and the sword suddenly unleashed a powerful force, knocking Zhao Yifei back. At that moment, someone in the crowd whispered, "This wealthy young master has cultivated his family's secret technique. The masked man is probably in for a tough time." After steadying himself, Zhao Yifei quickly formed hand seals, a layer of red light enveloping him. He shouted, and the surrounding air seemed to ignite. The wealthy young master frowned slightly, his hands also beginning to form seals, blue light surging from within him to counter Zhao Yifei's red light. As they stalemated, the sky suddenly darkened and a gigantic beast flew overhead. The crowd was thrown into panic, scattering in all directions. The beast, seeing the commotion below, dove down, targeting the wealthy young master and Zhao Yifei. The wealthy young master and Zhao Yifei had no choice but to temporarily cease their confrontation and face this sudden threat together. Why is there a beast appearing in the market? The wealthy young master looked at Zhao Yifei and shouted, "Masked one. Let's deal with it first." Zhao Yifei grunted in acknowledgement. The beast opened its massive jaws and lunged at them. The wealthy young master waved his hands and the sword flew back into his grasp, slashing at the beast. Zhao Yifei was not to be outdone. Flames erupted around him, forming a fiery fist aimed directly at the beast's face. The beast sidestepped the attack, its tail sweeping across. The two leaped up, exchanging glances in the air. The wealthy young master dove down first, driving the sword into the beast's shoulder. The beast let out a pained roar, violently shaking its body, throwing the wealthy young master away. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei circled to the beast's back, pressing both palms against its back, injecting a surge of scorching power. The beast struggled wildly, turning to bite Zhao Yifei. At this moment, the wealthy young master charged in once more, unleashing a freezing force that ensnared part of the beast's body, slowing its movements. Zhao Yifei seized the chance and struck with all his might, sending the beast crashing to the ground. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly gathered around. The wealthy young master looked at Zhao Yifei and said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. By the way, since we are no longer enemies, I am Su Mufeng. If you wish to fight again, come find me at the Su family." Zhao Yifei replied, "All right, we'll fight another day." With that, he soared away, while the wealthy young master watched his departing figure, lost in thought before disappearing with the black-clad man from sight. After returning to his residence, Zhao Yifei remained unsettled for a long time. He understood the formidable strength of the wealthy young master, particularly that sword radiating blue light and the family's secret technique, which would undoubtedly make him a fierce rival in the future. He resolved to enter seclusion and diligently cultivate to enhance his strength. Meanwhile, the wealthy young master, upon returning to his family, also contemplated Zhao Yifei's abilities. He realized that although Zhao Yifei came from an ordinary background, his adaptability in battle and immense explosive power were not to be underestimated. Days later, news spread throughout the cultivation world that an ancient relic was about to emerge, rumored to contain endless treasures and lost techniques. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Yifei and the wealthy young master coincidentally set out for the relic. When they arrived at the entrance, they exchanged a glance, remaining silent. Once inside the relic, they faced numerous traps, both working to decipher them. Eventually they arrived before a hidden chamber, its door etched with strange runes. Just as they were studying how to open the hidden chamber, other cultivators arrived and chaos was about to erupt. Left with no choice, Zhao Yifei and the wealthy young master had to temporarily set aside their grudges and join forces against the other cultivators, all vying for a chance to enter the hidden chamber. Zhao Yifei and Su Mufeng stood back to back, surrounded by covetous cultivators. Zhao Yifei whispered, "Let's deal with these small fries first." Su Mufeng nodded. Instantly battle erupted. Zhao Yifei exclaimed thunderstrike, and his entire body was enveloped in lightning, charging into the crowd like a bolt of lightning, causing screams of agony from every foe he passed. Su Mufeng wielded his sword with ferocity, and as blue light flickered, opponents fell one after another. However, the sheer number of cultivators began to overwhelm them. Suddenly Zhao Yifei discovered that the runes on the stone door were related to the power of fire. He shouted, "Brother Su, cover me." Su Mufeng understood and positioned himself in front. Zhao Yifei focused his energy and unleashed a fireball toward the stone door. Infusing it into the runes, the door slowly began to open. Seeing this, the crowd surged forward. Zhao Yifei and Su Mufeng rushed into the hidden chamber, and the stone door closed, isolating them from the others. Inside, golden light shimmered, filled with treasures and techniques. Su Mufeng sighed, "I thought we would have to fight for it, but it turns out we had to face death together to enter." "Perhaps this is fate," Zhao Yifei replied with a smile. At that moment a deep voice echoed from within the chamber, "Intruders seeking to take the treasures must first pass my test." A gigantic guardian spirit materialized, and both exchanged wry smiles, once again standing shoulder to shoulder, this time not for conquest but for survival. The guardian spirit towered over them, swinging its massive arms to strike. Zhao Yifei and Su Mufeng deftly dodged while searching for the guardian spirit's weak points. Zhao Yifei noticed a brief pause after each of the guardian spirit's attacks and quickly informed Su Mufeng. Seizing the opportunity, Su Mufeng aimed for the guardian spirit's eye with his sword, while Zhao Yifei struck at its abdomen with a fiery blade. Wounded, the guardian spirit roared in fury, shaking the entire chamber. It unleashed a bizarre spell, sending countless beams of light toward them. With no way to evade, the two combined their strength to erect a barrier. Just as the barrier was about to shatter, Zhao Yifei devised a plan. He pretended to be exhausted, luring the guardian spirit closer. Su Mufeng understood the cue. As the guardian spirit approached Zhao Yifei, he leaped into the air, using gravity and his own spiritual power to deliver a powerful slash. At the same time, Zhao Yifei unleashed his strongest fiery power. Under the combined assault, the guardian spirit finally dissipated. The two sighed in relief and began to select treasures and techniques. Through this experience, their animosity was completely erased, and they decided to explore more unknown territories together. Zhao Yifei and Su Mufeng emerged from the relic with abundant treasures and techniques they had chosen. Back at their respective residences, they began to enter seclusion to study what they had gained. Zhao Yifei discovered a technique about mastering the ultimate realm of thunder, and after months of rigorous practice he was able to manipulate the forms of thunder at will while significantly enhancing its power. Su Mufeng mastered more advanced techniques for wielding his sword, the blue light of the blade becoming increasingly profound. One day a grand event was held in the cultivation world, inviting experts from all sides to engage in exchanges and sparring. After receiving the invitation, Zhao Yifei and Su Mufeng set out together. At the bustling cultivation arena, Zhao Yifei stood tall, his demeanor calm and poised. The crowd was packed with various cultivators, their discussions creating a cacophony. His opponent was a burly man wielding a giant axe that emitted a chilling glow, the blade slicing through the air with a howling sound. With a loud roar he launched forward, his feet pounding the ground like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, the massive axe raised high, generating a fierce gust of wind as it came crashing down toward Zhao Yifei's head. Zhao Yifei remained unchanged, wearing his mask and holding a long blade. Calmly he flickered like a specter, effortlessly dodging this thunderous strike. Simultaneously he flicked his long blade, its surface shimmering with a pale blue glow resembling a lively dragon, piercing towards the burly man's chest. The burly man hurriedly stepped back to defend, blocking with the giant axe. With a loud clang the blade and axe clashed, sending sparks flying. Zhao Yifei seized the momentum, using his feet to push off the ground, flipping in the air and bringing down his sword with the weight of Mount Tai once more against the burly man. The burly man swung his giant axe with all his might to block, causing his arms to go numb. Zhao Yifei took his chance, twisting his wrist, the long blade deftly bypassing the axe blade, thrusting towards the burly man's throat. The burly man was startled, quickly leaping back several paces, narrowly avoiding this lethal strike. At this moment Zhao Yifei unleashed his sword aura, his gaze resolute, while the burly man panted heavily, fixated on his opponent. The arena battle had reached a stalemate, with no one knowing who would emerge victorious next. On the vast arena of the cultivation world the wind howled and the atmosphere reached a peak of tension. A man wielding a large axe was surrounded by surging spiritual energy like a raging tide. He roared and stomped the ground, causing the hard stone slab to crack instantly. With the axe raised high, a sharp sound of breaking air followed as it swung fiercely towards Zhao Yifei, the momentum seeming to split space itself. Zhao Yifei's gaze was resolute, showing no fear. He flickered like a swift swallow, expertly dodging this fierce attack. At the same time he quickly formed seals with his hands and chanted incantations. A brilliant blue spiritual energy surged from his palm, coalescing into a long sword. He grasped the spiritual energy sword and thrust it towards the man. The man, seeing the attack miss, remained unperturbed, quickly defending himself. The large axe spun rapidly before him, forming a defensive barrier that blocked Zhao Yifei's spiritual energy sword. The collision between the axe blade and the spiritual energy sword sparked a dazzling array of fireworks, releasing spiritual power in all directions. The audience below gasped in amazement, some even staggering back from the residual force. Seizing the moment while the man was defending, Zhao Yifei lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leaped high into the air. In midair he altered his hand seals again, and the spiritual energy sword shone brilliantly. The man, realizing the situation, did not back down. He poured all his spiritual power into the axe and swung it upward with great force. With a loud boom, the clash of their spiritual powers generated a massive shockwave, shaking the arena violently and sending dust flying. The new round of combat was incredibly fierce, with the outcome still uncertain. Zhao Yifei chuckled lightly. Water escape mist concealment technique. Zhao Yifei's body transformed into a cloud of water mist. The man widened his eyes, scanning his surroundings warily. The mist grew thicker, obscuring his vision. Suddenly he felt a chill from behind and hurriedly turned to swing his axe, only to slash through a mass of mist. At that moment Zhao Yifei appeared above him, the spiritual energy sword stabbing downward. The man hastily used the axe handle to block, but was pressed down to one knee by the overwhelming force. Zhao Yifei pressed his advantage, continuously changing positions to launch attacks. The man roared in anger, emanating a red glow from his body as he forcefully dispelled the surrounding mist. He jumped up suddenly, the axe crashing down towards Zhao Yifei with destructive power. Zhao Yifei remained calm, summoning a gust of sand to lift himself away from the attack. Then he clasped his hands together and shouted, "Water Dragon Tornado!" A massive column of water surged up from the center of the arena, transforming into a tornado that swept towards the man. The man was trapped inside, struggling to break free. Zhao Yifei pointed his finger and several ice spikes shot out from the tornado towards the man. The man exerted all his strength to resist, finally breaking free, but was already battered and bruised. He glared at Zhao Yifei with resentment, while Zhao Yifei calmly stood there waiting for his final counterattack or surrender. Still unwilling to give up. Then. Shadow binding technique. The man was directly bound by shadows in place. He was fixed in position, his eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness. He shouted, "I will repay today's grievance double." Zhao Yifei sighed, saying, "It's just a match, why be so fixated?" Even so, he did not let down his guard. Just then the sky suddenly darkened, ominous clouds gathering as a shadow flashed by. A mysterious figure appeared on the arena, cloaked in black robes. The mysterious person raised a hand, lightly dispelling Zhao Yifei's shadow binding technique. The man looked at the mysterious figure with surprise, exclaiming, "Master." It turned out this man was his secretly accepted disciple, and seeing his disciple humiliated, he decided to intervene. The mysterious person cast a cold gaze at Zhao Yifei. "At such a young age you possess quite a few skills. However, today you shall not leave the arena unscathed." After saying that, a powerful sense of oppression emanated from his body. Zhao Yifei felt a jolt in his heart, but quickly regained his composure, gripping the spiritual energy sword tightly, preparing to face the incoming challenge. The audience below also held their breath as a new battle seemed about to erupt. How can this still be called a substitute fight? Zhao Yifei said, bewildered. The mysterious person snorted coldly, "To me this is cheating." After saying that, he slowly raised both hands, black spiritual power swirling around his hands like tangible threads. Zhao Yifei knew well that this person was not easy to deal with and took the initiative to attack, controlling the water tornado to rush towards the mysterious person. The mysterious person merely blew out a breath and the water tornado dissipated into nothingness. Zhao Yifei gritted his teeth and threw the spiritual energy sword, which split into countless tiny blades in midair. The mysterious person waved his robe and a light barrier appeared, effortlessly blocking all the blades. Just as the mysterious person was about to counterattack, a melodious bell chimed from the sky. It turned out that the law enforcement elder had sensed the anomaly and rushed over. The law enforcement elder landed on the arena, sternly stating, "Matches must adhere to rules and your interference has violated regulations." The mysterious person's expression darkened, but he did not dare to openly defy the law enforcement elder. He shot Zhao Yifei a fierce glare before leaving with his disciple. Zhao Yifei sighed in relief and bowed to the law enforcement elder. This unexpected turmoil had settled and the audience gradually dispersed. Zhao Yifei gazed at the departing figures knowing that this matter was not truly resolved and he would have to train harder in the future. His next match was in an hour, until then he could watch the matches of other competitors. The cloaked Mo Chen faced off against the white-clad Su Yao. The atmosphere tense. Mo Chen struck first, quickly forming seals with both hands while chanting incantations. A stream of black spiritual power surged toward Su Yao like a soaring dragon, creating ripples in the space it passed through. Su Yao's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she leaped gracefully like a swallow, her long sword spinning to create several sword flowers that shattered the black spiritual power. The black spiritual power dissipated into specks of light in the air. After landing, Su Yao took the initiative to attack, her long sword flashing with cold light as it stabbed towards Mo Chen like a shooting star. Mo Chen snorted coldly, his spiritual power surging, forming a layer of spiritual shield before him. The long sword struck the shield, producing a ringing sound of clanging as sparks flew. Seizing the moment when Su Yao had exhausted her sword techniques, Mo Chen stomped hard on the ground, causing the entire arena to tremble. He moved like lightning, charging towards Su Yao, his right fist carrying immense spiritual power crashing down. Su Yao was caught off guard and could only raise her sword to block. The tremendous impact knocked her back several steps, causing a trickle of blood to escape the corner of her mouth. However, Su Yao did not lose heart. She took a deep breath, drove her sword into the ground and quickly altered her hand seals. In an instant the spiritual energy surrounding the arena wildly gathered, forming a massive spiritual vortex above her head. Su Yao shouted and the spiritual vortex transformed into a dazzling pillar of light rushing towards Mo Chen. Mo Chen's expression grew serious as he cast his defensive spell with all his might. Under the impact of the light pillar his body trembled slightly and his feet dug deep grooves into the ground. Finally managing to stabilize himself, Mo Chen's gaze turned increasingly fierce. He slammed both hands against the ground, causing black spiritual power to spread across the ground like a giant spider web crawling towards Su Yao. Su Yao sensed the impending danger, lightly tapping her toes to float into the air. However, the black spiritual power detached from the ground, transforming into black hands reaching for her. Su Yao spun rapidly in the air, her long sword creating a flurry of sword shadows severing those black hands. At this moment Mo Chen seized the opportunity, forming seals again to summon a flock of black spiritual birds that screeched towards Su Yao. Su Yao frowned, biting her tongue to draw blood that she sprayed onto her long sword, causing it to shine with a red radiance. She wielded the long sword, forming a red light barrier that the spiritual birds crashed into, dissipating. Seeing this situation, Mo Chen steeled himself and prepared to unleash his ultimate move. His body began to swell, black spiritual power enveloping him entirely. Su Yao realized the immense power of this move and concentrated all her spiritual energy, her white robe fluttering. Both unleashed their strongest strike simultaneously, the collision of black and white spiritual powers engulfing the entire arena in brilliance. When the light faded, Su Yao was seen half kneeling on the ground while Mo Chen lay nearby, the victor finally determined. Afterward, Zhao Yifei continued to watch several matches, among which were several powerful contenders. He contemplated his chances against them and analyzed their techniques. Finally it was time for Zhao Yifei to take the stage again. On the arena of the Cultivation world the swordsman stood tall like a pine tree, dressed in a moon-white robe that fluttered in the wind, its edges embroidered with light blue cloud patterns resembling the flowing aura of celestial spirits. He wore a crown of white jade atop his head with smooth long black hair cascading down to his shoulders, the ends shimmering with a lustrous sheen. His face was chiseled and cold, with sword-like brows slanting into his temples. Beneath them a pair of elongated deep-set eyes were as dark as an unfathomable cold pool, exuding an innate pride and sharpness, and when his gaze swept across the crowd below it felt almost tangible, causing many to avert their eyes. With a high nose and tightly pressed thin lips he exuded determination and decisiveness. The sword in his hand shimmered with a cold light, its blade extraordinarily sharp as if it could effortlessly tear through the void. The sword's hilt was forged from dark iron wrapped in black silk threads which glimmered with a faint spiritual light. Standing with the sword in hand he seemed surrounded by an invisible aura isolating him from the outside world, like an immortal swordsman who existed apart from the mundane, radiating an unapproachable majesty as he patiently awaited the challenge of his opponent, the formidable presence emanating from him causing the audience to hold their breath. "How about a melee?" Zhao Yifei said casually, having this intention in mind. The person opposite him responded, and the atmosphere on the arena of the Cultivation world became as tense as a taut bowstring. Sunlight poured down, reflecting off the sharp blade of the long knife in Zhao Yifei's hand, glimmering coldly. Opposite him the man holding the long sword stood tall, his white attire fluttering with a gaze full of determination and confidence. Watch the blade. Zhao Yifei shouted, initiating the attack. He shifted his steps and dashed towards his opponent like lightning, raising the long knife high and striking down with immense force. The air was sliced by the wind of the knife, creating a sharp whistle. The man in white remained unfazed, flicking his long sword and forming several sword blossoms. He deftly sidestepped, skillfully avoiding the fierce strike, while his long sword darted out like a spirit snake, aiming directly at Zhao Yifei's throat. Zhao Yifei's pupils constricted suddenly as he jumped back swiftly to create distance. Immediately after, he launched another attack, wielding the long knife in a flurry, the blade creating a curtain of light that enveloped the white-clad man. The white-clad man, relying on his agile movements, navigated through the knife's onslaught effortlessly, occasionally countering with his long sword, causing dazzling sparks to fly as they clashed. The two exchanged blows, and in the blink of an eye they had fought dozens of rounds. Zhao Yifei grew bolder with each battle, his every strike infused with powerful spiritual energy, causing the ground to become pockmarked from the wind of his blade. The white-clad man executed his sword moves with agility, using clever techniques to neutralize Zhao Yifei's attacks while searching for a flaw in his defenses. Suddenly Zhao Yifei intentionally exposed a weakness, and the white-clad man seized the opportunity to thrust his sword forward. Just as the long sword was about to touch Zhao Yifei's body, he suddenly turned, swinging his long knife in a peculiar arc that struck heavily against the long sword. Crack! The long sword broke in response, and Zhao Yifei pressed his advantage, positioning the long knife against the white-clad man's neck. I have lost. I have lost, the white-clad man said blandly, then walked down the arena with a hint of reluctance. Zhao Yifei sheathed his long knife and cupped his fists in salute to the surrounding audience. Just as he was about to leave the arena, a cold snort suddenly emerged from the crowd. Everyone turned to see an old man in black robes slowly stepping forward. "Humph, a mere trick, and you dare to flaunt it here," the old man scoffed disdainfully. Zhao Yifei furrowed his brow, asking, "What do you mean, sir?" The old man in black chuckled coldly, "If you truly have skill, then fight me." Zhao Yifei felt a surge of caution in his heart. The old man exuded a dangerous aura. However, being naturally generous, he replied, "Then I shall gladly comply." As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the long knife. The old man waved his hands, and two black iron chains flew out from his sleeves, coiling towards Zhao Yifei like spirit snakes. Zhao Yifei did not dare to be careless, swinging his long knife to slash at the iron chains. However, the chains were incredibly sturdy, and the long knife could not sever them. Seeing the chains about to ensnare him, Zhao Yifei pushed off the ground with all his strength and leaped into the air. The old man's lips curled into a smile as he chanted incantations, causing the iron chains to suddenly elongate, pursuing Zhao Yifei. In midair, Zhao Yifei executed a flip, channeling spiritual energy into his long knife and forcefully throwing it at the iron chains. The long knife, infused with powerful spiritual energy, struck the iron chains, causing them to be pushed back slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei landed on the ground, preparing to face the old man's next wave of attacks. Anyone can enter this arena if the masked one who just won the battle has become the champion, and the champion must accept the challenges of others and cannot refuse, the crowd murmured. Seeing his first attack fail, the old man in black flashed a hint of anger on his face. He quickly formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Spirit binding formation." Suddenly spiritual energy surged wildly around, forming a massive formation that trapped Zhao Yifei within. Chains continuously emerged from the ground, coiling towards him. Zhao Yifei calmed down. He mobilized the spiritual energy within him, and his entire body glowed with a golden light. As the chains approached, he grabbed one and yanked hard, pulling it towards a nearby stone pillar, shattering it to pieces. Then he lightly shouted, "Divine might," forcibly snapping the iron chain. Seeing this, the old man's face changed, and he bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall into the formation. In an instant, the chains within the formation grew thicker and moved faster. Zhao Yifei changed his footwork, dodging the chains while retrieving a talisman from his storage bag, chanting a spell and sticking it to his chest. His power surged instantly. He seized the moment and charged toward a weak spot at the edge of the formation, unleashing a full-force punch. With a blinding flash of light, he blasted a hole in the formation, leaping through it, and once again gripping his long knife, he charged at the old man in black. This arena only allowed those at the level of a divine general to act, and the old man just happened to be stuck at the full circle of the divine general realm, one level above Zhao Yifei. This time the masked man is likely in grave danger. What a pity, murmured the crowd. The battle on the stage had reached a boiling point. There's no other choice if the multiple shadow clone technique. Zhao Yifei conjured hundreds of clones, each slightly weaker than him but overwhelming in number. Fire shield, leaf whirlwind kick, Amaterasu melting shield. A series of attacks surged towards the old man. Facing the multitude of attacks, the old man in black remained unflustered. He waved his hands, his robe billowing, and exhaled a mouthful of black mist. That mist seemed alive, rapidly spreading and devouring Zhao Yifei's numerous attacks one by one. "Kid, this level of skill is insufficient," the old man said with a sinister smile. Zhao Yifei was secretly shocked, not expecting the old man to be this formidable. Gritting his teeth, he threw the long knife into the air, rapidly forming seals with his hands. The long knife instantly enlarged several times, shining with blinding light. "Go!" Zhao Yifei shouted, and the long knife shot towards the old man like a shooting star. The old man crossed his hands and a black shield appeared before him. The long knife struck the shield, creating a powerful shockwave. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Yifei activated the teleportation technique, appearing behind the old man in the blink of an eye. He gathered his spiritual energy in both palms and struck towards the old man's back. The old man sensed the movement behind him but had no time to turn around and block taking the blow hidden. He stumbled forward a few steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Good lad, you have some skill," the old man said, furious and embarrassed, his hair standing on end. Ignoring his injuries, he spread his arms wide, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. Zhao Yifei knew the old man was about to unleash a final move and prepared himself. Suddenly a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire arena. An authoritative voice declared, "The match ends here." It turned out to be a senior from the Cultivation world, intervening to prevent a situation of mutual destruction. After the thrilling arena match, Zhao Yifei, with his unyielding fighting spirit and an array of unique techniques, though not completely victorious over the old man in the black robe, earned the respect of everyone present and rose to prominence in the realm of cultivation. That match was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, the ripples quickly spreading outwards, making him the focus of everyone's attention, with news swirling like a whirlwind throughout every corner of the cultivation world. Before long, Zhao Yifei received an invitation from the top sect of the cultivation world, the Lingxiao sect. The Lingxiao sect, a grand cultivation sect towering above the clouds, appeared as if the continuous mountain ranges were its sturdy arms, holding up magnificent structures resembling palaces of jade and crystal. Its architecture was majestic, with flying eaves and bracketed roofs arranged in a harmonious manner, shimmering with golden light under the sun. The mist in the mountains seemed like a delicate veil, adding a touch of mystery to the entire sect. Exotic flowers and rare herbs grew abundantly, emitting bursts of refreshing fragrance, while rare birds and beasts moved about, occasionally producing clear chirps or deep roars, filling the air with a powerful and mysterious aura. Within the sect, masters were abundant, possessing numerous cultivation manuals and rare treasures, making it a holy land for countless cultivators. As Zhao Yifei stepped through the mountain gate of the Lingxiao sect, a wave of powerful and pure spiritual energy surged towards him, as refreshing as a spring breeze and flowing like clear water, prompting him to take a deep breath as if every pore of his body was rejoicing. In front of the sect, an elder clad in a green robe with white hair yet a vigorous spirit had been waiting for some time. The elder, named Elder Xuanfeng, looked at Zhao Yifei with eyes full of wisdom and profundity, as if he could see through the essence of all things, with wrinkles on his face resembling the lines of wisdom left by time. Elder Xianfeng regarded Zhao Yifei with a slight nod, a hint of a comforting smile breaking through. "Little one, it is our honor that you have come to my Lingxiao sect, and it is also your opportunity." Zhao Yifei respectfully bowed to Elder Xuanfeng, his posture upright and his attitude humble, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Elder. I, Zhao Yifei, will strive to cultivate diligently and will not disappoint the expectations of the Lingxiao sect." Upon entering the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei was assigned to a tranquil cultivation cave. The cave was rich in spiritual energy, with walls embedded with sparkling spirit crystals that emitted a soft glow, providing ample spiritual power to the cave. The cave was simply yet elegantly arranged, with an ancient stone bed in the center and a cultivation platform carved with runes beside it. As soon as Zhao Yifei entered the cave, he eagerly began his cultivation. He sat cross-legged, forming hand seals, circulating the spiritual power within him while sensing the flow of spiritual energy around. The spiritual energy flowed into his body like lively streams, nourishing his meridians. However, Zhao Yifei soon discovered that while the cultivation system of Lingxiao's sect was fundamentally different from the abilities he wielded in the realm of ninjas, there were intriguing commonalities in certain aspects. The cultivation of Lingxiao's sect emphasized the perception and absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using the circulation of spiritual power to strengthen one's meridians and physique, whereas his ninja abilities focused more on ninjutsu, taijutsu and genjutsu, along with the control of chakra. He attempted to merge the two but was consistently at a loss. Just as he found himself in a dilemma, Elder Xianfeng suddenly appeared at his cave. Seeing Zhao Yifei's puzzled expression, Elder Xianfeng smiled faintly, his smile akin to the warm sun in winter, bringing comfort and reassurance as he said, "Little one, I know you are trying to merge two different powers, but that is not an easy task. However, our Lingxiao sect possesses a long-lost cultivation technique that may assist you." With that, Elder Xianfeng formed hand seals and began to chant incantations. A beam of light shot from his hands and entered Zhao Yifei's mind. Zhao Yifei felt a powerful stream of information surge into his brain. It was a cultivation technique called Lingying Fusion Method. This cultivation technique detailed how to merge a cultivator's own spiritual power with special external forces, thereby unleashing even greater power. It not only explained the principles and methods of fusion but also provided numerous successful fusion cases and experiences. Zhao Yifei was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked Elder Xianfeng. Under Elder Zuanfeng's guidance, Zhao Yifei began to practice the Lingying Fusion Method. He immersed himself in cultivation every day, constantly attempting to merge his ninja abilities with the spiritual power of cultivation. He repeatedly studied every detail of the Lingying Fusion Method, attempting to adjust his method of circulating spiritual power and controlling chakra. After countless failures and attempts, he finally found the key to merging the two. During one cultivation session, Zhao Yifei operated the Lingying Fusion Method and the spiritual power within him began to slowly merge with the ninja power. A layer of strange light appeared around his body, subtly flickering with the runes of ninja techniques. Those runes seemed like mysterious codes containing immense power. He attempted to cast the fire release great fireball technique, and a massive fireball flew from his hand, burning with blue flames that were several times more powerful than before. The fireball traced a beautiful arc in the air, resembling a burning meteor that illuminated the entire cave. As his cultivation deepened, Zhao Yifei experienced a qualitative leap in his strength. However, during one cultivation session, Zhao Yifei accidentally triggered an ancient restriction within the Lingxiao sect. A powerful force enveloped him, and then a massive guardian spirit appeared before him. The guardian spirit was enormous, resembling a small mountain radiating golden light that was blindingly bright and impossible to gaze upon directly. Its eyes burned like flames, filled with majesty and fury, as if it could see through the hearts of men. The guardian spirit looked at Zhao Yifei and roared, "You little brat, dare to trespass here and trigger the restriction. Today shall be your doom." Zhao Yifei's heart sank, but he quickly regained his composure. He knew that the guardian spirit before him was incredibly powerful and he had to give it his all. He swiftly executed the Lingying Fusion Method, merging the ninja power with the spiritual power of cultivation, and a long sword appeared in his hand, flickering with blue flames. The long sword shone with mysterious light under the illumination, as if it were a divine weapon from another world. "Come on!" Zhao Yifei shouted, charging at the guardian spirit. The guardian spirit swung its massive fist towards Zhao Yifei. The fist whistled through the air as if it could shatter anything. Zhao Yifei's form flickered like a swift leopard, easily dodging the guardian spirit's attack. He swung the long sword in his hand, and a blue flame sword aura shot towards the guardian spirit. The guardian spirit hurriedly raised its arm to block, and the flame sword aura struck its arm with a deafening sound, leaving a deep wound from which golden blood flowed slowly. The guardian spirit was infuriated, its entire body glowed even brighter, resembling a sun on the verge of explosion. Then it opened its mouth and spewed forth a jet of golden flames. The flames resembled a gigantic fire serpent rushing towards Zhao Yifei with intense heat. Seeing this, Zhao Yifei quickly performed the water release water curtain heavenly splendor, and a massive water curtain appeared before him like a solid shield, blocking the guardian spirit's fiery attack. The water curtain rippled under the impact of the flames, emitting a sizzling sound. Taking advantage of the gap in the guardian spirit's attack, Zhao Yifei executed the divine might technique, instantly appearing behind the guardian spirit. With both hands gripping the long sword tightly, he swung it forcefully, aiming at the guardian spirit's back. The guardian spirit sensed the attack from behind and quickly turned to block with its arm. Zhao Yifei's long sword struck the guardian spirit's arm, producing a sound of metal clashing, resonating like a bell. The guardian spirit's arm was cut deeply, blood flowing profusely. The guardian spirit roared in pain, its body trembling as if it were a mountain about to collapse. Then it suddenly vanished from its original position. Zhao Yifei warily scanned his surroundings, a hint of tension flickering in his eyes. Suddenly he sensed a powerful force approaching from behind. He quickly turned around and saw the guardian spirit appearing behind him, holding a golden spear, thrusting it towards Zhao Yifei. The spear gleamed with a cold light, seemingly capable of piercing through everything. Zhao Yifei hurriedly raised his long sword to block. The spear struck the sword with a thunderous sound. Zhao Yifei felt a tremendous force surge through him, his arm went numb, almost causing him to drop the long sword. The guardian spirit seized the chance to kick Zhao Yifei, sending him flying against the wall of the cave. A deep dent was left in the wall and Zhao Yifei's body was heavily injured, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Struggling, he stood up, his eyes filled with determination and defiance. He knew he could not continue like this and had to find a way to end the battle quickly. Taking a deep breath, he circulated his spiritual power, pushing the Lingying fusion method to its limits. A powerful spiritual energy shield appeared around his body, resembling a transparent eggshell that emitted a gentle glow. Simultaneously, numerous shadow clones appeared in his hands. These shadow clones were identical to him, each wielding a long sword flickering with blue flames. With a command from Zhao Yifei, the shadow clones charged towards the guardian spirit. Seeing this, the guardian spirit swiftly swung its spear to defend itself. The shadow clones engaged in intense combat, with the guardian spirit illuminating the cave with flashes of light and the sounds of battle. The shadow clones surged like a tide, continuously attacking the guardian spirit while it wielded its spear, striving to resist. Seizing the opportunity during the battle between the shadow clones and the guardian spirit, Zhao Yifei quietly circled to the back of the guardian spirit. He formed hand seals with both hands and chanted, "Fire Release Great Dragon Fire Technique." A gigantic fire dragon flew from his hand, its massive mouth seemingly capable of devouring everything as it charged towards the guardian spirit. The guardian spirit sensed the danger from behind and urgently turned around. However, it was too late. The fire dragon instantly engulfed the guardian spirit. With a deafening roar, the guardian spirit vanished in the flames. Zhao Yifei exhaled in relief, his body going limp as he collapsed to the ground. This battle had drained him of all his strength, but he had successfully unraveled the secret behind the ancient restriction. Deep within the restriction, Zhao Yifei discovered an ancient tome. The tome recorded a shocking secret. Long ago, the cultivation world had suffered a catastrophic disaster which swept through the entire realm like a ferocious flood, resulting in countless cultivators losing their lives and sects being destroyed. To save the cultivation world, a mysterious powerhouse sealed their power within the Lingxiao sect and set up restrictions. The restriction Zhao Yifei triggered was the key to accessing this power. Zhao Yifei opened the tome and began to study its contents. He discovered that this power contained immense energy, and if he could absorb it, his strength would be further enhanced. However, absorbing this power was not an easy task. It required enduring immense pain and risk. During the absorption process, he might face backlash from the power, leading to meridian rupture or even endangering his life. Zhao Yifei hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to take the risk. Taking a deep breath, he circulated his spiritual power and began to absorb this power. As the power surged in, his body began to tremble and a sharp pain radiated from deep within him. The pain felt like countless needles stabbing at his body, making it nearly unbearable. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony, and continued to absorb the power. After an unknown period, Zhao Yifei finally succeeded in absorbing this power. A powerful light enveloped his body, resembling a massive halo that emitted a mysterious aura. He felt his strength had received an unprecedented boost, with the spiritual power within him surging like a roaring sea. He stood up, wielding the long sword in his hand, emanating a powerful aura as if he could intimidate anything. Just as Zhao Yifei reveled in the joy of his enhanced strength, he suddenly received word that the mysterious organization that had previously opposed him was not willing to let things go. They were plotting a conspiracy against the cultivation world. Upon learning this news, Zhao Yifei decided to join forces with Su Mufeng and other like-minded cultivators to investigate this organization. They searched for clues and eventually discovered a secret base of the mysterious organization. This base was located in a remote valley surrounded by powerful restrictions and traps. The valley was filled with a chilling aura, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhao Yifei and the others cautiously approached the base but triggered the restrictions. In an instant, the valley was ablaze with light and countless attacks surged towards them. Those attacks fell like raindrops, dense and hard to evade. Zhao Yifei and the others quickly cast spells to defend themselves while also launching counterattacks. Zhao Yifei unleashed the Fire Release Great Fireball technique, demolishing the surrounding restrictions one by one. The fireballs exploded in the valley, producing a thunderous sound and enveloping the area in smoke. Su Mufeng wielded his sword, engaging in fierce combat with the members of the mysterious organization. The sword glimmered coldly under the sunlight, and Su Mufeng's sword techniques flowed like water, leaving the audience in awe. After this battle, Zhao Yifei and his companions successfully thwarted the conspiracy of the mysterious organization. However, they knew this was just the beginning. If the dark forces from the upper realms still existed, and they must continue to strive to find ways to confront these dark powers. In the following days, Zhao Yifei and his companions searched everywhere for clues about the dark forces. They visited countless cultivation sects and mysterious places, exchanged ideas with various cultivators, and perused ancient texts, leaving no potential clue overlooked. Finally they learned that on the fringes of the cultivation world lay a mysterious place filled with unknown dangers and opportunities. It was said that those who entered had a chance to obtain keys to break through their current realms and might hide crucial information to combat the dark forces. Disregarding the advice of the others, Zhao Yifei resolutely set off towards the mysterious place. It was located in a desolate desert where the endless sands glistened under the blazing sun, shimmering with a dazzling light. A mysterious mist enveloped the surroundings like a thick veil, obscuring people's vision, evoking feelings of mystery and fear. Upon entering the mysterious place, Zhao Yifei immediately felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. The pressure felt like an invisible hand firmly pressing down on him, making each step an arduous task, even causing difficulty in breathing. He carefully proceeded forward, surrounded by silence, with only the sound of sand crunching beneath his feet. Suddenly a massive sand beast burst forth from underground. The sand beast was colossal, resembling a small mountain covered in hard scales that shimmered with a yellow glow akin to golden armor. It unleashed a torrent of blazing flames from its mouth, the flames like a long fiery tongue surging towards Zhao Yifei. With determination in his eyes, Zhao Yifei swiftly formed seals, exclaiming, "Water escape, water curtain, heavenly splendor." A massive water curtain appeared before him, blocking the flames of the sand beast. The water curtain rippled under the impact of the flames, emitting hissing sounds as steam filled the air. Then with a swing of his long blade imbued with blue chakra flames, he launched a blue flame sword aura towards the sand beast. The sand beast hurriedly defended with its scales, but the flame sword aura struck its scales with a thunderous crash, causing the beast to tremble slightly as a deep gash appeared on its scales, yellow blood oozing from the wound. Furious, the sand beast roared, its voice echoing through the desert. It swung its massive claws towards Zhao Yifei, the claws accompanied by a howling wind as if they could crush him into paste. Zhao Yifei flashed away, employing a speed akin to the body flicker technique, quickly evading the sand beast's attack. Utilizing the power of divine might, he appeared instantaneously behind the sand beast, gripping his long blade tightly. As chakra surged into it, he swung it down with immense strength towards the beast's back. The sand beast sensed the attack from behind and suddenly turned, sweeping its thick tail across. Zhao Yifei once again used divine might to evade the tail's strike while searching for the beast's weakness. The sand beast opened its massive mouth again, unleashing a powerful sandstorm. The storm surged like a yellow flood, overwhelming Zhao Yifei and nearly blinding him. Zhao Yifei quickly formed seals, declaring "Earth escape, earth flow wall." A gigantic earthen wall surged upward to block the impact of the sandstorm. However, the storm's force was tremendous and the wall began to crack under its erosion. Knowing he could no longer remain passively defensive, Zhao Yifei focused his mind, rapidly forming seals as he chanted "Fire escape, great dragon fire technique." A massive fire dragon erupted from his mouth, burning with chakra flames, opening its mouth wide as if to devour everything charging towards the sand beast. The sand beast attempted to evade, but the speed of the fire dragon was astounding, instantly engulfing it. With a shriek, the sand beast vanished within the flames, leaving only some charred scales scattered on the ground. Having dealt with the sand beast, Zhao Yifei continued deeper into the mysterious place. After traversing the desert for a long time, he finally spotted an ancient structure enveloped in a faint glow, appearing both mysterious and majestic. As he approached, he discovered it was an ancient palace, its grand door tightly shut, covered in strange runes. These runes shimmered with an unusual light, as if narrating ancient tales. Zhao Yifei stepped forward, scrutinizing the runes. He realized they seemed to represent an ancient language recording the secrets of this palace. He attempted to decipher the runes, recalling the knowledge he gained at the Lingxiao sect and his insights during his cultivation journey. After considerable effort, he finally unraveled the mystery of the runes. It turned out that this palace was a cultivation site of an ancient powerhouse containing countless treasures and powerful cultivation techniques. However, to enter the palace one had to pass a series of tests. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yifei pushed open the palace door. An overwhelming surge of spiritual power rushed towards him, more intense and purer than anything he had ever felt at the Lingxiao sect, prompting him to take several deep breaths. Inside the palace, dazzling lights danced with sparkling spirit crystals embedded in the walls and the floor paved with smooth jade, reflecting the surrounding light. At the center of the palace stood a massive stone platform upon which lay a tome radiating a golden glow. Zhao Yifei approached and picked up the tome. As soon as he grasped the tome, a powerful stream of information surged into his mind. This tome contained ancient cultivation techniques detailing powerful spells and methods, as well as histories and legends of the cultivation world from ancient times. Zhao Yifei was overjoyed, promptly sitting cross-legged to begin studying the tome. During his research he discovered that this was closely related to the secret of his own crossing. As he delved deeper into the tome he gradually uncovered the truth behind his crossing. It turned out that his crossing was not coincidental but rather orchestrated by a mysterious powerhouse. This mysterious powerhouse had sensed the immense crisis looming over the cultivation world, a crisis that not only stemmed from the dark forces of the upper realms but also involved the balance of the entire universe. To find the power capable of saving the cultivation world, the mysterious powerhouse selected Zhao Yifei from countless worlds, bringing him to the cultivation realm in hopes that with his unique shadow ninja abilities and resilient will he could find a way to combat the dark forces and save this world. Upon learning this truth, Zhao Yifei felt a surge of responsibility in his heart. He decided to continue exploring the palace, seeking more ways to enhance his strength and clues to combat the dark forces. He searched through the various chambers of the palace, discovering ancient formations and mysterious artifacts. He attempted to decipher these formations, utilizing the artifacts to bolster his strength. In one chamber he found a gigantic formation at the center of which lay a glowing orb. Zhao Yifei approached the orb, trying to lift it. However, when his hand touched the orb, a powerful electric current surged through his body, nearly causing him to faint. Gritting his teeth, he focused his mind, employing the spirit shadow fusion technique to merge his cultivation energy with the power of the shadow ninja, and attempted to lift the orb once more. This time he succeeded. The orb was in his grasp, its glow gradually dimming as it integrated into his body. With the orb's power merging within him, Zhao Yifei felt a marvelous change occurring in his physique. His meridians became more resilient, the flow of spiritual power more seamless, and he gained a new ability, to sense the energy fluctuations around him. He exited the chamber, utilizing this new ability to continue exploring the palace. Deep within he discovered a secret chamber. The door to the secret chamber bore a giant pattern seemingly containing immense power. Zhao Yifei attempted to decipher this pattern using the knowledge and abilities he had acquired to finally find a way to unlock the secret chamber. Following the instructions of the pattern, he infused the corresponding spiritual power and the door of the secret chamber slowly opened. Inside stood a gigantic statue holding a sword. The sword emitted a potent glow resembling a divine weapon. Zhao Yifei stepped forward, eager to grasp the sword. However, as his hand touched the hilt, the statue suddenly sprang to life. The statue's eyes glowed red as it swung the sword towards Zhao Yifei. Zhao Yifei hurriedly deployed divine might, evading the statue's attack. He knew this was the final line of defense, protecting the divine weapon. Focusing his mind, he exerted his utmost strength to engage in a fierce battle with the statue. The statue's attacks were incredibly powerful, each strike carrying immense force, creating tremendous pressure on Zhao Yifei. Yet he did not retreat, employing his ninja techniques and cultivation arts to engage in a life-and-death struggle. During the battle, Zhao Yifei executed the shadow clone technique, instantly creating multiple shadow clones that surrounded the statue. The shadow clones unleashed various ninjutsu, the lights of fire and lightning release intertwining and flashing, clashing against the sword in the statue's hand, sparking fierce flames. Zhao Yifei seized the opportunity, using the body flicker technique to appear behind the statue, his long blade wrapped in chakra and spiritual power. He struck fiercely at the statue. With a tremendous crash, the statue collapsed, its sword falling to the side. Zhao Yifei picked up the sword, and the moment he grasped it, he felt an immense power surge into his body. The sword resonated with him, becoming a part of his very being. Exiting the palace, Zhao Yifei found his strength greatly enhanced, and he also gained confidence in combating the dark forces. He knew he bore the heavy responsibility of saving the cultivation world, and he needed to return to the Lingxiao sect as soon as possible to share his discoveries with Elder Xianfeng and Su Mufeng to collaboratively devise a plan to counter the dark forces. On his way back to the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei encountered attacks from several cultivators. These cultivators seemed to be under the control of dark forces, attacking Zhao Yifei frantically. Zhao Yifei utilized his strength to easily defeat these cultivators. However, he understood that the dark forces had begun their actions and would not let him go easily. Zhao Yifei quickened his pace, finally returning to the Lingxiao sect. He shared his experiences and discoveries from the mysterious place with Elder Xianfeng and Su Mufeng. Everyone was shocked upon hearing, yet they also felt a surge of confidence for the battles ahead. Elder Xianfeng looked at Zhao Yifei and said, "You did well, young one. Now we have hope against the dark forces. Next we must prepare well to face the challenges ahead." Zhao Yifei nodded, replying, "Elder, I will certainly do my best. I believe that as long as we work together we will definitely defeat the dark forces and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the cultivation world." From that day on, Zhao Yifei trained even harder, continuously merging his powers and creating numerous powerful techniques. He perfectly combined his shadow ninja techniques with cultivation energy, developing unique skills such as lightning release Lingxiao flash and wind release spirit breaking wind. His name became increasingly renowned in the cultivation world, turning him into a hero admired by many. And he, while preparing for the greater challenges ahead, stood ready to confront the arrival of the dark forces safeguarding the future of the entire cultivation world. As the disciples of the Lingxiao sect were fervently preparing to combat the dark forces, Zhao Yifei, drawing from his gains in a mysterious place, was immersed in closed-door cultivation day and night. Inside the cave he was enveloped by a layer of peculiar radiance, a glow that intertwined both the golden brilliance of spiritual energy and the blue flicker of chakra from the Naruto realm. He positioned the newly acquired artifact before him, which emanated an ancient yet powerful aura, its runes shimmering as if responding to the power within Zhao Yifei. With his eyes tightly shut and beads of sweat covering his forehead, Zhao Yifei exerted all his strength to guide the artifact's power into a deep fusion with his own abilities. He attempted to use the artifact to create a wondrous resonance between spiritual energy and the power of Naruto. With each attempt at fusion, violent fluctuations of power surged within him as if two colossal whirlpools were colliding and tugging at each other inside his body. Yet Zhao Yifei gritted his teeth, relying on his indomitable will and relentless pursuit of power to continually adjust the balance of forces. However, the dark forces did not grant them much time to prepare. One day the skies over the Lingxiao sect suddenly turned dark, ominous clouds surged like a black tide, flashing with eerie purple lightning at the edges. A thick dark aura surged forth like a torrential wave, chilling to the bone, carrying the scent of decay and death, causing the flowers and grass within the Lingxiao sect to wither, instantly saturating the air with oppression and fear. The vanguard of the dark forces, a group of corrupted evil cultivators led by a black-robed commander, launched a bold attack on the Lingxiao sect. The evil cultivators bore twisted faces, their eyes reflecting madness and greed. The artifacts in their hands glimmered with a sinister light, and the spells they cast carried an aura of malevolence, sending streams of black demonic flames and distorted energy beams crashing toward the protective formation of the Lingxiao sect. The protective formation shimmered, rippling under the assault like a solitary boat in a stormy sea, precariously close to capsizing. Zhao Yifei and Su Mufeng swiftly charged out to confront the enemy. Zhao Yifei wielded the artifact that radiated a sharp brilliance, surrounded by blue chakra flames and golden spiritual energy, resembling a war god descending to the mortal realm. His hair danced wildly under the surge of power, determination and resolve evident in his gaze. Fire release Grand Dragon Fire Technique. Zhao Yifei struck first, quickly forming hand seals and unleashing a massive flaming dragon. This dragon was no mere fire from the Naruto realm, it was an inferno dragon fused with spiritual energy, engulfed in intertwining golden and blue flames, charging with a devastating momentum toward the horde of evil cultivators. Wherever the inferno dragon passed, the air ignited instantaneously, crackling with a sizzling sound. Boom! The inferno dragon crashed into the group of evil cultivators, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. The evil cultivators screamed in agony, engulfed by the flames. Some were torn apart in the blast, while others writhed in pain amidst the fire, instantly reduced to shattered remnants. Su Mufeng was equally unwilling to back down. His sword danced in his control, each sword aura containing immense spiritual power whistling through the air as he accurately repelled an evil cultivator. His figure flowed gracefully, weaving through the crowd of evil cultivators like a bolt of white lightning. Yet the sheer number of evil cultivators was daunting, and they advanced fearlessly from all directions. The battle reached a stalemate, the air thick with the stench of blood and the pulsating energy of spells. Just then the black-robed commander let out a strange laugh, quickly forming hand seals and chanting incantations. As he moved, the ground began to tremble violently, black fissures spreading from below, releasing billows of black smoke. A horde of massive dark beasts emerged slowly from the smoke, their grotesque forms covered in black scales, dark red liquid coursing over them, exuding a nauseating odor. They lunged at the disciples of the Lingxiao sect with claws bared, each step causing the ground to shake. Upon seeing this, Zhao Yifei immediately activated the multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! 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 In an instant, countless shadow clones appeared on the battlefield surrounding the dark beasts. The clones swiftly dispersed, each launching ninjutsu attacks on the beasts. Lightning release 1,000 birds. One shadow clone condensed purple lightning in its hand, resembling 1,000 birds chirping, charging toward a dark beast, the lightning paralyzing the beast's body and slowing its movements. Wind release spiraling shuriken. Another shadow clone spun a massive wind shuriken, howling as it tore through the air, violently slicing into the beast, which let out a pained roar, deep wounds appearing all over its body. Meanwhile, Zhao Yifei's main body directly confronted the black-robed commander. The commander's strength was formidable, and his dark spells were both strange and unpredictable. He swung his black staff, unleashing countless black rays like arrows towards Zhao Yifei. Zhao Yifei's gaze sharpened as he swiftly activated the divine might, drawing in these black rays into the realm of divine might. Seeing this, the black-robed commander's expression changed slightly. He vanished and reappeared behind Zhao Yifei, his black staff charged with immense dark power slamming down towards Zhao Yifei's back. Zhao Yifei, relying on his keen perception, swiftly sidestepped, feeling the staff graze his shoulder, stirring up a ripple of black magical energy. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei turned the artifact in his hand, glowing brilliantly, unleashing a multicolored sword aura slicing toward the black-robed commander. The black-robed commander hurriedly conjured a thicker black shield with dark magic. If the sword aura collided with the shield, producing a deafening explosion, the force of the impact cracking the ground around them. The stones on the ground shattered into dust, scattering like debris in the air. The battle intensified, the Lingxiao sect's protective formation showing multiple signs of damage under the relentless assault of the dark forces. The radiance dimmed, on the verge of collapse at any moment. Elder Xianfeng and others joined the fray, taking their positions at the core of the protective formation, forming hand seals and chanting ancient incantations, golden runes flying from their hands into the protective formation, temporarily stabilizing the situation. Zhao Yifei realized that he must swiftly eliminate the black-robed commander to turn the tide of battle. He took a deep breath, elevating his spiritual energy and Naruto power to their utmost, his radiance becoming increasingly brilliant. Concentrating all his might, he unleashed divine might, instantly appearing behind the black-robed commander, his artifact wielding world-destroying power, striking towards the commander. The black-robed commander sensed danger and attempted to evade, but Zhao Yifei's attack was too fast and fierce. He could only condense a thicker shield of dark magic. The artifact collided with the shield, producing a sound akin to tearing the heavens apart, the powerful energy fluctuations spreading outward like a storm. Surrounding evil cultivators and beasts were flung away by this force, trees uprooted and the ground furrowed into unfathomable crevices. The black-robed commander's shield gradually shattered under the artifact's assault, breaking into fragments of black. The black-robed commander was also severely injured, spitting out blood, his body flying back like a kite, with a severed string crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Seeing their commander fall, the evil cultivators were thrown into disarray. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect seized the opportunity to counterattack, and for a moment spells clashed in a dazzling display amid cries of battle. Zhao Yifei and others pressed their advantage, driving the vanguard of the dark forces to the edge of the Lingxiao sect. Yet Zhao Yifei knew this was merely a test from the dark forces. The true crisis had yet to arrive. He gazed at the sky, still shrouded in dark aura, secretly alert in his heart, preparing for even greater challenges ahead. He was well aware that the dark forces would not relent, and a far more brutal battle was about to unfold. After repelling the vanguard of the dark forces, the Lingxiao sect lay in ruins. Broken walls and debris were scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and blood. The surviving disciples looked weary but forced themselves to begin clearing the battlefield and tending to the wounded. Zhao Yifei and Su Mufeng gathered in the main hall, the atmosphere tense. Elder Xianfeng gazed at the damaged protective formation of the sect, his brow furrowed. Although this attack by the dark forces was merely a probing strike, it has revealed their strength and tactics to us. The protective formation has been severely damaged and cannot be fully repaired in a short time. If they attack again, we will likely struggle to withstand it. Zhao Yifei clenched his fists, a glint of determination in his eyes. No matter what, we cannot retreat. If the dark forces succeed, the entire realm of cultivation will be plunged into an abyss of no return. I will continue to cultivate, enhance my strength, and seek a way to counter the dark magic. As he spoke, blue chakra surged around him, faintly manifesting a nine-tailed chakra cloak with 9 tails gently swaying, exuding an overwhelming aura that showcased his deepening control over the power of the Hokage. Su Mufeng nodded in agreement. I will also strengthen the training of the disciples to enhance everyone's combat abilities. Additionally, we must intensify our patrols and vigilance around the Lingxiao sect to prevent another sneak attack by the dark forces. Just as they were discussing countermeasures, a disciple rushed in, looking alarmed. Elder, bad news. A group of mysterious individuals is heading towards our Lingxiao sect. Judging by their demeanor, they seem to have ill intentions. Everyone was taken aback. Just after repelling one wave of enemies, another crisis was upon them. Zhao Yifei stood up, his artifact flickering with light, his chakra and cultivation energy intertwining, ready for battle. Whoever they are, they do not come with good intentions. They quickly made their way to the mountain gate of the Lingxiao sect, where they saw a group of individuals dressed in strange attire rapidly approaching from a distance. Their steps were synchronized, emanating a mysterious aura that did not belong to cultivators' spiritual energy nor the sinister magic of the dark forces. As they drew closer, the leader, an elderly man with white hair, had deep-set eyes and a gentle smile. Upon seeing Zhao Yifei and the others, he slightly cupped his hands. "Friends of the Lingxiao sect, do not panic. We mean no harm, we are here to assist you." Zhao Yifei and the others exchanged puzzled looks, and Elder Xianfeng stepped forward to ask, "Who are you? Why do you say you wish to assist us?" The elderly man smiled slightly. "I am the patriarch of a hidden family that has been keeping an eye on the dynamics of the cultivation world. We are well aware of the dangers posed by the rise of the dark forces. Although our family has lived in the deep mountains for a long time, we cannot turn a blind eye to this. Hearing that the Lingxiao sect is resisting the dark forces, we came to offer our help." As he spoke, several young individuals emerged from behind the elderly man, each carrying various strange artifacts and elixirs. "These are artifacts developed by our family for repairing the protective formation, as well as elixirs that can enhance a cultivator's strength. We hope they will be of assistance to you." Zhao Yifei and the others were overjoyed and hurriedly expressed their gratitude. The elderly man continued, "Moreover, there are several experts in formation techniques within our family who can help you re-establish and reinforce the protective formation, enhancing its defensive capabilities." With the assistance of the hidden family, the disciples of the Lingxiao sect began their urgent work of repair and defense arrangements. Zhao Yifei continued his secluded cultivation, incorporating the elixirs provided by the hidden family into his training, attempting to further merge the powers of cultivation energy and Hokage energy. In the cave, Zhao Yifei sat cross-legged, the spiritual energy and chakra within him flowing like two rushing rivers, continuously converging and merging under his guidance. His consciousness entered the sea of awareness where the immense form of the Ninetales coiled. Zhao Yifei communicated mentally with it. "Old buddy, lend me a hand and help me fully master this power." The Ninetales let out a low growl, its chakra surging forth, wildly merging with Zhao Yifei's cultivation energy. With each merger he experienced violent tremors and painful groans from his body, yet he persevered, fueled by his strong will. As his cultivation deepened, he found himself increasingly adept at controlling the two forces, even able to create new techniques such as combining wind-style chakra with wind-type cultivation energy to form a more powerful spirit wind spiral shuriken. Meanwhile, in the lair of the dark forces, a figure in a black robe sat on a massive throne, his face dark and grim. Below him, a group of evil cultivators and dark beasts knelt in fear. It was the black-robed leader who had previously been severely injured by Zhao Yifei, and he spoke with a look of panic. "Lord, our attack on the Lingxiao sect has failed and we suffered heavy losses. There is a youth within the Lingxiao sect powerful and with an unpredictable strength, we are no match for him." The black-robed lord snorted coldly. "Useless. You can't even conquer a small Lingxiao sect. However, this youth has piqued my interest. His power can actually contend with my dark magic. I want to see just how capable he is." The black-robed lord stood up, waving his hands as dark magic gathered in his palms, forming a massive black sphere. Countless evil runes flickered within the sphere, emanating a chilling aura. "Prepare for another attack on the Lingxiao sect. This time I will personally intervene and let them know the consequences of opposing my dark forces." On the other side, the protective formation of the Lingxiao sect had been restored and significantly reinforced with the help of the hidden family. The new formation integrated various mysterious runes and powers, enhancing its defensive capabilities severalfold compared to before. Zhao Yifei finally concluded his secluded cultivation, achieving a qualitative leap in strength. His aura was powerful, and a massive fox phantom embodying the Ninetales chakra faintly appeared behind him, his eyes brimming with confidence. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect stood ready, knowing that the true assault of the dark forces was imminent. This time they were better prepared, bolstered by the hidden family's support and Zhao Yifei's continually increasing strength. Yet they understood that the strength of the dark forces was unfathomable, and the impending battle would undoubtedly be extremely fierce. Zhao Yifei gathered all the disciples standing in the martial training ground and announced loudly, "Brothers and sisters, the dark forces are about to strike again. This battle concerns the survival of our Lingxiao sect and the future of the entire cultivation world. We cannot retreat, we cannot fear. We must fight for justice to protect all that we hold dear and face the dark forces in a battle to the death." The disciples raised their arms in unison, filled with fervor. They held their weapons, their eyes filled with determination and courage. Su Mufeng looked at the passionate disciples, pondering deeply. "In this battle, regardless of the outcome, we will leave a profound mark on the cultivation world." Elder Xianfeng silently recited an ancient incantation, praying for the disciples' safety. The experts from the hidden family also took their positions, ready to play their part in the battle. The entire Lingxiao sect was enveloped in a tense and tragic atmosphere, awaiting the impending return of the dark forces. Finally, on a day shrouded in dark clouds, the dark forces surged towards the Lingxiao sect like a tidal wave. In the sky, countless evil cultivators and dark beasts blotted out the sun rushing forth. On the ground, black flames burned and dark magic permeated the air as if the end of the world had arrived. Zhao Yifei and the others stood at the mountain gate of the Lingxiao sect, resolutely gazing at the approaching enemies. Zhao Yifei took a deep breath, the artifact in his hand shining brilliantly, the nine-tailed chakra cloak completely enveloping his body with 9 tails dancing wildly. Come on, dark forces. Today is your doomsday. With a roar, the disciples of the Lingxiao sect launched their attacks, and a battle that shook the heavens and wept the ghosts once again commenced. The dark forces surged towards the Lingxiao sect like a black wave, with evil cultivators and terrifying dark beasts roaring, leaving withered trees and cracked earth in their wake. The protective formation of the Lingxiao sect shone brightly, resisting wave after wave of attacks from the dark forces. Zhao Yifei was the first to charge into the enemy ranks, unleashing a new technique that fused his cultivation energy with Hokage power, Spirit Flame Myriad Forms Break. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands, golden cultivation energy intertwining with blue nine-tailed chakra, coalescing into a massive energy sphere. The energy sphere contained destructive power, its brilliance blinding, and the chakra attributes of the nine tails endowed it with immense resilience and sustained explosive potential. Go! Zhao Yifei shouted forcefully, pushing the energy sphere towards the dark forces. The energy sphere streaked across the sky like a shooting star, instantly dispersing the dark magic in its path, with evil cultivators and beasts being engulfed, emitting wretched cries as they were annihilated by the powerful energy impact. Su Mufeng led the disciples of the Lingxiao sect, forming a sword array and engaging in close combat with the evil cultivators. Their sword shadows flickered and spiritual energy surged, each sword strike pushed back a wave of enemies. The experts from the hidden family also unleashed their powers, some casting powerful spells to attack the dark beasts, while others utilized mysterious artifacts to disrupt the rhythm of the dark forces' attacks. Watching Zhao Yifei display such formidable strength, the Black-Robed Lord felt a surge of anger and killing intent. In a flash, he appeared in front of Zhao Yifei, his dark staff carrying boundless dark magic, striking down fiercely at Zhao Yifei. Zhao Yifei hurriedly blocked with his artifact. The loud bang resounded, the force sending both of them staggering back a few steps. Kid, you have some skill. However, today you will undoubtedly die. The Black-Robed Lord coldly declared as he quickly formed hand seals, summoning a massive dark vortex. The vortex exuded a suffocating dark aura, continuously devouring everything around it. Zhao Yifei did not dare to be careless. He unleashed divine might, attempting to draw the dark vortex into the divine might space. But the Black-Robed Lord was too powerful, and the strength of the dark vortex exceeded Zhao Yifei's expectations. He felt a strong pulling force, nearly being sucked into the vortex. Just when Zhao Yifei was in trouble, Su Mufeng and the others rushed to support him. They unleashed spells attacking the Black-Robed Lord to distract him. The Black-Robed Lord snorted coldly, waving his hand as a black magic barrier formed around him. The attacks from the group struck the barrier, only creating ripples, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Seeing this, Elder Xianfeng joined forces with several elders from the hidden family, casting an ancient formation. The formation glowed, sending golden runes flying towards the Black-Robed Lord in an attempt to suppress his dark magic. The Black-Robed Lord sensed the threat and intensified the power of the dark vortex, trying to break free from the constraints of the formation. Taking this opportunity, Zhao Yifei concentrated all his strength and unleashed Spirit Flame Myriad Forms Break once more. This time he pushed his power to the limit, the energy sphere becoming even larger and brighter, with the Nine Tails chakra continuously pouring into it, exponentially increasing its power. Break for me! Zhao Yifei roared, slamming the energy sphere into the dark vortex. The collision produced a deafening explosion, as if the entire world trembled at that moment. The powerful energy fluctuation created a storm that swept away the surrounding evil cultivators and beasts, while the protective formation of the Lingxiao sect swayed precariously under the impact. The expression of the Black-Robed Lord turned grim. He had not expected Zhao Yifei to unleash such a powerful attack. The dark vortex began to crack under the assault of the energy sphere and ultimately shattered with a resounding bang. Furious, the Black-Robed Lord charged recklessly at Zhao Yifei, frantically swinging his dark staff, unleashing streams of dark magic like black lightning towards Zhao Yifei. Zhao Yifei dodged left and right while simultaneously unleashing various ninjutsu and cultivation spells to defend himself. He performed the shadow clone technique, rapidly dispersing several clones to attack the Black-Robed Lord from different directions, disrupting his rhythm. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, the confrontation reaching a frenzied stage. Each clash was accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations, and the surrounding space seemed to rip apart. On the ground the disciples of the Lingxiao sect were locked in intense combat with the evil cultivators and dark beasts' blood staining the earth. Zhao Yifei gradually felt his strength waning as the black-robed lord's attacks grew more ferocious, causing his defenses to show cracks. Just as the black-robed lord's dark staff was about to strike Zhao Yifei, Su Mufeng suddenly rushed over, blocking the blow with his own body. Su Mufeng! Zhao Yifei cried out in anguish. Su Mufeng coughed up blood and slowly fell. Yifei, don't worry about me, you must defeat him. Zhao Yifei's eyes burned with the flames of anger and a surge of endless power welled up within him. He elevated his cultivation energy and Hokage power to unprecedented heights, radiating intense light, while the massive fox phantom of the Nine Tails chakra became even more solid, with nine tails wildly swirling as if to tear the heavens apart. Dark forces die. Zhao Yifei roared, unleashing his strongest strike, Spirit Flame God's Wrath. A gigantic phantom of the Flame God appeared around him, holding the artifact and radiating boundless majesty and power, surrounded by a strange light merging Nine Tails chakra with cultivation energy. The Flame God swung the artifact down with world-destroying power, striking the Black-Robed Lord. The Black-Robed Lord looked horrified at the impending blow, hastily conjuring the strongest shield of dark magic. As the artifact collided with the shield, it produced a thunderous roar. The shield shattered instantly and the Black-Robed Lord was sent flying by the force, crashing heavily to the ground, life or death unknown. Seeing their lord fall, the dark forces fell into chaos. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale assault, completely driving back the dark forces. This earth-shattering battle finally concluded with the victory of the Lingxiao sect. After the battle, the Lingxiao sect began its reconstruction. Zhao Yifei stood by Su Mufeng's bedside waiting for him to awaken. Elder Xianfeng and the members of the hidden family stood nearby, their faces adorned with smiles of relief. They knew that after this battle the Lingxiao sect would become more united and stronger, and the realm of cultivation would usher in a time of peace. Zhao Yifei would also become a legend in the realm of cultivation, his story forever recounted by people, particularly his feat of perfectly merging Hokage power with cultivation energy, becoming a tale that cultivators aspire to learn and explore. The reconstruction of the Lingxiao sect was progressing steadily. With the continued assistance of hidden families, the once dilapidated buildings quickly regained their former appearance and even became more solid and magnificent. After the battle, the disciples were diligently cultivating, fully aware of the hard-won peace. Each one yearned for greater strength to protect this hard-earned tranquility. Zhao Yifei guarded Su Mufeng's bedside. 3 days and nights had passed. Su Mufeng's injuries were extremely severe. Despite the efforts of Elder Xianfeng and the healers from the hidden families, he remained in a coma. Zhao Yifei tightly held Su Mufeng's hand, his eyes filled with guilt and worry. Su Mufeng, wake up quickly. We still need to fight side by side, you promised me. At that moment Su Mufeng's fingers moved slightly and he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Zhao Yifei, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Yifei, we won. Zhao Yifei's eyes reddened with excitement and he quickly called for a healer. After a thorough check, the healer informed everyone that Su Mufeng's condition had started to improve and with proper care he would fully recover. In the great hall of the Lingxiao sect, Elder Xuanfeng, Zhao Yifei, Su Mufeng and the clan leader of the hidden families were gathered together. Elder Xianfeng spoke with a solemn expression. Although we have repelled the dark forces this time, we cannot guarantee they will not return. We must be fully prepared. The clan leader of the hidden families nodded in agreement. Indeed, the dark forces have a long-standing heritage and deep roots. This defeat will surely leave them dissatisfied. Moreover, during the battle we discovered that they seem to be searching for a mysterious treasure. If they obtain it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhao Yifei asked in confusion, mysterious treasure? What is it? The clan leader shook his head. We are also unclear about the specifics. All we know is that this treasure possesses immense power, said to control the fate of the entire cultivation world. The group fell into deep thought, the atmosphere becoming heavy. After a long silence, Su Mufeng broke the quiet. No matter what this treasure is, we cannot let the dark forces succeed. The urgent task now is to strengthen the connection and cooperation between the various sects of the cultivation world to jointly resist the dark forces. Zhao Yifei stood up, his gaze resolute. I am willing to visit the major sects to convey our intentions and discuss strategies to combat the dark forces. Elder Xianfeng nodded with satisfaction. Good. With you going I feel reassured. Su Mufeng, since you have not yet recovered, stay in the sect to recuperate and assist me with sect affairs. Zhao Yifei packed his belongings and bid farewell to everyone in the Lingxiao sect, embarking on his journey to the major sects. His first stop was the Qingyun sect, the closest to Lingxiao sect. The Qingyun sect was renowned for its exquisite swordsmanship and powerful sword formations. As soon as Zhao Yifei stepped into the Qingyun sect he was blocked by a group of disciples. The leading disciple looked alert. "Who are you? Why did you trespass into our Qingyun sect?" Zhao Yifei quickly cupped his hands and said, "I am Zhao Yifei from Lingxiao sect. I have urgent matters to discuss with your sect master." Upon hearing that he was from Lingxiao sect the disciples' expressions changed slightly. One of them said, "Please wait here, I will go inform the sect master." Before long the disciple returned and said, "The sect master requests your presence." Zhao Yifei followed the disciple into the great hall of the Qingyun sect where an elderly man with white hair was seated at the main seat, the sect master of Qingyun sect. The sect master frowned slightly upon seeing Zhao Yifei, "People from Lingxiao sect. I heard that you had a battle with the dark forces. Why now seek the protection of my Qingyun sect?" Zhao Yifei quickly explained, "Sect master, you misunderstand. I am here to discuss the matter of jointly combating the dark forces. The dark forces are ambitious and if not stopped the entire cultivation world will face disaster. Though Lingxiao sect repelled them once, we know that relying solely on our strength is unsustainable. We hope your sect can join us in moving forward together." The sect master sneered, "The trouble you Lingxiao sect brought upon yourselves, why should my Qingyun sect intervene? We have always kept to ourselves, you should seek help elsewhere." Zhao Yifei's heart sank but he did not give up. He continued, "Sect master, the dark forces' target is the entire cultivation world. Though they have suffered setbacks, their strength remains. If our sects do not unite, we will eventually be picked off one by one. By then Qingyun sect would also find it hard to remain uninvolved." The sect master fell into contemplation upon hearing Zhao Yifei's words. After a long pause he slowly said, "You do have a point. However, this matter is of great importance and I need to discuss it with the elders. You may stay at my Qingyun sect for now." Zhao Yifei settled in at Qingyun sect waiting for the sect master's response. During this time he exchanged insights and practiced with the disciples of Qingyun sect, showcasing his unique techniques that combined cultivation spiritual power with the power of the nine tails, which attracted the interest of many disciples. A few days later the sect master finally summoned Zhao Yifei and the elders. The sect master said, "After our discussions we have decided to join forces with Lingxiao sect to combat the dark forces together. However, we also have one condition: if this operation is successful we want to share the treasures of the dark forces." Zhao Yifei felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly agreed, "No problem, as long as we can defeat the dark forces everything can be discussed." Thus Zhao Yifei successfully persuaded Qingyun sect and continued on his journey to visit other sects. In the following days he tirelessly visited multiple sects. Some sects readily agreed to cooperate while others hesitated. However, after Zhao Yifei's persuasion they ultimately joined the alliance. However, on his way to the last sect, Wanda sect, Zhao Yifei fell into an ambush set by the dark forces. A group of evil cultivators suddenly surged from all directions surrounding Zhao Yifei. The leading evil cultivator sneered, "Kid, didn't expect this, did you? Today is your day of death." Zhao Yifei remained calm, chakra swirling around him as he held a divine artifact that shone brightly. "With just you lot, do you think you can kill me?" As he spoke he activated the shadow clone technique, instantly creating multiple clones that charged towards the group of evil cultivators. The evil cultivators unleashed spells to attack Zhao Yifei, but his clones were agile and easily dodged their attacks. Zhao Yifei's main body unleashed spirit flame, 10,000 forms break, sending a massive energy ball flying toward the evil cultivators, instantly causing an explosion. The evil cultivators screamed in agony, suffering heavy casualties. The leading evil cultivator, seeing the situation turning dire, attempted to escape. Zhao Yifei would not let him succeed. He unleashed divine might, appearing before the evil cultivator and killing him. After dealing with this group of evil cultivators, Zhao Yifei continued on his journey and finally arrived at Wanda sect. Wanda sect was famous for its expertise in poison and strange insect techniques, and the atmosphere inside the sect was eerie, sending chills down one's spine. As soon as Zhao Yifei stepped into Wanda's sect he felt a strong hostility. A group of disciples in black robes surrounded him holding various poison weapons. Zhao Yifei quickly expressed his intentions, but the disciples of Wanda's sect did not believe him. Just as both sides were at a stalemate, the sect master of Wanda's sect appeared. The sect master was a petite woman with a cold gaze. "You say you are from Lingxiao sect seeking cooperation. Why should I believe you are not a spy of the dark forces?" Zhao Yifei had no choice but to elaborate again on the battle between Lingxiao sect and the dark forces, as well as his purpose for coming this time. After listening, the sect master fell silent for a moment and said, "If you want Wanda's sect to join the alliance, it is not impossible. However, you must pass our test." Zhao Yifei immediately agreed without hesitation. "Please, sect master, present the challenge." The sect master smiled slightly. "Our Wanda's sect has a place called the 10,000 Poisons Abyss filled with various poisonous substances. If you can retrieve the specified treasure from the 10,000 Poisons Abyss within a day, I will agree to cooperate with you." Zhao Yifei took a deep breath and resolutely entered the 10,000 Poisons Abyss. Inside the 10,000 Poisons Abyss, a thick poison mist permeated the air and the cries of various poisonous creatures echoed continuously. Zhao Yifei cautiously advanced while using chakra to sense the dangers around him. Suddenly a massive poison python lunged down from above him. Zhao Yifei quickly dodged to the side while unleashing Fire Release Great Dragon Fire technique, sending a colossal fire dragon towards the poison python. The poison python was struck by the flames, letting out a painful roar before turning to flee. Zhao Yifei continued deeper into the 10,000 Poisons Abyss, encountering countless attacks from poisonous creatures, but he managed to fend them off with his strength and wisdom. Finally he found the treasure mentioned by the sect master, a bead radiating with multicolored light. Zhao Yifei returned to Wanda's sect with the bead, and upon seeing it the sect master nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, you have passed the test. From this day forth Wanda's sect will join your alliance." Zhao Yifei successfully persuaded all the sects establishing the Cultivation World Alliance. He returned to the Lingxiao sect to share the good news with everyone. Elder Xianfeng and the others were delighted upon hearing it. However, Zhao Yifei did not relax because of this. He knew that the dark forces would not sit idly by while their alliance was formed and a greater crisis was about to arrive. He began to cultivate even harder while discussing strategies to deal with the dark forces with the various sects. During this time Zhao Yifei also discovered some clues about the mysterious treasure the dark forces were searching for. It is said that this treasure is sealed within a mysterious relic, and this relic is located near the dark forces' lair. Zhao Yifei decided to lead the Cultivation World Alliance to the Dark Forces' lair to search for the mysterious treasure and completely destroy the foundation of the Dark Forces. A new adventure was about to begin. The Cultivation World Alliance gathered at the Lingxiao sect, and the elite disciples from various sects clad in diverse attire radiated powerful spiritual energy, their eyes filled with anticipation and tension. Zhao Yifei stood on a high platform looking at the crowd below and loudly declared, "Fellow cultivators, today we gather here to completely eradicate the dark forces and protect our cultivation world. We have already grasped some clues regarding the mysterious treasure the dark forces are searching for. During this operation we must be cautious and ensure success." The crowd raised their arms in cheers, spirits high. Then Zhao Yifei led the alliance forward toward the dark forces' lair. Along the way they proceeded carefully, remaining alert for ambushes from the dark forces. However, contrary to their expectations, they encountered no obstacles along the way. It seemed the dark forces had already learned of their movements and intentionally allowed them to enter. When they arrived near the mysterious relic at the dark forces' lair, they found that a layer of eerie black mist surrounded the relic. This mist contained powerful dark magic that made one hesitant to approach. Zhao Yifei frowned, using chakra to sense the situation within the mist. However, as soon as his senses touched the mist, they were rebounded by a powerful force. "This mist is strange, everyone be careful," Zhao Yifei warned. Everyone cast spells to form a protective barrier around their bodies and slowly walked into the black mist. Once inside the mist, everyone found the scenery extremely bizarre, shrouded in darkness, unable to see anything clearly. Occasionally black tentacles would stretch out from the mist to attack them. Zhao Yifei unleashed Spirit Flame, 10,000 forms break, destroying the surrounding tentacles. He shouted, "Everyone, do not scatter, concentrate your strength and advance together." The group huddled closely together, defending against the attacks of the black tentacles while struggling to move forward. Finally they saw a massive stone door covered in mysterious runes emanating an ancient and powerful aura. Zhao Yifei stepped forward trying to push the stone door open. However, as soon as his hand touched the door, it suddenly emitted a strong light, knocking him back. "This stone door is peculiar, seemingly sealed by some powerful force," Zhao Yifei remarked, getting back on his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. At that moment an elder from Qingyun's sect stepped forward and said, "I have heard that such seals require a specific key to open. Perhaps the mysterious treasure we are looking for is the key to opening this door." Zhao Yifei nodded and began to carefully observe the runes on the stone door, trying to find a way to break the seal. After some examination he discovered that these runes seemed somewhat similar to those on the divine artifact he obtained in the mysterious place. He took out the artifact and brought it close to the stone door. The artifact resonated with the runes on the stone door, emitting a dazzling light. With a loud rumble, the stone door slowly opened. A powerful dark magic surged forth and everyone quickly strengthened their defenses. Zhao Yifei was the first to step inside the door, revealing a massive cave. The walls of the cave were embedded with various gemstones that emitted eerie light, illuminating the entire cave. In the center of the cave there was a stone platform with a box radiating multicolored light placed upon it. As Zhao Yifei and the others approached the box, it suddenly began to vibrate violently as if resisting their approach. Could this be the mysterious treasure the dark forces are searching for? Su Mufeng asked in confusion. Zhao Yifei nodded. It is very likely. We should be careful in opening it. With that he cautiously extended his hand and opened the box. The moment it opened, a strong light shot out from inside and everyone quickly closed their eyes. When the light faded, everyone opened their eyes and found a jade pendant emanating a mysterious aura inside the box. The pendant was etched with strange symbols that were incomprehensible. Zhao Yifei picked up the pendant and examined it closely. Suddenly the symbols on the pendant emitted a light that merged into his body. Zhao Yifei suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy flooding into his body, greatly enhancing his strength. However, at the same time he also sensed an evil force surging within him, attempting to control his consciousness. Not good. This pendant is problematic. Zhao Yifei quickly circulated his spiritual energy and chakra to resist the invasion of the evil force. At that moment a sinister laughter echoed through the cave. Haha, you have finally fallen for my trap. Everyone turned around quickly to see the Dark Robe Master accompanied by a group of evil cultivators appearing behind. The Dark Robe Master smugly declared, "This mysterious treasure was deliberately left for you to find, aimed at luring out you so-called champions of justice. This jade pendant contains the ultimate power of my dark forces. Once activated you will all become my puppets." Zhao Yifei was shocked. He never expected to fall into the dark forces trap. He exerted all his strength to resist the invasion of the evil force, shouting loudly, "Everyone be careful not to fall under the control of this evil power." Everyone unleashed their spells attempting to resist the invasion of the evil force. However, the power was too overwhelming and many began to show expressions of pain, their eyes gradually becoming hollow. Zhao Yifei, watching his comrades fall into distress, felt extremely anxious. He suddenly remembered his spiritual exchange with the Nine Tails and hurriedly entered his mind seeking help from the Nine Tails. "Nine Tails, help me. I can't let everyone fall into danger." The Nine Tails sensed Zhao Yifei's determination, letting out a furious roar as chakra surged around it, fiercely battling against the evil force within Zhao Yifei. With the Nine Tails' assistance, Zhao Yifei gradually gained the upper hand, successfully suppressing the evil force within him. Zhao Yifei opened his eyes, radiating powerful light as he unleashed Lingxiao Flame God's Fury, charging towards the Dark Robe Master. The Dark Robe Master did not expect Zhao Yifei to resist the evil power within the pendant. He quickly cast spells to defend. The two engaged in a fierce battle in midair. With his formidable strength and tenacious will, Zhao Yifei gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing the situation turning against him, the Dark Robe Master attempted to escape. Zhao Yifei would not allow him to succeed. He unleashed divine might, instantly appearing before the Dark Robe Master to block his path. "Today is your day of death." Zhao Yifei roared, unleashing his most powerful strike. The Dark Robe Master looked at Zhao Yifei in terror. He exerted all his strength to defend but could not withstand Zhao Yifei's attack. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as the Dark Robe Master was struck by Zhao Yifei's attack, turning to ashes. The evil cultivators of the dark forces fell into chaos upon witnessing their master's demise. The members of the Cultivation World Alliance seized the opportunity to launch an attack, completely eradicating the dark forces. After resolving the dark forces, Zhao Yifei and the others began to study the mysterious jade pendant. After a thorough investigation, they discovered that this jade pendant was not the evil artifact described by the dark forces but a divine artifact capable of purifying dark magic. In order to obtain it, the dark forces deliberately spread rumors and set traps. Zhao Yifei and the others used the pendant's power to purify the dark magic surrounding the dark forces' lair, restoring vitality to the land. From that day forth the cultivation world welcomed true peace. Zhao Yifei became a hero of the cultivation world and his story was passed down through generations, inspiring countless cultivators to strive for justice and peace. In the realm of cultivation, peace has been restored and Zhao Yifei has become a legendary figure amidst the praise of many. Yet he does not indulge in glory but instead continues to delve into spells and enhance his strength while taking care of the little beast. In this atmosphere of tranquility, the little beast gradually grows its appearance, becoming more lively, radiating a soft and mysterious aura. One day while Zhao Yifei is cultivating on the back mountain of Lingxiao sect, the little beast frolics joyfully by his side. Suddenly a strange rift appears in the sky, emitting powerful and chaotic energy fluctuations. This wave of energy spreads rapidly, causing the entire Lingxiao sect to tremble. Zhao Yifei's expression grows serious as he holds the little beast in his arms and swiftly makes his way to the main hall of Lingxiao sect. At this moment Elder Xianfeng and numerous disciples have gathered, their faces filled with worry and confusion. This energy fluctuation is quite peculiar, seemingly originating from another space, Elder Xianfeng said with a frown. Zhao Yifei nodded and replied, Elder, I will take the little beast to investigate. Elder Xianfeng hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed, you must be cautious during your journey. If there is any danger, return immediately. Zhao Yifei flew towards the rift with the little beast. As they approached, he noticed that the space around the rift was extremely unstable, as if it could collapse at any moment. The little beast wriggled uneasily in his arms, emitting low growls. Little beast, do not be afraid, I am here, Zhao Yifei gently reassured it before casting a spiritual energy shield and cautiously approaching the rift. Just as he was about to delve deeper, a massive demon beast suddenly flew out of the rift. This beast emanated a black miasma, its eyes gleaming red and filled with aggression. Seeing this, the little beast suddenly broke free from Zhao Yifei's embrace, its body glowing brightly as it charged towards the demon beast. Zhao Yifei was taken aback and hastily cast a spell to support the little beast. The little beast engaged in a fierce battle with the demon beast. Although its size was far inferior to that of the demon beast, its movements were extremely agile, and the light emanating from its body transformed into sharp blades, continuously attacking the demon beast. The demon beast was equally unyielding, spewing black flames from its mouth in an attempt to engulf the little beast. Zhao Yifei used the shadow clone technique, creating multiple clones to attack the demon beast from different directions. Simultaneously he unleashed the spirit flame breaking demon arrow, firing arrows of spiritual energy at the demon beast. Under the combined assault of the little beast and Zhao Yifei, the demon beast gradually found it hard to cope. However, at that moment several smaller demon beasts flew out of the rift, quickly joining the battle, and the situation became tense in an instant. Facing numerous enemies, the little beast gradually found itself at a disadvantage, sustaining several wounds. Zhao Yifei anxious concentrated all his spiritual energy and cast Divine Might Spatial Confinement, temporarily trapping the smaller demon beasts in an alternate space. Then he rushed to the little beast, holding it close while healing its injuries and contemplating a strategy. Little beast, hold on, we will surely defeat them. Zhao Yifei spoke softly. The little beast licked Zhao Yifei's hand, its eyes filled with trust and determination. Suddenly a strange light emitted from the wounds on the little beast, growing brighter and enveloping its entire being. Zhao Yifei watched in astonishment, feeling the power within the little beast surge dramatically. After the light dissipated, the little beast underwent a tremendous transformation, its size doubled, a pair of wings shimmering with rainbow light sprouted from its back, and its horns became sturdier. The little beast let out a clear and crisp cry, its voice filled with authority and power. It flapped its wings and charged at the massive demon beast with incredible speed, like a bolt of lightning. Before the demon beast could react, the little beast struck it hard, sending it flying. Zhao Yifei, seeing this, was overjoyed and immediately coordinated with the little beast to unleash a more powerful spell. Under their combined assault, the massive demon beast was finally defeated, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke. After dealing with the demon beast, Zhao Yifei and the little beast returned to the rift. At this point the energy fluctuations from the rift had weakened considerably. The little beast seemed to sense something flying to the rift and emitting a beam of light into it. Miraculously the rift began to heal slowly, eventually disappearing entirely. Zhao Yifei looked at the little beast filled with pride and admiration. Little beast, you are truly amazing. Returning to Lingxiao's sect, Zhao Yifei shared the experience with Elder Xianfeng and others, who were all in awe of the little beast's transformation. From then on, the little beast became the guardian spirit beast of Lingxiao's sect, protecting the realm of cultivation alongside Zhao Yifei. Yet Zhao Yifei knew that the realm of cultivation would never be tranquil, and more challenges awaited them in the future. He and the little beast would continue to cultivate, constantly enhancing their strength to face unknown dangers, writing their own legendary chapter. Since the little beast successfully transformed and assisted Zhao Yifei in resolving the crisis of the spatial rift, there has been an atmosphere of joy and relief permeating the Lingxiao sect. The news of the little beast becoming a guardian divine beast spread throughout the cultivation world, prompting many sects to send representatives to the Lingxiao sect, one to express their congratulations and the other to strengthen ties. Zhao Yifei continued to maintain his humility and diligence, spending large amounts of time each day guiding his disciples in their cultivation and researching spells himself. The fire shadow system within him became increasingly active as he cultivated, occasionally providing him with inspiration and power at crucial moments. The little beast often accompanied him, playfully flying around the training ground, adding a touch of liveliness to the serious atmosphere of cultivation. One day, while sorting ancient texts in the Lingxiao sect scripture repository, they discovered a mysterious ancient book that had never been seen before. The cover of the ancient book was made of a strange leather inscribed with glowing runes that exuded an air of mystery and antiquity. Elder Xianfeng summoned Zhao Yifei and several other elders to the scripture repository to discuss the ancient book. This ancient book's origins are unknown. We have searched the sect's records and found no relevant entries. Elder Xianfeng frowned and said slowly. Zhao Yifei stepped forward and carefully examined the ancient book. He noticed that these runes bore some similarity to those he had seen in a mysterious relic, while a mysterious sealing technique from the world of fire shadows inexplicably surfaced in his mind. Elder, I once encountered similar runes while exploring a mysterious relic. Perhaps this ancient book is related to that relic. Moreover, the arrangement of these runes resembles the sealing techniques from the world of fire shadows, Zhao Yifei added. The other elders showed expressions of interest upon hearing this. In that case, Yifei, take this ancient book back for further study and see if you can uncover any clues, Elder Xianfeng said, handing the ancient book to Zhao Yifei. Zhao Yifei took the ancient book and upon returning to his room eagerly opened it. However, the text within was obscure and difficult to understand. He tried various methods to decipher it but remained baffled. The little beast also seemed very interested in the ancient book, occasionally coming over to sniff it with its nose and gently pawing at the pages. For several days Zhao Yifei immersed himself in studying the ancient book but made no progress. Just as he began to feel disheartened, the little beast suddenly emitted a series of urgent cries at the ancient book, then began to pat the pages with its paws. Zhao Yifei was struck by inspiration. He closely observed the area the little beast was pointing to and noticed that the runes there seemed to flicker with faint light. He attempted to infuse spiritual power into the runes while channeling chakra from the fire shadow system, merging the two and infusing them again. Instantly the text in the ancient book began to flicker and change, gradually becoming clearer. It turned out that this was an ancient book recording forbidden techniques mentioning a powerful force capable of manipulating time and space. Manipulating time and space. How is that possible? Zhao Yifei was utterly shocked. He continued reading and discovered that the ancient book also recorded that a powerful cultivator once attempted to wield this power, triggering a disturbance in heaven and earth, nearly leading to the destruction of the entire cultivation world. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Zhao Yifei immediately informed Elder Xianfeng of the contents of the ancient book. The elder's expressions grew solemn upon hearing this. Such a powerful and dangerous force, if obtained by someone with ill intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable, Elder Xianfeng warned. After discussion they decided to reseal the ancient book and keep it safe. However, just as they were preparing to seal the ancient book, the Lingxiao sect was suddenly attacked by an unknown force. A group of people in black cloaks burst into the Lingxiao sect, seemingly targeting the mysterious ancient book. Zhao Yifei and the little beast immediately faced the enemy, with the little beast unfurling its rainbow wings, soaring in the air and unleashing beams of light to attack the foes. Zhao Yifei activated the Sharingan granted by the fire shadow system, his eyes glowing red, allowing him to clearly see the movements of the enemies. He unleashed fire release great dragon fire technique. A gigantic fire dragon roared towards the enemies, instantly engulfing the surrounding black-clad figures in a sea of flames. These black-clad figures were formidable, coordinating seamlessly as they continually launched attacks against Zhao Yifei and the little beast. Zhao Yifei noticed that they seemed knowledgeable about his techniques, often skillfully evading his assaults. Who are they? Why are they so fixated on the ancient book? Zhao Yifei pondered. At that moment one of the black-clad figures took advantage of Zhao Yifei's distraction and launched a surprise attack, sending a black blade flying towards him. The little beast, seeing this, did not hesitate to jump in front of Zhao Yifei, the blade grazing its wing. Zhao Yifei was furious. He activated the Mangekyo Sharingan and unleashed God's Might Flame Explosion, merging spatial power with fire, forming a massive energy sphere that shot towards the black-clad figures. Under the impact of the energy sphere, the black-clad figures were forced to retreat. However, just when Zhao Yifei thought the battle was over, one of the black-clad figures seized the opportunity amidst the chaos and snatched the ancient book, swiftly escaping from the Lingxiao sect. Zhao Yifei attempted to give chase but was blocked by other black-clad figures. By the time he dealt with them, the thief had already vanished without a trace. Damn it, they got away. Zhao Yifei clenched his fists in anger. The little beast gently rubbed against his leg, seemingly trying to comfort him. Upon returning to the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei reported the situation to Elder Xianfeng. After discussion the elders decided to send people to search for the black-clad figure's whereabouts, determined to retrieve the ancient book. Zhao Yifei also decided to take matters into his own hands, embarking on a journey with the little beast to search for the ancient book. They first arrived at the neighboring Qingyun sect hoping to gather some clues. Upon hearing of the matter, the leader of Qingyun sect was astonished. Such a thing has happened. Our Qingyun sect will do everything possible to assist you in searching for the ancient book. However, after a thorough search they found no trace of the black-clad figures near Qingyun sect. Zhao Yifei and the little beast continued to visit other sects, inquiring in detail about the black-clad figures' whereabouts at each stop. Yet these black-clad figures seemed extremely cunning, leaving no obvious clues behind. Just when they began to feel hopeless, Zhao Yifei encountered a mysterious old man in a small town. The old man looked surprised upon seeing the little beast. This beast has surprisingly transformed to such a degree. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Zhao Yifei felt a spark of inspiration and recounted to the old man the incident of the ancient book being stolen, hoping to receive some assistance from him. After pondering for a moment, the old man said, I have heard that in the far north there is a mysterious organization skilled at hiding their tracks and deeply interested in various ancient powers. Perhaps the black-clad figures who stole the ancient book are connected to them. Thanking the old man, Zhao Yifei immediately set off with the little beast towards the far north. In the far north, amidst icy landscapes and biting winds, towering ice mountains and bottomless ice valleys surrounded Zhao Yifei and the little beast, who struggled forward covered in layers of frost. Suddenly a pack of ice wolves burst forth from the ice valley, their eyes glowing a chilling blue, exhaling icy breath as they charged towards Zhao Yifei and the little beast. The little beast was the first to attack, waving its wings to unleash a searing beam of light that repelled several ice wolves. Zhao Yifei on the other hand utilized water release great waterfall technique, manipulating the surrounding ice and snow into a massive waterfall that scattered the ice wolves. However, the number of ice wolves continued to increase surrounding Zhao Yifei and the little beast. Just then a thunderous roar echoed from the ice valley as a gigantic ice bear appeared. This ice bear was the leader of the pack, its strength far surpassing that of ordinary ice wolves. The ice bear charged towards Zhao Yifei with a roar, who quickly used earth release earth flow wall to erect a solid earthen wall in front of him, temporarily blocking the bear's assault. The little beast circled behind the ice bear and launched a surprise attack, its claws digging into the bear's back and leaving deep gashes. The ice bear in pain turned to attack the little beast. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei unleashed lightning release, thousand birds gathering a blue current in his hand that pierced towards the ice bear like a blade. Under the combined assault of Zhao Yifei and the little beast, the ice bear began to falter. Ultimately it was defeated, collapsing to the ground. After dealing with the ice wolves and the ice bear, Zhao Yifei and the little beast continued deeper into the far north. After several days of trekking they finally discovered traces of the black-clad figures at the foot of a gigantic ice mountain. Zhao Yifei and the little beast cautiously approached, finding a secret base hidden within the ice mountain. The entrance of the base was guarded by a powerful restriction. Zhao Yifei attempted various methods to break the restriction but was unsuccessful. After observing for a while, the little beast suddenly flew above the restriction and emitted a beam of light that resonated with the restriction. The restriction began to weaken and Zhao Yifei seized the moment to unleash a full power strike, channeling the Ninetales power from the Fire Shadow system, ultimately breaking the restriction. Once inside the base they discovered it was filled with various mechanisms and traps. Zhao Yifei and the little beast proceeded cautiously, avoiding one mechanism after another. Eventually they arrived at the core area of the base and saw the black-clad figures who had stolen the ancient book. At that moment the black-clad figures were studying the ancient book, attempting to unravel its secrets. Zhao Yifei shouted, "Hand over the ancient book." Upon seeing Zhao Yifei and the little beast, the black-clad figure revealed a cold smile. "You actually managed to find this place, but retrieving the ancient book won't be so easy." As he spoke, the black-clad figure summoned a group of puppets, each one incredibly powerful, brandishing weapons as they charged towards Zhao Yifei and the little beast. Zhao Yifei and the little beast immediately engaged in battle. The little beast flew in the air, targeting the puppets' heads, while Zhao Yifei fought them up close on the ground. He unleashed shadow clone technique, creating multiple clones that attacked the puppets from various directions. In the heat of battle, Zhao Yifei noticed that these puppets seemed to be controlled by some mysterious power. They showed no fear of pain and were tireless, proving to be quite troublesome. However, Zhao Yifei and the little beast worked in perfect harmony, constantly searching for the puppets' weaknesses to launch attacks. Zhao Yifei executed the 8 gates formation, emanating a powerful aura as his strength surged severalfold, pushing the puppets back. After a fierce battle they finally defeated all the puppets. The black-clad figure, seeing this, was filled with dread and grabbed the ancient book, attempting to flee. Zhao Yifei would not allow him to succeed. He activated God's might, instantly appearing in front of the black-clad figure and blocking his path. Today you will not escape. Zhao Yifei's gaze was resolute, his spiritual energy surging around him. The black-clad figure realized he could not escape and suddenly tore the ancient book in an attempt to destroy its secrets. The little beast reacted swiftly, rushing forward to grab the torn pieces of the ancient book with its claws. Zhao Yifei seized the opportunity to restrain the black-clad figure binding him. Zhao Yifei picked up the fragments of the ancient book and found that although it had been torn, the crucial content remained largely intact. He left the secret base with the black-clad figure and the little beast. Upon returning to the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei handed over the black-clad figure to Elder Xianfeng for handling, while also reorganizing and repairing the fragments of the ancient book. From this incident, Zhao Yifei deeply understood the omnipresent dangers of the cultivation world. He and the little beast were even more determined to protect the peace of the cultivation world, always ready to confront new challenges, while the power of the fire shadow system would play an increasingly pivotal role in future battles. Within the grand hall of the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei and Elder Xianfeng sat around a massive stone table on which lay the restored mysterious ancient text. Zhao Yifei gently opened the ancient text and all eyes were tightly focused on the pages. After several days of research, Zhao Yifei discovered that the ancient text not only recorded forbidden techniques to manipulate time and space but also concealed a shocking secret about the origins of the cultivation world. It is said that in ancient times the cultivation world was connected to other mysterious dimensions, and within this mysterious dimension existed a powerful source of energy from which the forbidden techniques for manipulating time and space originated. However, excessive siphoning of this energy could cause dimensional imbalance, leading to the collapse of various dimensions. If the dark forces were to master this forbidden technique and attempt to manipulate time and space to acquire power from that mysterious dimension, the consequences would be unimaginable. Elder Xianfeng said with a heavy heart. Zhao Yifei nodded, deciding to delve deeper into the clues of this mysterious dimension with the little beast to thwart the dark forces' conspiracy. The little beast at that moment joyfully called out, already having its own name, Lingyu, symbolizing its agile form and the lightness of feathers yet containing powerful strength. Lingyu seemed to understand Zhao Yifei's thoughts, flying to his shoulder and nuzzling its head against his face. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu embarked on their journey, following the vague clues in the ancient text to a mysterious misty forest. The forest was shrouded in thick fog, severely obstructing visibility, and strange sounds occasionally echoed. Zhao Yifei activated his Sharingan, attempting to pierce through the mist to discern the surroundings. Suddenly a gigantic vine shot up from the ground, attacking them. Lingyu swiftly soared up, unleashing a purifying light to repel the vine. Zhao Yifei summoned the wind-release spiraling shuriken, forming a powerful wind chakra into the shape of a shuriken, dispersing some of the surrounding fog. They delved deeper into the forest and discovered an ancient ruin. The entrance to the ruin was tightly shut, engraved with runes similar to those in the mysterious ancient text. Zhao Yifei attempted to infuse the runes with his spiritual power and chakra, but there was no response. Lingyu circled the entrance a few times, suddenly stopping at one rune and gently touching it with its paw. In an instant the rune lit up and the doors slowly opened. An ancient and mysterious aura rushed forth. Upon entering the ruin, they saw a huge stone platform with a crystal emanating a faint glow. Zhao Yifei approached the crystal, and as soon as he touched it, the crystal burst forth with a blinding light, enveloping him within. Within the light, Zhao Yifei saw a series of images: the origins of the cultivation world, the entrance to the mysterious dimension, and the evil plans of the dark forces. It turned out that the dark forces had already found the entrance to the mysterious dimension and were gathering strength to open it and harness that powerful energy. Zhao Yifei emerged from the light and shared the visions he had seen with Lingyu. Lingyu emitted a cry, seemingly expressing a determination to stop the dark forces. They immediately rushed towards the entrance of the mysterious dimension. When they arrived, they found that the dark forces had already gathered numerous experts and were conducting the ritual to open the entrance. Without hesitation, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu charged forward. Zhao Yifei unleashed Susanoo, and a gigantic blue chakra figure appeared, wielding a chakra sword and launching an attack on the dark forces. The leader of the dark forces was a mysterious figure clad in a black robe and wearing a mask. Upon seeing Zhao Yifei, he sneered and said, "You dare to come again? Truly overestimating yourself." With a wave of his hand, the mysterious figure summoned a group of dark sorcerers who cast dark magic, shooting black beams toward Zhao Yifei. Zhao Yifei defended against the attacks with the arms of Susanoo, while Lingyu darted through the air, using its purifying light to disrupt the dark sorcerer's casting. As the battle intensified, Zhao Yifei realized that the mysterious figure was extraordinarily powerful, and his dark magic seemed to counter his ninja techniques. Just as he was feeling somewhat strained, he suddenly recalled a method mentioned in the ancient text about merging cultivation spiritual power with temporal power. Zhao Yifei concentrated merging his cultivation spiritual power with the chakra from the Naruto system while attempting to harness the power of time and space. He felt an unprecedented surge of power flowing within him. He unleashed a new technique, temporal spiritual flame break, releasing a massive wave of energy infused with temporal power and spiritual flames toward the dark forces. The defenses of the dark forces were instantly breached. Many were struck by the energy wave and severely injured. Seeing this, the mysterious figure took action personally. He cast a powerful dark forbidden technique, summoning a gigantic dark vortex in the air, attempting to draw Zhao Yifei and Lingyu into it. Lingyu flew before the vortex, spreading its wings and releasing all its purifying power. The purifying light clashed with the dark vortex, momentarily at a stalemate. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei activated the divine might, sneaking behind the mysterious figure and thrusting his chakra sword toward him. The mysterious figure sensed the danger and quickly turned, using dark magic to block. The two engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle in the air, with Zhao Yifei gradually gaining the upper hand due to his merged powers. Sensing the dire situation, the mysterious figure attempted to flee. Zhao Yifei would not let him escape. He unleashed the 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, the death gate, pushing his strength to the limit. He charged towards the mysterious figure at incredible speed, delivering a fatal blow. The mysterious figure fell to the ground lifeless, and the dark forces immediately fell into disarray, fleeing in all directions. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu successfully prevented them from opening the entrance to the mysterious dimension. However, just when they thought the crisis was averted, the entrance suddenly emitted a violent tremor. A powerful unknown force surged from the entrance, seemingly attempting to break through the seal. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu quickly approached the entrance, realizing that this force was exceedingly strong and they could not withstand it. At that moment, the ancient text suddenly flew from Zhao Yifei's arms, hovering before the entrance and emitting beams of light, countering the unknown force. The light gradually enveloped the entrance, and after a fierce struggle the unknown force was finally suppressed and the entrance slowly closed. The ancient text gently descended and Zhao Yifei caught it, noticing that the runes on it had become even brighter, seemingly conveying some kind of message. After careful study, Zhao Yifei discovered that the power of the ancient text had resonated with his and Linjia's powers, bestowing upon them a special mission to protect the cultivation world. Whenever the cultivation world faced a great crisis, the ancient text would emit a warning, guiding them to seek solutions. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu returned to the Lingxiao sect to share their experiences with Elder Xianfeng and the others. Everyone marveled at their bravery, yet also felt a sense of concern for the future crises. In the days that followed, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu worked even harder in their training. Zhao Yifei continuously explored the fusion of cultivation's spiritual power and the powers of the Naruto system, creating more powerful techniques. Lingyu also enhanced its purifying power during training, its body becoming lighter and its strength growing ever more formidable. Under the influence of Zhao Yifei and Lingyu, the Lingxiao sect also experienced a surge in cultivation enthusiasm. Disciples diligently worked to enhance their strength, preparing to protect the cultivation world. However, the peace in the cultivation world did not last long. One day while Zhao Yifei was training, he suddenly sensed a familiar yet evil aura coming from afar. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately took Lingyu towards the direction from which the aura emanated. Upon arrival, they discovered a group of dark forces attacking a small town. The strength of these dark forces seemed to be even greater than before, casting various dark spells and ruthlessly attacking the townspeople. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu immediately joined the battle. Zhao Yifei unleashed fire, released great fire annihilation, a massive surge of flames rushing toward the dark forces. Lingyu released its purifying light from the air, weakening the power of the dark magic. During the fight, Zhao Yifei discovered that the leader of these dark forces was actually a subordinate of the mysterious figure he had defeated before. This subordinate seemed to have gained some powerful strength, making him a formidable opponent. Upon seeing Zhao Yifei, the mysterious figure's subordinate revealed a sinister smile, saying, "Zhao Yifei, last time you escaped by luck, this time you won't be so fortunate." As he spoke, he cast a peculiar dark magic, condensing dark energy into a gigantic demonic hand that reached out to grasp Zhao Yifei. Zhao Yifei executed earth release multiplying hardening technique, forming a solid earthen wall around himself to shield against the demonic hand's attack. Lingyu flew above the demonic hand, using its purifying light to attack the joints of the demonic hand. Under the assault of the purifying light, the demonic hand began to crack. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei unleashed lightning release Kirin, and a massive purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking the demonic hand. The demonic hand was instantly destroyed and the leader of the dark forces suffered severe injuries. Seeing their leader injured, the dark forces attempted to flee. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu would not let them escape. They continued their assault, capturing the dark forces. After this battle, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu realized that the dark forces had not been completely eradicated. They would continue to return. To protect the peace of the cultivation world, they needed to grow stronger. Zhao Yifei decided to leave the Lingxiao sect with Lingyu to seek more ways to enhance their power. They embarked on a new journey, traversing countless mountains and rivers, facing numerous hardships and obstacles. By chance they arrived at a mysterious valley. The valley was filled with rich spiritual energy, home to many rare spiritual herbs and treasures. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu explored the valley and discovered an ancient cave. The door to the cave was tightly shut, engraved with various runes and patterns. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu tried various methods before finally opening the cave door. Upon entering the cave, they found a massive training ground along with many cultivation manuals and treasures. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu began rigorous training here, absorbing the spiritual energy from the valley and studying the manuals within the cave, rapidly enhancing their strength. After some time of training, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu left the mysterious valley. They returned to the Lingxiao sect to share their gains with everyone. Under Zhao Yifei and Lingjia's leadership, the strength of the Lingxiao sect further increased, becoming one of the most powerful sects in the cultivation world. However, Zhao Yifei knew that the crises of the cultivation world would never disappear. He and Lingyu would continue to protect the cultivation world, facing every future challenge with their strength and wisdom, writing their own legendary story. After Zhao Yifei and Lingyu returned to the Lingxiao sect, the sect was filled with joy and excitement as the disciples took them as examples and devoted themselves to hard training. However, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu did not dare to relax in the slightest, knowing full well that tranquility was merely a brief calm before the storm. Sure enough, months later, the protective array of the Lingxiao sect suddenly trembled violently, emitting a series of buzzing sounds. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu rushed to the scene only to see the sky covered with dark clouds, with bizarre black lightning weaving through the layers of clouds, a powerful sense of oppression hitting them. Elder Xianfeng and the other elders also hurried to the scene, gazing at the sky with grave expressions. This force seems related to the ancient Dark Seal. Elder Zunfeng's brows were tightly furrowed, his voice laced with concern. Zhao Yifei's heart sank. He recalled that ancient texts had vaguely mentioned a powerful dark force sealed in the distant past by the cultivation world. Could this crisis be related to that? To uncover the truth, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu decided to head to the place of the seal. It was a desolate area at the edge of the cultivation world known as the Shadow Abyss. Legends say that anyone who approached there would never return. But Zhao Yifei showed no signs of retreat. He activated lightning escape lightning instant technique and sped towards the Shadow Abyss with Lingyu. Upon reaching the Shadow Abyss, the sight before them left them greatly shocked. Thick black mist enveloped the abyss, and from within it came anguished howls as if countless vengeful souls were struggling. Lingyu closely followed behind Zhao Yifei, its feathers slightly raised due to tension and its usual radiance. Zhao Yifei cautiously approached the abyss, activating his Sharingan in an attempt to penetrate the mist and see the situation inside. Just then a massive black tentacle shot out from the abyss, reaching for Zhao Yifei. Zhao Yifei swiftly unleashed wind escape vacuum sphere, sending numerous sharp wind blades towards the tentacle, severing it. However, as the tentacle was cut, black liquid gushed from the wound, and in the blink of an eye a new tentacle sprouted. Seeing this, Lingyu immediately flew into the air and unleashed purification light. Lingyu storm, rapidly flapping its wings to release beams of purifying light, creating a powerful storm that dispelled some of the surrounding black mist. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei cast fire escape dragon flame melody technique, sending a massive flame dragon roaring towards the abyss, incinerating the tentacle and the surrounding dark forces. As they delved deeper, they discovered a massive stone platform at the bottom of the abyss covered in ancient runes, which was indeed the core of the seal. However, at that moment the sealing runes had lost their luster and the surrounding dark forces were frantically eroding. As Zhao Yifei approached the stone platform, he felt a powerful dark force trying to devour him. He gathered all his spiritual energy and chakra, activating Susanoo complete form, where a gigantic blue chakra giant shielded him and Lingyu. Under the protection of Susanoo, Zhao Yifei carefully observed the sealing runes and noted that some of these runes resembled those in the mysterious ancient texts. He attempted to mobilize the cultivation spiritual energy within him and the power of the Naruto system, merging both and injecting them into the runes. As Zhao Yifei infused his energy, the runes began to flicker with a faint glow but quickly dimmed again. The dark force seemed to sense the threat, becoming even more violent, continuously battering against the defenses of Susanoo. Lingyu also joined in, flying above the runes and exhaling purifying power, resonating with Zhao Yifei's energy. Through their combined efforts the glow of the runes gradually stabilized and the erosion from the dark forces was temporarily stemmed. However, just as they thought they had succeeded, a massive black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky and a figure slowly emerged from the vortex. This person exuded a strong dark aura. He was none other than the new leader of the dark forces, Dark Knight Demon Lord. Upon seeing Zhao Yifei and Lingyu, the Dark Knight Demon Lord let out a sinister laugh, saying, "I didn't expect you to have chased me here, but this seal will break today and the cultivation world will be under my dominion." With that, the Dark Knight Demon Lord cast dark forbidden spell World Destruction Demon Flame, unleashing countless black flames from the sky towards Zhao Yifei and Lingyu. Zhao Yifei immediately cast Water Escape Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor, forming a massive water curtain to block the attack of the demon flames. Lingyu then unleashed Lingyu Guardian Sacred Barrier, spreading its wings and releasing a layer of golden light that weakened the power of the demon flames. Seizing the chance, Zhao Yifei employed Shadow Clone technique, creating hundreds of clones to attack the Dark Knight Demon Lord from different directions. The Dark Knight Demon Lord was immensely powerful. He effortlessly fended off Zhao Yifei's attacks and unleashed Dark Devour, swallowing Zhao Yifei's clones one by one. Zhao Yifei's heart sank as he realized that with his current strength it would be difficult to defeat the Dark Knight Demon Lord. He recalled an ancient forbidden technique mentioned in the mysterious texts, Time Reversal Spiritual Energy Eruption. However, this technique was extremely dangerous. If it failed, not only would he suffer a devastating backlash, but it could also lead to temporal chaos. But at this moment, in order to protect the seal, he had no choice. Zhao Yifei concentrated all his spirit, mobilizing the cultivation spiritual energy chakra and time force within him, preparing to cast the forbidden technique. Lingyu sensed his determination and unreservedly channeled its purifying power to Zhao Yifei. As Zhao Yifei began to chant, the surrounding time and space began to warp and a powerful force gathered within him. The Dark Knight Demon Lord sensed the impending danger and attempted to stop him, but was tightly entangled by Lingyu. Finally, Zhao Yifei unleashed Time Reversal Spiritual Energy Eruption, and a dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire shadow abyss, the immense power blasting the Dark Knight Demon Lord and the surrounding dark forces away. Under the influence of this power, the sealing runes regained their radiant glow and the dark forces were swiftly suppressed back. Seeing this, the Dark Knight Demon Lord recognized the dire situation, snorted unwillingly and transformed into a cloud of black smoke, disappearing into the vortex. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu successfully protected the seal, but Zhao Yifei fell into a coma due to the severe backlash from casting the forbidden technique. Lingyu anxiously stayed by his side, using its purifying power to heal him. After an unknown period, Zhao Yifei slowly awakened. He looked at Lingyu, who was tired yet still guarding him, filled with emotion. He knew that this battle was merely a temporary victory. The dark forces would not rest and there would be even graver challenges awaiting them in the future. Upon returning to the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu began to enter seclusion for training, deciding to further enhance their strength in preparation for the next crisis. During their seclusion, Zhao Yifei tirelessly studied the mysterious ancient texts, exploring more powerful forces, while Lingyu continuously evolved during its training, its purifying power becoming even purer and stronger. Months later, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu completed their seclusion. At this point their strength had reached a qualitative leap. However, before they could rest, the Lingxiao sect received urgent news. Various sects in the cultivation world were being attacked in succession by an unknown force, suffering heavy losses. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu immediately set out to investigate the attacked sects. They discovered that the attackers possessed varying levels of strength, but all wielded a bizarre dark power, and their methods of attack seemed meticulously planned, specifically targeting the weaknesses of each sect. During their investigation, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu encountered a survivor. This survivor informed them that before leaving, the attackers had left behind a message: "This is just the beginning, the end of the cultivation world is imminent." Zhao Yifei realized that all of this was likely another scheme of the dark forces. He and Lingyu decided to summon the leaders of the cultivation world to discuss countermeasures. In the main hall of the Lingxiao sect, all the major sect leaders gathered. Worry and anger were visible on their faces as they recounted the losses their sects had suffered. "This dark force is so rampant, we cannot sit idly by," one leader said angrily. "That's right, but their actions this time seem more cautious and planned. We must respond carefully," another leader replied with concern. Zhao Yifei stood up and shared his experiences in the shadow abyss and his speculations about the dark forces with everyone. Everyone was taken aback. If that's the case, the dark forces are likely accumulating power to launch a larger war, Elder Xianfeng stated. After a thorough discussion, they decided to establish a cultivation world alliance to combat the dark forces together. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu were elected as core members of the alliance, responsible for coordinating and commanding. To enhance the alliance's strength, Zhao Yifei and Lin Yu began searching for methods and treasures that could boost their power. They heard that at the summit of a distant snow mountain there was a mysterious ice palace that housed an ancient artifact said to possess immense power. Zhao Yifei and Lin Yu immediately set off for the summit of the snow mountain. Along the way they encountered various difficulties, harsh weather and fierce magical beasts, but they overcame them one by one. At last they arrived at the summit of the snow mountain and found the mysterious ice palace. The entrance to the ice palace was sealed by a thick layer of ice. Zhao Yifei activated fire escape great fireball technique trying to melt the ice, but it remained unmoved. Lin Yu flew to the entrance of the ice palace, carefully observing and discovering that the ice layer was etched with mysterious runes. It attempted to infuse the runes with its purifying power, causing cracks to appear in the ice. Seeing this, Zhao Yifei immediately cast wind escape vacuum surge, the powerful wind force widening the cracks until the ice layer was completely destroyed and the entrance to the ice palace slowly opened. Entering the ice palace, a bone-chilling coldness struck them. The walls and floors of the ice palace were made of enormous ice blocks glimmering with a ghostly blue light. In the center of the ice palace stood an ice platform upon which rested a glowing artifact, the ice crystal staff. As Zhao Yifei approached the ice crystal staff, he felt a powerful force surging into his body. But at that moment a swarm of ice puppets suddenly surged out of the ice palace wielding ice swords and charging at Zhao Yifei and Lin Yu. Zhao Yifei unleashed lightning escape shadow clone technique, creating multiple clones to engage in battle with the ice puppets. Lin Yu unleashed purification light. Lin Yu charged, rushing towards the ice puppets and using its purifying power to destroy them one by one. Through their combined efforts they finally defeated the ice puppets. Zhao Yifei picked up the ice crystal staff, feeling the immense power contained within. He believed that this artifact would play a crucial role in their battle against the dark forces. With the ice crystal staff in hand, Zhao Yifei and Lin Yu returned to the Lingxiao sect. They combined the power of the ice crystal staff with the forces of the Cultivation World Alliance, beginning to devise a detailed battle plan to prepare for the next challenge from the dark forces. Meanwhile, it seemed that the dark forces had also sensed their movements and an even more intense battle was quietly approaching. In the secret chamber of the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei and Lin Yu were deeply studying the ice crystal staff. Zhao Yifei slowly infused his spiritual energy and chakra, which were at the 5th level of tribulation transcendence, into the ice crystal staff, attempting to uncover more of its mysteries. Lin Yu quietly guarded beside him, occasionally gently touching the ice crystal staff with her wings to sense the fluctuations of energy within. As the spiritual energy and chakra were infused, the ice crystal staff began to emit a more dazzling blue light with ancient and mysterious runes appearing on its surface. Zhao Yifei activated his Sharingan, carefully observing these runes and discovering that they had a subtle connection with the mysterious ancient texts and the runes on the seal of the Shadow Abyss. He attempted to interpret the knowledge learned from the ancient texts but could only comprehend a small part of it. The power of this ice crystal staff seems to far exceed what we have currently sensed. Zhao Yifei furrowed his brow as he spoke. Lin Yu gave a soft chirp, seemingly in agreement. At this moment, Lin Yu, having undergone numerous battles and training, possessed strength equivalent to that of a third-level deity capable of playing a significant role in combat. Meanwhile, in the dark corners of the Cultivation World, dark forces were making intense preparations. The remnants of the Night Demon Lord gathered in a mysterious underground palace where a thick atmosphere of darkness pervaded, eerie and terrifying. A hunchbacked old man dressed in a black robe stood before the crowd. He was the Night Demon Lord's capable assistant, Elder Black Magic, whose strength had reached the 7th level of Divine Sovereign. "Humph, that kid Zhao Yifei ruined our plans, but this is not over yet," Elder Black Magic said with a grim face. "Although the Demon Lord has temporarily faced setbacks, his will shall be realized and the cultivation world will ultimately fall under our control." "Elder, what should we do next?" asked a wicked cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Elder Black Magic sneered, "We need to gather strength first and wait for the right moment. Moreover, we need to find a way to sabotage the plans of the Cultivation World Alliance. I heard they obtained the ice crystal staff, we must find a way to seize it." Thus the dark forces began to act covertly, sending out numerous spies to gather intelligence on the movements of the Cultivation World Alliance while also searching for methods to counter the ice crystal staff. At the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei and Lin Yu concluded their preliminary research on the ice crystal staff. They informed Elder Xuanfeng, who was at the 9th level of Celestial Emperor, and other members of the Cultivation World Alliance about their findings, and everyone began to formulate new training and combat plans surrounding the ice crystal staff. Zhao Yifei decided that while enhancing his own strength, he would also help the Alliance members ranging from Qi Refinement to Tribulation Transcendence master the skills to collaborate effectively with the ice crystal staff in battle. However, the Dark Forces spies quickly relayed this information back. Upon learning this, Elder Black Magic decided to launch a surprise attack targeting the Lingxiao sect, attempting to seize the Ice Crystal Staff before they fully grasped its power. One night deep into the evening, the protective formation of the Lingxiao sect suddenly blared a red alert. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu immediately sensed something was amiss and quickly rushed to the sect's entrance, only to see a group of wicked cultivators in black robes surrounding the Lingxiao sect. Elder Black Magic stood at the forefront looking at Zhao Yifei with hatred in his eyes. Zhao Yifei, today is your day of death. Hand over the Ice Crystal Staff. Elder Black Magic said fiercely. Zhao Yifei snorted coldly, if you want the Ice Crystal Staff, let's see if you have the capability. With that, he unleashed the complete body Susanoo, and a colossal blue chakra giant appeared, its powerful aura causing the surrounding air to tremble. Lingyu also spread her wings, radiating dazzling light as she prepared to engage in battle. Elder Black Magic waved his hand, and a group of wicked cultivators from Foundation Establishment to Nascent Soul charged forward. Zhao Yifei unleashed Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation, and a massive flame surged forth, engulfing the wicked cultivators at the front. Lingyu used Purifying Light, Lingyu Storm, and a storm of purifying light sent the wicked cultivators tumbling. However, the sheer number of them continued their relentless assault. Zhao Yifei then employed the Shadow Clone technique, creating hundreds of clones to engage in close combat with the wicked cultivators, while Lingyu darted in the air looking for opportunities to deliver lethal strikes. Elder Black Magic, seeing this, revealed a fierce glint in his eyes. He personally intervened, casting the Dark Forbidden spell Bone Corrosion Demon Fog, as black mist rapidly spread, corroding everything in its path. Zhao Yifei immediately used Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, attempting to disperse the demon fog with powerful winds, but the mist was too dense and the effect was minimal. Lingyu flew high into the air, casting Lingyu Guardian Sacred Barrier, forming a golden barrier that temporarily blocked the demon fog. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei unleashed Lightning Release Qilin, and a massive purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking toward Elder Black Magic. Elder Black Magic sneered, casting Dark Shield to easily block the lightning attack. His strength far surpassed Zhao Yifei's, and every attack carried immense dark power. Zhao Yifei knew that with his current strength overcoming Elder Black Magic would be difficult. He fought while contemplating countermeasures. He recalled a fusion method mentioned in the mysterious ancient texts. Perhaps he could achieve a deeper integration of the Ice Crystal Staff's power with his ninjutsu and spiritual energy. Thus Zhao Yifei gripped the Ice Crystal Staff tightly, channeling all his spiritual energy and chakra, attempting to merge with the staff's power. As the fusion progressed, he felt his strength continuously rising and unprecedented power surging within him. Elder Black Magic noticed Zhao Yifei's change and was momentarily startled, but quickly regained his composure. Even if you confuse with the Ice Crystal Staff's power, what of it? In the face of absolute strength, all is futile. With that, he unleashed Dark Storm World Annihilation Tide, and a colossal dark storm swept toward Zhao Yifei and the Lingxiao sect. Zhao Yifei shouted loudly, unleashing the fused Ice Crystal Staff power in the form of Ice Spirit Lightning Release Demon Breaking Flash. A bolt of lightning shimmering with ice blue and purple light shot towards the dark storm. The two collided, creating a violent explosion, and the powerful energy fluctuations distorted the surrounding space. In the aftermath of the explosion, both Zhao Yifei and Elder Black Magic suffered varying degrees of injury. However, Elder Black Magic was not willing to give up. He launched another attack while Zhao Yifei and Lingyu stood their ground, engaging in a desperate battle. This battle lasted for a long time and both sides were exhausted. At that moment, reinforcements from the Cultivation World Alliance arrived, quickly joining the fight and counterattacking the wicked cultivators. Seeing the situation turning against him, Elder Black Magic knew this operation had failed. He unwillingly cast a glance at Zhao Yifei and then fled the Lingxiao sect with his remnants. Although Zhao Yifei and Lingyu won this battle, they knew that the Dark Forces would not give up easily and greater crises awaited them. They decided to continue enhancing their strength while reinforcing the power of the Cultivation World Alliance, preparing adequately for the impending final showdown. Through this battle, Zhao Yifei gained a deeper understanding of the Ice Crystal Staff's power. He also pondered how to better integrate the powers of the ninja system's spiritual energy and the Ice Crystal Staff to confront even more formidable enemies in the future. Meanwhile, Lingyu also grew stronger in battle. Her purifying power became greatly enhanced and her cooperation with Zhao Yifei became increasingly harmonious. In the days to come, they would face more challenges and trials, but they firmly believed that as long as they united, they would be able to protect the peace and tranquility of the cultivation world. As time went by, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu embarked on even more diligent training within the Lingxiao sect. Relying on the power gained from merging with the ice crystal staff, Zhao Yifei successfully broke through to the 6th level of Tribulation Transcendence, and his mastery of various ninjutsu and cultivation techniques became even more adept. Lingyu continually evolved during her training, reaching the 5th level of deity, and her purifying light could exert a stronger counter-effect against dark forces. Meanwhile, the Cultivation World Alliance was also growing stronger, with disciples from various sects significantly enhancing their strength under the guidance of Zhao Yifei and Lingyu. Some disciples who were originally at lower levels, such as those in Qi refinement and foundation establishment, gradually broke through to higher realms through training and actual combat. However, the dark forces were not idle either. After returning to their base, Elder Black Magic informed the remnants of the Night Demon Lord about the failure of this operation. After a discussion, they decided to seek methods to increase their strength again, turning their sights on a legendary ancient relic. It is said that the ancient relic contains mysterious treasures that can help one break through their current limits. If the dark forces acquire it, their power would surely increase significantly. Zhao Yifei learned of this news through spies from the Cultivation World Alliance. He and Lingyu decided to head to the ancient relic first to thwart the dark forces' scheme. Thus they led a group of elite disciples from the Cultivation World Alliance on a new journey. When they arrived at the area where the ancient relic was located, they found it already occupied by some members of the dark forces. An ancient and mysterious aura permeated the area surrounding the relic, mixed with fluctuations of dark power. It seems they have arrived. We must be cautious, Zhao Yifei said to the disciples beside him. Lingyu led the way ahead, and everyone cautiously advanced toward the interior of the relic. Upon entering the relic, they encountered a group of puppets guarding it with varying strengths from Golden Core to Celestial Emperor. Zhao Yifei employed Water Release Water Dragon Bullet technique, and a massive water dragon surged toward the puppet horde. Lingyu used Purifying Light Lingyu Piercing, transforming the purifying light into sharp light spikes that shot toward the puppets. The Alliance's disciples also unleashed their spells, engaging in battle with the puppets. In the heat of battle, Zhao Yifei noticed that these puppets seemed to be controlled by some mysterious power, exhibiting highly systematic attacks and cooperating with each other. While fighting, he observed the weaknesses of the puppets and eventually discovered the location of their energy cores. Everyone focus your attacks on the backs of the puppets, that is where their energy cores are. Zhao Yifei shouted loudly. Following his command, everyone concentrated their attacks on the backs of the puppets. Indeed, under the powerful assault, the energy cores of the puppets were destroyed and they all fell down. After dealing with the puppets, Zhao Yifei and the others continued deeper into the relic. In the depths of the relic, they finally found the main force of the dark forces. Elder Black Magic stood before a massive altar that emanated a mysterious glow, seemingly the location of the treasure they were seeking. Zhao Yifei, you dare to come ruin our plans again? Today none of you will leave alive. Elder Black Magic exclaimed angrily upon seeing Zhao Yifei. Zhao Yifei sneered, Elder Black Magic, your schemes will not succeed. Today marks the end of your dark forces. A more intense battle then ensued, with Elder Black Magic unleashing even more powerful dark spells, while Zhao Yifei combined various powers into his ultimate techniques. Lingyu and the Alliance's disciples also engaged in fierce battles against the wicked cultivators of the dark forces. At a critical moment in the fight, Zhao Yifei felt an unprecedented harmony between the power of the ice crystal staff and his own spiritual energy and chakra. He unleashed the ultimate move, Ice Crystal Spirit Illusion Temporal Obliteration, releasing a powerful wave of energy that completely purified the dark forces. Before this overwhelming power, Elder Black Magic finally could not hold on any longer, and his body began to gradually dissipate. The wicked cultivators of the dark forces, seeing the situation turning against them, fled in panic. Zhao Yifei and his companions successfully thwarted the dark forces' scheme, finding a mysterious treasure on the altar, the Stone of Time and Space. It is said that the Stone of Time and Space possesses the power to manipulate time and space, and if it were to fall into the hands of the dark forces, the consequences would be dire. With the Stone of Time and Space in hand, Zhao Yifei and his companions returned to the Lingxiao sect. They knew that although they had successfully prevented the dark forces this time, the crisis in the cultivation world had not been completely resolved. They would continue to guard the Stone of Time and Space while constantly enhancing their strength to face potentially even more formidable enemies in the future, fighting for the peace and tranquility of the cultivation world. In the days to come, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu would continue to explore the mysteries of the cultivation world, writing their legendary story on this land filled with challenges, striving towards higher realms such as aspiring to become divine emperors or even immortal Tao lords to protect the world they love. After Zhao Yifei and his companions brought the Time and Space Stone back to the Lingxiao sect, the entire sect was immersed in the joy of victory. However, Zhao Yifei was not carried away by this brief triumph. He knew that although the dark forces had suffered a severe blow, their foundation remained intact and they would surely return. Moreover, the immense power contained within the time and space stone might attract even more unknown covetous beings. In the secret chamber of the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu began to study the time and space stone. Zhao Yifei activated the cultivation spiritual energy of the tribulation transcendent stage 6th layer within his body while simultaneously mobilizing the vast chakra of the fire shadow system, cautiously approaching the time and space stone. Lingyu stood guard on the side, its strength at the divine being realm 5th layer sufficient to handle any sudden incident. When Zhao Yifei's spiritual energy and chakra touched the time and space stone, the surface suddenly flickered with strange luminescence within which mysterious runes faintly emerged. Zhao Yifei activated his Sharingan attempting to decipher these runes, but found them far more complex than any he had encountered before. He tried to apply the knowledge gained from ancient tomes, yet progress was slow. The secrets of this time and space stone are probably not so easily unraveled, Zhao Yifei said with a frown. Lingyu chirped softly as if encouraging him not to give up. Just then a sudden commotion erupted outside the Lingxiao sect. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu hastened to the sect gate only to find a group of mysterious figures clad in silver armor encircling the sect. These mysterious figures had steady auras ranging from the chi condensation stage to the divine general realm, evidently a well-trained contingent. At the front of the group a middle-aged man in a splendid cloak with strength at the divine lord realm 3rd layer stepped forward. His eyes gleamed as he looked at Zhao Yifei and said, "Zhao Yifei, we come from the Time and Space Guardian Alliance. We have heard that you have obtained the Time and Space Stone and we hope you will entrust it to our safekeeping." Zhao Yifei was vigilant. He did not agree immediately but asked the Time and Space Guardian Alliance. "I have never heard of it. Why should I hand over the Time and Space Stone to you?" The middle-aged man explained, "The Time and Space Stone possesses the power to alter time and space. Should it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, it would trigger chaos in the fabric of time and space with consequences too dire to imagine. Our Time and Space Guardian Alliance has always been dedicated to maintaining the order of time and space. Only we have the capability to properly safeguard it." Zhao Yifei hesitated. He knew the middle-aged man's words held truth, yet he also worried that this so-called Time and Space Guardian Alliance might have ulterior motives. At that moment Lingyu gently rubbed against him as if reminding him to be cautious in his decision. "I cannot easily hand over the Time and Space Stone to you," Zhao Yifei said firmly. "I will protect it in my own way, ensuring it is not exploited by the dark forces." The middle-aged man's expression darkened. "It seems you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Then do not blame us for being discourteous." With that he waved his hand and the mysterious figures behind him immediately launched an attack. Zhao Yifei showed no fear. He performed Susanoo complete body and a blue chakra giant instantly materialized its formidable aura, causing the very air to tremble. Lingyu also spread its wings and executed Purification Light Lingyu Domain, a golden radiance forming a domain that repelled the approaching mysterious figures. The mysterious figures each unleashed their own spells. Some used wind-type spells attempting to blow away the Susanoo, others employed water-type spells trying to extinguish the chakra flames. Zhao Yifei countered with fire-style Great Fire Destruction, a colossal wave of fire sweeping forth, neutralizing the water-type spells of the opponents. In the midst of the fierce battle, Zhao Yifei noticed that although the mysterious figures' attacks were diverse, their coordination was lacking. He seized the opportunity, performing Shadow Clone technique, creating hundreds of clones to attack the mysterious figures from different directions. Lingyu weaved through the air using its Purification Light to disrupt the opponent's spells. Enraged by this, the middle-aged man unleashed Space Imprisonment, attempting to trap Zhao Yifei and Lingyu. Zhao Yifei was prepared. He used Kamui, instantly appearing behind the middle-aged man and thrusting a chakra longsword at him. The middle-aged man reacted swiftly, deploying a shield to block the attack. The two engaged in fierce close-quarters combat in the air. With his cultivation spiritual energy, which had been enhanced by the power of the ice crystal staff combined with his chakra, Zhao Yifei gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the middle-aged man realized he could not seize the Time and Space Stone that day and ordered a retreat. "Zhao Yifei, you will regret today's decision," the middle-aged man snarled before leaving. Zhao Yifei watched their departing figures, understanding that trouble was only just beginning. Back in the secret chamber, he continued his research on the Time and Space Stone, hoping to master its power as soon as possible to face future crises. Meanwhile, after their previous failure, the dark forces had not ceased their scheming. Elder Black Demons secretly gathered the remnants. Using a dark forbidden art he forcibly elevated the strength of some evil cultivators, raising them from the golden core and nascent soul stages to the tribulation transcendence and great ascension stages. Although this enhancement caused severe damage to the evil cultivator's body's elder black demon cared little. His only desire was to exact revenge as quickly as possible and reclaim the time and space stone. After a period of study, Zhao Yifei finally made a breakthrough with the runes on the time and space stone. He discovered that the stone's power could resonate with his fire shadow system. He attempted to fuse the power of time and space into the techniques of Naruto, creating a new art, Temporal Shadow Clone Reincarnation Flash. This technique not only possessed the characteristics of a shadow clone but also allowed instantaneous movement between different temporal nodes, making it impossible for enemies to guard against. Just as Zhao Yifei was about to delve deeper into his research, the Lingxiao sect received urgent news again. The Dark Forces were amassing a great army preparing to launch a full-scale assault on the Cultivation World Alliance. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu immediately relayed this information to the various sect leaders of the Cultivation World Alliance. After deliberation they decided to take the initiative, launching a surprise attack on the Dark Forces before they were fully assembled. Zhao Yifei led the elite disciples of the Cultivation World Alliance toward the stronghold of the Dark Forces. Along the way they encountered scouts and small squads of the Dark Forces, but all were easily dealt with. When they arrived at the Dark Forces stronghold they found it heavily guarded. Elder Black Demon stood atop the high wall gazing at Zhao Yifei and the others with a sneer. "Zhao Yifei, you actually dare to walk right into our trap. Truly you refuse to take the heavenly path and instead break through the gates of hell," Elder Black Demon declared loudly. Zhao Yifei snorted coldly. "Elder Black Demon, today marks the day of your Dark Forces' downfall." With that he executed Temporal Shadow Clone Reincarnation Flash, instantly splitting into multiple shadow clones that appeared within the Dark Forces camp, launching attacks. Ling Yu also performed Purification Light. Ling Yu Storm Enhanced Version, a tempest of potent purification light that was more ferocious than ever, tearing a breach in the Dark Forces' defenses. Seeing this, the disciples of the Cultivation World Alliance charged forward, engaging the Dark Forces in fierce combat. Elder Black Demon, realizing the dire situation, intervened personally. He unleashed Dark Divine Art Annihilation Curse, a black miasma of curse energy spreading out, injuring any cultivator it touched. Zhao Yifei cast Lingxiao Shield Time and Space Guardian, a barrier that combined the power of time and space with his cultivation spiritual energy, blocking the curse energy. At a critical moment in the battle, Zhao Yifei noticed that Elder Black Demon's power seemed even more unstable than before, which he suspected was related to the forcibly enhanced evil cultivators. Seizing the chance, he performed lightning-style Kirin Time and Space Roar, a purple bolt of lightning infused with temporal power descending from the heavens and striking Elder Black Demon. Elder Black Demon tried to dodge, but his movements were sluggish due to the instability of his power. The lightning struck him and he let out a piercing scream as his body began to dissipate. The evil cultivators of the Dark Forces, seeing their leader dead, fell into chaos and fled in all directions. Zhao Yifei and the disciples of the Cultivation World Alliance successfully destroyed the Dark Forces' stronghold, but Zhao Yifei knew this did not mean the complete eradication of the Dark Forces. He and Ling Yu decided to continue hunting down the remnants of the Dark Forces, wholly eliminating this threat. In the following days, Zhao Yifei constantly improved his strength, successfully breaking through to the 7th layer of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Ling Yu also grew through battle, reaching the 7th layer of the Divine Being realm. Carrying the Time and Space Stone, they embarked on a new journey to explore more unknown territories, safeguard the peace and tranquility of the Cultivation World, and unravel the deeper secrets of the Time and Space Stone and the Cultivation World itself. They believed that as long as they persevered they would continue to write a more glorious chapter in this challenging cultivation world, advancing toward higher cultivation realms and becoming true guardians of the order of time and space. During a chance encounter, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu arrived at a mysterious valley. The valley was filled with dense spiritual energy along with peculiar plants and spirit beasts. As soon as Zhao Yifei entered the valley he sensed a familiar aura seemingly connected to the Time and Space Stone. They ventured deeper into the valley and discovered an ancient temple. The temple's gate was tightly shut, engraved with runes similar to those on the Time and Space Stone. Zhao Yifei attempted to open the gate using the stone's power, and indeed the door slowly swung open. Entering the temple they saw a massive stone platform upon which rested an ancient tome. Zhao Yifei stepped forward, and as soon as he touched the book a surge of vast information flooded his mind. It turned out that this ancient text recorded the origin and usage of the Time and Space Stone, as well as a great crisis looming over the future of the cultivation world. According to the ancient record, the Time and Space Stone was created by a powerful god of time and space from the ancient era to maintain the order of time and space. However, in a great war the god fell and the stone was scattered across the mortal world. Now the cultivation world was about to face a temporal storm that would engulf the entire realm. If not stopped in time, the cultivation world would be utterly destroyed. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu realized the gravity of the situation. They resolved to use the power of the time and space stone to avert the approaching temporal storm. But to achieve this they first needed to elevate their own strength and fully master the stone's power. Thus Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu began arduous cultivation within the temple. Zhao Yifei continuously merged his cultivation's spiritual energy chakra and the power of the time and space stone, his strength steadily increasing, gradually nearing the 8th layer of the tribulation transcendence stage. Ling Yu, by absorbing the mysterious energy within the temple, broke through to the 8th layer of the divine being realm. During their training, Zhao Yifei also created more ninjutsu and cultivation spells that integrated the power of time and space based on the records in the ancient tome. He believed that these new arts would play a crucial role in future battles. However, their cultivation was interrupted by an uninvited guest. A mysterious strongman who had reached the 5th layer of the divine sovereign realm suddenly appeared in the temple, his target unmistakably the time and space stone. Hand over the time and space stone. You cannot stop the coming catastrophe, the mysterious strongman said coldly. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu showed no fear. They stood before the time and space stone ready to engage in a fierce battle with the mysterious strongman. A contest concerning the fate of the time and space stone and the cultivation world once again commenced. The mysterious sovereign gazed coldly upon Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu, his aura radiating the suffocating pressure of a 5th-ranked divine sovereign, so overwhelming that the two appeared no more than insignificant insects beneath his gaze. You dare presume to guard the Chronos stone? A futile gesture, like an ant attempting to halt a chariot. His voice resonated with deep contempt. Zhao Yifei stood unflinching, his eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. Though only at 7th rank tribulation transcendence, his fused cultivation, alchemy chakra and temporal essence, forged an aura of equal magnitude. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, crimson light swirled within his irises as he simultaneously channeled both Xianxia spiritual energy and chakra, tides of raw power surging through his meridians like a tempestuous river. If you seek the Chronos stone, you must first pass through me. Zhao Yifei roared, and launched his assault, Chronos Rasengan Annihilation, a devastating fusion of the Rasengan and temporal force. A spiraling sphere of violet blue light coalesced in his palm, expanding rapidly as it spun, distorting the very fabric of space around it, warping air and light alike. With a thunderous cry he hurled the orb forward. It cleaved the air with a shrieking vortex, leaving trails of fractured spacetime in its wake. The sovereign merely smirked, then raised a hand. A translucent energy barrier shimmered into existence, effortlessly absorbing the Chronos Rasengan's impact. Trivial artifice, he scoffed, and vanished in a blur, reappearing before Zhao Yifei in an instant. His fist struck with divine might, compressing the air until it cracked like shattering jade. Zhao Yifei instantly summoned Susanoo defensive stance, a towering azure chakra giant enveloping him just in time, shielding him from the cataclysmic blow. Yet the sovereign's strength proved overwhelming. Fissures spiderwebbed across Susanoo's armored arm. Seeing this, Ling Yu unfurled her wings and unleashed purification like feathered blade rain. Her wings beat fiercely, countless beams of purifying light transformed midair into razor-edged blades, streaking toward the sovereign with lethal precision. The sovereign frowned faintly, then erected a divine shield. Golden luminescence encased him. The feathered blade struck with crystalline chimes, but shattered against the unyielding barrier. His counterattack followed without pause, divine judgment lightning. Dark clouds boiled overhead, then with deafening thunder thick bolts of violet lightning descended, each thick as an arm aimed straight at Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu. Zhao Yifei countered with water release great waterfall technique, summoning a vast curtain of water, but the lightning pierced it, instantly vaporizing the torrent in a flash of steam and ozone. Ling Yu darted to Zhao Yifei's side and cast Ling Yu Guardian Absolute Barrier, a radiant golden dome sealing them both within its flawless shimmering shell. Lightning crashed incessantly upon the barrier, its surface trembling, flickering, threatening to collapse under the onslaught. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yifei executed Shadow Clone Technique Chronos Fission, conjuring hundreds of corporeal clones, each capable of instantaneous translocation across temporal nodes. From every angle they surged forth, some unleashed Fire Release Great Dragon Fire Technique, roaring serpentine flames devouring the air, others thrust Lightning Release Chidori Spear, crackling lances of white lightning piercing toward the sovereign. For the first time the sovereign's expression hardened. He invoked Spatial Severance. Black rifts tore open in the air, slicing through approaching clones with silent absolute finality. Zhao Yifei seized the opening, Chronos reversal afterimage assault. His body vanished, then reappeared behind the sovereign chakra blade drawn slashing toward his exposed back with lethal grace. The sovereign twisted aside with preternatural speed, evading the strike, and retaliated with divine shockwave, a concussive blast of raw godly force hurling Zhao Yifei backward. Zhao Yifei slammed into the temple wall with bone-jarring force, leaving a massive crater where stone met flesh. Lingyu shot to his side bathing his wounds in restorative purification light. Zhao Yifei, this strength is still insufficient, the sovereign mocked. Today the Chronos stone will be mine. He formed hand seals, and unleashed Apocalypse Divine Fist. His fist swelled to colossal size wreathed in annihilating intent descending like a falling star upon Zhao Yifei and Lingyu. Zhao Yifei clenched his teeth, this was the fulcrum of fate. He focused every fiber of his being merging Xianxia spiritual energy chakra the Chronos stone's resonance and Lingyu's purifying essence into one unified current. Prismatic light erupted around him, a transcendent power greater than any he had ever known surging through his veins. Lingxiao Chronos Ninja Art. He roared the incantation, and fired a colossal pillar of radiant energy skyward infused with Lingxiao sect cultivation ninja chakra and temporal force it blazed with the brilliance of creation itself. The pillar collided with the Apocalypse Divine Fist, triggering a cataclysmic detonation. Shock waves convulsed the temple walls splintered ceilings crumbled ancient stones raining like meteorites. The sovereign staggered backward, his face for the first time contorted in genuine shock. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu were battered by the blast's aftershocks, but Zhao Yifei clutched the Chronos stone tighter his grip unbreakable his will unshaken. How could you possibly wield such power? The sovereign whispered disbelief etching his voice. Zhao Yifei wiped blood from his lip and declared voice steady as mountain stone, to protect the Xianxia realm, to preserve the sanctity of time and space, I will never yield to you. He immediately deployed Chronos Shadow Clone Cycle Slaughter. Hundreds of clones materialized around the sovereign each brandishing chakra weapon striking with relentless synchronized fury. Lingyu joined the assault invoking Purification Light Feathered Vortex, a colossal maelstrom of golden radiance engulfing the sovereign steadily eroding his divine vitality. Besieged from all sides the sovereign's resistance crumbled, until at last his form dissolved into wisps of fading light. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu had safeguarded the Chronos stone, but they knew this victory marked only the first step in halting the Chronos Tempest. In the aftermath of battle Zhao Yifei ascended to 8th rank Tribulation Transcendence, and mastered the harmonious fusion of disparate energies with newfound fluency. Lingyu likewise advanced to 9th rank Divine Mortal her purifying essence now purer more potent and infinitely more refined. Together they remained within the temple studying ancient texts and probing the Chronos stone's mysteries, seeking ways to harness its power against the looming Chronos Tempest. During cultivation Zhao Yifei discovered the Chronos stone resonated deeply with the tailed beast chakra embedded in his ninja system. He merged the two forces, forging an unprecedented transformation, Chronos tailed beast mode. Within this state his power soared exponentially, and his command over temporal manipulation became instinctual effortless. As the Chronos Tempest drew nearer their training intensified. They knew time was slipping away, and at the very threshold of the storm's arrival they stood ready. The Chronos Tempest descended like a primordial leviathan, warping space unraveling time twisting reality into jagged screaming chaos. Zhao Yifei activated Chronos-tailed beast mode, prismatic temporal energy and swirling-tailed beast chakra wreathed his form in luminous living auroras. Lingyu unfurled her wings wide, and released her full incandescent purification power. They surged into the maelstrom. Zhao Yifei invoked Chronos Stone Order Restoration, channeling the artifact's essence to its absolute limit, imposing temporal stability upon the collapsing continuum. Lingyu flanked him her purifying light scouring the storm's corruptive darkness, cleansing entropy itself. They fought on, bodies torn spirits scorched, yet neither wavered neither faltered neither surrendered. At the final breathless instant, they succeeded. The Chronos Tempest subsided. Time stilled. Space healed. The Xianxia realm endured. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu became legends, immortalized in verse and scripture across 10,000 realms. Yet Zhao Yifei knew the Tao path stretched infinitely onward and greater trials awaited them both. They would continue cultivating, guarding the Chronos stone preserving peace and harmony across the Xianxia realm, advancing ever upward toward great ascension toward immortal emperorhood, and beyond into the boundless unknown. After the temporal storm was quelled the cultivation world welcomed a long-awaited peace. The Lingxiao sect was adorned with lanterns and everyone celebrated this hard-won victory. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu became the heroes of the hour, with cultivators from all over coming to visit, either to seek guidance in their cultivation or to express their admiration. Despite being immersed in the accolades of the crowd, Zhao Yifei remained acutely aware. He understood that the calm after the storm was merely temporary, and the undercurrents in the cultivation world had never truly ceased. Through battles against mysterious foes and the temporal storm, he gained a deeper understanding of the fusion of his own powers, stabilizing his cultivation at the 8th level of Tribulation Transcendence, while Ling Yu continuously honed her purification power at the 9th level of the Divine Realm. During this time, Zhao Yifei not only received visiting cultivators but also led the disciples of the Lingxiao sect in their training. He selflessly shared his experiences in merging cultivation, spiritual energy, chakra and temporal power, hoping to enhance the strength of the entire sect and the alliance of the cultivation world. Under his guidance, many disciples showed significant improvement, with some who were originally at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages successfully breaking through to the golden core stage, and even a few exceptionally talented disciples stepping into the nascent soul stage. However, the peaceful days did not last long. One day the Lingxiao sect's long-distance communication talisman suddenly flickered incessantly, and upon opening it, Zhao Yifei's expression turned grave. It turned out that several sects in the cultivation world had detected some abnormal phenomena. The flow of spiritual energy in various regions had become chaotic, some ancient ruins were inexplicably shaking, and there were even rumors of mysterious shadows appearing in certain remote areas where spiritual energy was being completely devoured. Zhao Yifei realized that a new crisis was quietly approaching. He immediately summoned the core members of the Cultivation World Alliance to discuss countermeasures in the Grand Hall of the Lingxiao sect. The leaders of various sects gathered, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. These abnormal phenomena are certainly not coincidental, they are likely signs of some powerful force awakening, said a frowning leader from the Qingyun sect who was at the 5th level of the Celestial Emperor realm. Another elder, Xuanfeng, a long-standing member of the Lingxiao sect and a 9th level Celestial Emperor, also had a serious expression. After a discussion, they decided to split into several groups to investigate the areas where abnormalities had occurred. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu were assigned to investigate the most severely disrupted spiritual energy in the Northern Wilderness. The Northern Wilderness had always been a desolate and mysterious region shrouded in thick fog, home to various powerful and ferocious beasts. As soon as Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu stepped into the Northern Wilderness, they felt a suffocating and chaotic spiritual energy overwhelming them. The spiritual energy here is wrong, it seems distorted by some evil force, Zhao Yifei remarked. Activating his Sharingan, Zhao Yifei vigilantly observed his surroundings. Ling Ye's feathers bristled, emitting a low whistle, ready to respond to any sudden situations. They proceeded deeper, and suddenly a gigantic beast emanating a decaying aura burst forth from the mist. This beast had a body the size of a small mountain, covered in black scales, and spewed forth black flames with corrosive power, possessing strength at the 3rd level of Tribulation Transcendence. Zhao Yifei swiftly activated Susanoo, half-complete form, a giant blue chakra figure wielding a chakra sword confronting the beast. Ling Yu unleashed Purification Light. Ling Yu piercing sharp rays of purifying light shot towards the beast. The beast roared, swinging its massive claws at Susanoo, while the black flames from its mouth also shot towards Ling Yu. Zhao Yifei manipulated Susanoo to counter with the sword, the immense impact causing Susanoo to stagger back several steps. Ling Yu adeptly dodged in the air, simultaneously searching for an opportunity to attack the beast's weak points. Zhao Yifei seized the moment to cast lightning release Kirin. A massive purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking the beast. The beast howled in pain, its scales shattered by the lightning, yet its life force was remarkably tenacious, quickly recovering to continue its onslaught. Ling Yu waited for the precise moment the beast opened its mouth and unleashed Purification Light. Ling Yu rapid charge, dashing into the beast's maw like a golden lightning bolt, releasing a powerful purifying force within. The beast writhed in agony, its body beginning to tremble violently. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei executed Fire Release Great Fire Extinguishing Enhanced Version, a massive torrent of flames engulfing the beast entirely. After a fierce battle, the beast was finally defeated, dissolving into a wisp of black smoke. Yet Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu remained vigilant, knowing that this beast was likely just the tip of the iceberg in the dangers of the Northern Wilderness. They continued onward, discovering a vast chasm within a valley. An eerie aura emanated from the abyss, and the surrounding rocks were eroded into a multitude of holes by some strange force. Zhao Yifei cautiously approached the edge of the abyss, activating his Sharingan to try to discern the situation within. Suddenly a deep roar echoed from the chasm, followed by countless black tentacles stretching out, reaching for Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu. Zhao Yifei unleashed Wind Release Vacuum Great Tornado, generating a powerful wind that formed a gigantic tornado, shredding the tentacles. However, the tentacles continued to surge forth endlessly as if they were inexhaustible. Lingyu executed Purification Light. Lingyu Storm Ultimate Version, furiously flapping her wings, releasing an even more powerful storm of purifying light, dispersing the surrounding tentacles and black mist. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei unleashed Temporal Spiral Sphere Void Shatter. A spiral sphere imbued with temporal power shot into the abyss, triggering a series of explosions. However, this did not halt the disturbances from within the abyss. A colossal figure slowly emerged from the chasm, a monster radiating dark energy, possessing 3 heads and 6 enormous arms, each engulfed in black flames, its strength at least above the first level of the Divine Sovereign Realm. "You insignificant ants dare to intrude upon my territory," the monster's 3 heads spoke in unison, shaking the air around them. Zhao Yifei scoffed, "You evil creature, are you the one disturbing the spiritual energy in the northern wilderness?" The monster laughed maniacally, "Indeed, the spiritual energy of this realm will become my nourishment, and none of you can stop me." With that, its 6 arms swung simultaneously, unleashing black flames like a meteor shower toward Zhao Yifei and Lingyu. Zhao Yifei quickly activated Water Release Water Curtain Heavenly Flower Ultra Thick Version, raising a massive and thick water curtain that blocked most of the flames. Lingyu then cast Lingyu Guardian Divine Barrier Advanced Version, a golden light forming a solid barrier that repelled the remaining flames. Zhao Yifei performed Shadow Clone Technique, 1,000 shadows, instantly creating thousands of shadow clones rushing toward the monster from all directions. Lingyu continuously released Purifying Light in the air, disrupting the monster's vision and movements. Though powerful, the monster began to struggle against the joint assault from Zhao Yifei and Lingyu. Roaring in anger, it unleashed Dark Domain Devour, a massive black domain enveloping Zhao Yifei and Lingyu, attempting to consume their power. Zhao Yifei activated Temporal Beast Mode, unleashing a powerful burst of energy, executing Temporal Stone Domain Breakthrough, utilizing the power of the Temporal Stone to shatter the monster's dark domain. Lingyu then unleashed Purification Light. Lingyu Vortex Ultimate Version, a colossal vortex of purifying light, tightly ensnaring the monster. Zhao Yifei seized the moment, unleashing Lingxiao Temporal Fire Shadow Technique Sublime Version, a more powerful energy beam shooting skyward with a world-destroying momentum aimed at the monster. The monster let out a pained howl under the dual assault of the purifying light vortex and the energy beam, its body beginning to disintegrate. Ultimately, the monster was completely eradicated and the spiritual energy turmoil in the northern wilderness was temporarily alleviated. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu did not relax, if they knew this only addressed a localized issue and the true crisis lurking behind had yet to surface. Upon returning to the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei informed the members of the Cultivation World Alliance about their encounter in the northern wilderness. Everyone realized that this crisis was far more serious than anticipated, likely involving an ancient and powerful evil force. In the days that followed, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu continued their investigation, sifting through numerous ancient texts from the Lingxiao sect and other sects, seeking clues about this evil force. Simultaneously, they did not slack in their cultivation. Zhao Yifei strove to reach the 9th level of Tribulation Transcendence, while Lingyu attempted to break through to the semi-divine realm, hoping to face the upcoming challenges with greater strength. As their investigation deepened, they finally discovered some clues in an ancient fragment. It turned out that in ancient times there was an evil organization known as the Dark Abyss Cult, which sought to dominate the entire cultivation world by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to attain immortality and supreme power. Later, this organization was sealed by a group of righteous cultivators, but it seemed they had not been completely eradicated. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu speculated that the current abnormalities were likely the Dark Abyss Cult's handiwork, as they might be searching for ways to lift the seal and prepare for a comeback. Just as they were preparing to take further action, the Lingxiao sect was attacked again. A group of individuals clad in black robes with varying levels of strength but all exuding an evil aura stormed into the Lingxiao sect. Leading them was a figure in a black robe at the 7th level of the Divine Sovereign Realm, whose eyes revealed a chilling greed. Zhao Yifei, hand over the temporal stone or the Lingxiao sect will cease to exist. The black-robed man shouted arrogantly. Zhao Yifei stood firm in front of the sect, his gaze resolute. "You remnants of the Dark Abyss Cult, today is your end." A fierce battle erupted once more in front of the Lingxiao sect, and whether Zhao Yifei and Lingyu could once again protect the Lingxiao sect and the temporal stone and completely eradicate the threat of the Dark Abyss Cult remained shrouded in uncertainty. Before the mountain gate of Lingxiao sect, the gale howled as black robes billowed wildly in the wind, forming a stark contrast against the sect's solemn grandeur. Zhao Yifei's spiritual energy surged within him, with chakra racing through his meridians and intermingling with his cultivation chi, hinting at an even greater power brewing. His eyes glowed a bloody red, the Three-Demo Sharingan spinning rapidly, ever watchful of every move made by the Dark Abyss sect. "Humph, do you think you rabble can seize the time-space stone from me? Utter delusion." Zhao Yifei's voice echoed through the valley, imbued with an indisputable authority. The black-robed figure sneered, "Zhao Yifei, don't be so arrogant. Today Lingxiao's sect will be your grave and the time-space stone will fall into the hands of the Dark Abyss sect. With that he waved his hand and the Dark Abyss sect disciples surged toward Lingxiao's sect like a tidal wave. Zhao Yifei flickered and instantly unleashed the Shadow Clone Technique 1000 Shadows, sending 1,000 clones charging at the enemy. Each clone wielded a chakra longsword that shimmered blue darting through the enemy ranks like a host of azure phantom. The Dark Abyss sect disciples fell into disarray, they summoned their spiritual power to resist but against the fierce assault of Zhao Yifei's clones they struggled to hold their ground. Ling Yu was not to be outdone. She spread her wings, her feathers gleaming with golden radiance, and unleashed Purification Light Ling Yu Storm Ultimate Edition. Her wings flapped furiously, releasing an even more powerful storm of purification light that repelled the approaching enemies. Wherever the purification light touched, the evil aura on the Dark Abyss sect disciples was swiftly dispelled. They let out agonized screams and some weaker ones were even reduced to ashes by the light. Seeing this, the black-robed figure's eyes flashed with anger. He muttered incantations under his breath while his hands formed seals rapidly and a powerful dark spiritual energy burst forth from within him. Instantly countless black vines emerged from the ground, snaking toward Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu. These vines were covered in sharp thorns and exuded a nauseating stench of decay. A cold glint sparkled in Zhao Yifei's eyes as he executed Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation Enhanced Version. A massive torrent of flame spewed from his mouth, sweeping toward the black vines. The moment the fire met the vines, a sizzling sound arose and black smoke billowed into the air. Yet the vines seemed to possess tenacious vitality, though the flames incinerated a portion more vines surged forward toward Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu. Ling Yu flapped her wings, releasing a beam of purification light that severed the approaching vines. At the same time she flew toward the black-robed figure, intending to strike at his true body. Sensing her intent, the black-robed figure sneered. His hands formed seals once more and a massive black shield materialized before him. Ling Yu's purification light struck the shield, producing only a dull thud, yet the shield remained utterly unmoved. Seeing this, Zhao Yifei immediately cast Lightning Release Kirin Descends. A colossal purple bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, hurtling toward the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure's expression shifted slightly as he hurriedly commanded the dark shield to block. The lightning struck the shield, erupting in a blinding flash and a thunderous roar. Cracks spiderwebbed across the shield, but it ultimately withstood the strike. Not bad, but you won't be so lucky from now on. The black-robed figure snorted coldly. He raised his hands high and began chanting an ancient incantation. As his incantation rang out, the skies suddenly darkened with thick clouds and a formidable dark power converged from the cloud layers. A shock ran through Zhao Yifei's heart. He sensed the immense strength of that dark power, likely surpassing the realm of Divine Lord's 7th layer. He immediately activated the time-space-tailed beast mode. A surge of immense power erupted and a layer of golden chakra enveloped his body. Behind him 9 colossal chakra tails materialized, writhing like 9 golden dragons. Ling Yu, be careful. This power is extremely dangerous. Zhao Yifei shouted. Ling Yu nodded and executed Ling Yu Guard Sacred Barrier Advanced Version. Golden light formed a solid bulwark enveloping both her and Zhao Yifei. Meanwhile she continuously released purification light, attempting to weaken the accumulation of dark power in the sky. The black-robed figure eyed Zhao Yifei's time-space-tailed beast mode with a flicker of wariness, but it quickly gave way to greed. Zhao Yifei, no matter how powerful you are today, you won't escape my grasp. With that he hurled the mass of dark energy he had gathered toward Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu. A colossal black beam shot toward them, tearing the very air as it passed, leaving a deep trench in its wake. Zhao Yifei unleashed Time-Space Rasengan Sky Rend. A Rasengan imbued with the power of time and space shot toward the black beam. The two powerful energies collided in midair, producing an earth-shattering roar. The ensuing shockwave shook the surrounding peaks, making them tremble. Amid the fierce battle, Zhao Yifei suddenly sensed a new change within his Naruto system. His heart stirred and he attempted to channel the system's power. Instantly a brand new power surged into him, purer and mightier than his previous chakra and imbued with a mysterious aura. Without a moment's hesitation he integrated this power into his attacks. He executed Susanoo Complete Body. A colossal purple chakra giant materialized on the battlefield. This Susanoo was even taller and more imposing than the half-complete version. Its armor gleamed with purple light and in its hand it wielded a massive chakra longsword that radiated a chilling aura. Seeing Zhao Yifei unleash such a formidable Susanoo, the black-robed figure felt a tremor in his heart. He realized that today's battle would not be as smooth as he had imagined. Yet he had no way to retreat, he could only steel himself and continue fighting. Zhao Yifei controlled the Susanoo, swinging the chakra longsword toward the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure hurriedly summoned dark spiritual energy to block, but the Susanoo's attack was too overwhelming. His dark spiritual energy collapsed instantly before the chakra longsword. He could only raise his arm to parry. The chakra longsword struck his arm with a crisp sound, severing it in an instant as blood splattered. The black-robed figure let out a scream of agony. He quickly retreated while using dark spiritual energy to heal his wound. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei executed Ling Xiao's spacetime Naruto art sublimed version. An even mightier beam of energy soared skyward, carrying a world-annihilating momentum as it shot toward the black-robed figure. Terror filled the black-robed figure's eyes as he stared at the energy beam, knowing he could no longer block it. In that critical moment he suddenly pulled a black orb from his robe and hurled it at Zhao Yifei. The black orb exploded instantly in midair, releasing a torrent of dark power that engulfed both Zhao Yifei's energy beam and his Susanoo. Zhao Yifei felt a powerful devouring force emanating from the dark power. His Susanoo and energy beam were steadily being drained. Alarmed, he immediately intensified his chakra output, attempting to resist the devouring force. Seeing Zhao Yifei in peril, Lingyu quickly unleashed Purification Light Lingyu Vortex Ultimate Edition. A colossal vortex of purification light spiraled toward the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure tried to dodge, but the edge of the vortex grazed him. His body was instantly eroded by the purification light and he cried out in pain. With Ling Ye's aid, Zhao Yifei finally broke free from the dark power released by the black orb. He controlled the Susanoo and charged at the black-robed figure once more. By now the black-robed figure was severely wounded and greatly weakened. Facing Zhao Yifei's assault, he had no power left to resist. Zhao Yifei, don't get cocky. The Dark Abyss sect cannot be destroyed, we shall return, he cried in despair. Humph, you vile fiends, today is your doom. Zhao Yifei snorted coldly. He commanded the Susanoo to thrust the chakra longsword straight at the black-robed figure. The black-robed figure's eyes widened as he watched the blade approach his face, a mask of terror and resentment. As the chakra longsword pierced his body, he was instantly obliterated by chakra energy, reduced to a pile of ashes. Seeing their leader dead, the remaining Dark Abyss sect disciples scattered in terror. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu chose not to pursue them, knowing that these were merely minor pawns. The true threat still loomed. After the fierce battle, Ling Xiao sect had suffered considerable damage. Many disciples were injured and some of the sect's buildings were destroyed. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu immediately organized the disciples to tend to the wounded and make repairs. At the same time they pondered their next move. Though we repelled this attack from the Dark Abyss sect, they will certainly not let matters rest. We must find a countermeasure as soon as possible, Zhao Yifei said with a frown. Lingyu nodded. Indeed. Moreover, we must quickly discover a way to break the Dark Abyss sect's seal and eradicate this menace once and for all. Zhao Yifei recalled the earlier change in his Naruto system and decided to study it in depth, hoping to find a solution there. Thus he returned to his cultivation chamber and began secluded training. In the cultivation chamber, Zhao Yifei calmed his mind and carefully sensed the power of the Naruto system within him. He discovered that the system seemed to resonate marvelously with both his cultivation chi and chakra, and as he delved deeper he found many powerful techniques and abilities hidden within the system waiting to be unlocked. Zhao Yifei began attempting to cultivate these new techniques and abilities. He found that they were vastly different from the cultivation arts and chakra ninjutsu he had learned before, yet somehow subtly connected. During his training he continuously infused his cultivation chi and chakra into these techniques, striving to create an even more formidable power. After a period of secluded cultivation, Zhao Yifei successfully mastered several new techniques and abilities. He felt his strength had undergone a qualitative leap, bringing him infinitely close to the Tribulation Transcendence 9th layer realm. Moreover, the Naruto system provided him with some clues about the Dark Abyss sect. It turned out that the sect's seal was connected to an ancient power known as the Chaos Force. The Chaos Force was an extremely powerful and mysterious energy embodying the dual attributes of creation and destruction. In ancient times the Dark Abyss sect had drawn upon the Chaos Force to gain immense power, thereby provoking the wrath of heaven and earth, and was eventually jointly sealed by righteous cultivators. Zhao Yifei realized that to completely break the Dark Abyss sect seal he must find the source of the Chaos Force and bring it under control. Otherwise, once the Dark Abyss sect obtained the Chaos Force again, the consequences would be catastrophic. Thus Zhao Yifei ended his secluded training and shared the clues and discoveries he had made with Lingyu and the alliance of the cultivation world. Everyone was deeply shocked. The Chaos Force. This is an exceedingly dangerous power. If it falls into the hands of the Dark Abyss sect, the entire cultivation world will face annihilation, exclaimed one sect leader in horror. Indeed, we must locate the source of the chaos force and contain it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once the Dark Abyss sect breaks the seal, we will be utterly defenseless, Zhao Yifei said gravely. After deliberation, they decided to split into several teams once again to find the source of the chaos force. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu led a group of elite Lingxiao sect disciples to a mysterious place rumored to be connected to the Chaos Force, the Chaos Canyon. The Chaos Canyon lay at the edge of the cultivation world, a place shrouded in mystery and peril. It was perpetually enveloped in chaos chi, home to many powerful and bizarre creatures. Moreover, the Chaos Canyon concealed numerous ancient ruins and treasures, but also countless traps and dangers. When Zhao Yifei, Ling Yu and their party reached the entrance of the Chaos Canyon, a potent wave of chaos chi swept over them. The chaos chi held immense power, causing their hearts to tremble. Everyone be careful. The chaos chi here is extremely dangerous. We must stay alert and be ready to respond to any situation, Zhao Yifei cautioned. They all nodded and summoned their spiritual energy shields, cautiously advancing into the canyon. No sooner had they entered than a swarm of chaos beasts attacked. These beasts were enormous, radiating chaos chi, and all possessed strength above the tribulation transcendence realm. Zhao Yifei unleashed Susanoo complete body. The purple chakra giant swung its chakra longsword, engaging in a fierce battle with the chaos beasts. Ling Yu activated Purification Light Ling Yu Storm Ultimate Edition to aid Zhao Yifei in fending off the beasts. The other Lingxiao sect disciples also unleashed their own ultimate techniques, fighting desperately against the chaos beasts. In the heat of battle, Zhao Yifei suddenly noticed that the power of these chaos beasts seemed linked to the chaos force. A thought struck him and he immediately executed a new technique, Chaos Absorption Technique. This was a technique he had comprehended from the Naruto system during his secluded training, capable of absorbing chaos chi for his own use. As Zhao Yifei performed the Chaos Absorption Technique, a massive vortex appeared around him, drawing in the surrounding chaos chi and the power from the chaos beasts. Sensing their power being drained, the chaos beasts grew more frenzied, charging recklessly at Zhao Yifei. Zhao Yifei controlled the Susanoo to withstand the beast's assault while continuously absorbing the chaos chi. As the chaos chi poured into him, he felt his strength steadily rising. His cultivation chi and chakra became purer and mightier. Under Zhao Yifei's leadership, the group successfully repelled the chaos beast attack. This battle deepened Zhao Yifei's understanding of the chaos force and reinforced his determination to find its source. They continued deeper into the Chaos Canyon, encountering many dangers and challenges along the way. But with Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu at the helm, the party overcame each one. Finally, they reached the depths of the Chaos Canyon, where a colossal chaos vortex appeared before them. This vortex was hundreds of meters in diameter, containing endless chaos chi and exuding a bone-chilling aura. Zhao Yifei knew this was likely the source of the chaos force. Everyone be careful. The chaos chi here is immensely powerful. We must proceed with caution, he warned again. Just as they were about to approach the chaos vortex, a group of mysterious black-robed figures burst out from the surrounding chaos chi. These black-robed figures were all extremely powerful, led by an expert at the Divine Sovereign Third Layer realm. Zhao Yifei, I didn't expect you to find this place. But the chaos force belongs to the Dark Abyss sect and none of you can take it, the leader said coldly. Zhao Yifei snorted back, you remnant scum of the Dark Abyss sect, today is your day of death. With that he unleashed Susanoo complete body. The purple chakra giant reappeared on the battlefield. A new battle was about to unfold in the Chaos Canyon. Deep within the Chaos Canyon, Zhao Yifei manipulated his complete Susanoo, a majestic purple chakra giant that stood imposingly confronting the assembled members of the Abyss sect. The leader, a black-robed figure at the third layer of the Divine Venerate realm, exuded a dense and sinister dark spiritual energy. His strength was not to be underestimated. The other black-robed figures behind him were mostly at the Divine Lord to Divine Emperor realms, each with grim gazes and a palpable aura of evil. Zhao Yifei, do you truly believe this so-called Susanoo can stop our Abyss sect? Utter delusion. The black-robed man sneered, his hands weaving seals rapidly, a powerful dark vortex coalescing in his palm. As his hand gestures shifted, the dark vortex expanded, pulsing with a dread-inducing power of annihilation. Zhao Yifei snorted coldly, showing no fear. You of the Abyss sect seek to control the power of chaos and threaten the cultivation world. Today I will not allow you to succeed. As he spoke, he commanded the Susanoo to raise its chakra sword and slash toward the black-robed man. The immense sword aura rent the air with a shrill howl. Seeing this, the black-robed man hurled the dark vortex toward the chakra sword. The vortex and sword aura collided, erupting in a blinding radiance and a colossal surge of energy, causing the surrounding chaotic chi to churn violently. Under the impact, Zhao Yifei's Susanoo trembled slightly. At the same time, the other Abyss sect members launched their attacks. A black-robed figure at the Divine Lord realm conjured a spear of dark spiritual energy which shot toward Zhao Yifei and the Lingxiao sect disciples like a black meteor. The Lingxiao sect disciples summoned spiritual energy shields to defend, but some of the weaker ones saw cracks form in their barriers under the spear's impact. Lingyu spread her wings, her feathers gleaming with golden light. She cast Purifying Light. Lingyu's guard enhanced, conjuring a sturdier golden barrier that rose before the group, repelling most of the dark spears. Then she unleashed Purifying Light. Lingyu's pierce upgraded, sending countless needles of Purifying Light hurtling toward the Abyss sect members. The Abyss sect members hurriedly deployed dark spiritual energy to defend. The Purifying Light and dark energy collided with a sizzling sound. Some of the weaker black-robed figures were struck by the Purifying Light, their dark spiritual energy dispelled, and they let out agonized screams. The black-robed leader, seeing his subordinates wounded, flashed anger in his eyes. He muttered incantations, the dark spiritual energy around him growing denser. Instantly a colossal black phantom emerged behind him. The phantom bore a hideous face and exuded a bone-chilling aura. Its cultivation fluctuation indicated strength at least equivalent to the 5th layer of the Divine Venerate realm. Zhao Yifei witnessed the true power of the Abyss sect. The black-robed man roared, directing the black phantom to lunge at the Susanoo. The black phantom moved with incredible speed, reaching the Susanoo in an instant. It extended its massive claws, swiping at the giant. Zhao Yifei commanded the Susanoo to swing its chakra sword in defense. The colossal force of the collision stirred the surrounding chaotic chi into a massive vortex. Sensing the phantom's might, Zhao Yifei immediately executed lightning release Kirin Descends Super Evolution. Dark clouds churned in the sky and an even thicker bolt of purple lightning descended, striking the black phantom. The black phantom roared as the lightning struck, but it merely shuddered slightly, sustaining no significant damage. Seeing this, the black-robed man flashed a smug smile. Zhao Yifei, this is a secret art our Abyss sect derived from the power of chaos, hardly something you can easily break. Zhao Yifei frowned, realizing he faced a formidable opponent and needed a new strategy. He suddenly recalled a fusion technique he had comprehended from the Naruto system during closed-door Cultivation Temporal Spatial Chakra and Cultivation Chi Fusion Advanced. He immediately circulated his Cultivation Chi and Chakra, attempting to perform this fusion. As Zhao Yifei's Chi flowed, his Susanoo began to shimmer with an extraordinary light. Streaks of golden Cultivation Chi intertwined within the purple chakra, amplifying the Susanoo's presence. Directing the fused Susanoo, Zhao Yifei unleashed Temporal Spatial Chakra Blade Rift-Splitting Slash. A colossal sword aura imbued with temporal spatial force and fusion energy swept toward the Black Phantom. The Black Phantom, sensing the overwhelming power of the sword aura, seemed to recognize the danger and hastily raised its claws to block. But the sword aura was too mighty. It severed the Phantom's claws and continued onward toward the black-robed man. His face turned ashen as he summoned all his dark spiritual energy into a massive black shield. The sword aura struck the shield with a thunderous roar, cracking it in numerous places before finally shattering it. The residual force struck the black-robed man, sending him flying backward, spitting blood. His cultivation suffered considerable damage from that blow, dropping to the 2nd layer of the Divine Venerate realm. Seeing their leader wounded, the other Abyss sect members fell into disarray. But they quickly steadied themselves and launched another assault on Zhao Yifei and his allies. Zhao Yifei, Lingyu and the Lingxiao sect disciples met the enemy's attacks without fear. Amid the fierce battle, Zhao Yifei suddenly sensed an even more powerful wave of energy emanating from the chaotic vortex. Startled, he realized the source of chaos might be undergoing a greater upheaval. He immediately said to Lingyu, "Lingyu, hold these Abyss sect members here with the disciples. I'll check what's inside the chaotic vortex." Lingyu nodded. "Be careful. I'll handle things here." As she spoke, she cast Purifying Light, Lingyu's Vortex Ultimate, creating an enormous vortex of purifying light that trapped the surrounding Abyss sect members, buying Zhao Yifei time. Zhao Yifei activated Temporal Spatial Tailed Beast Mode, evolved his 9 chakra tails growing thicker and the golden chakra radiance on his body becoming even more dazzling. He flew toward the chaotic vortex. As he neared it, a powerful suction pulled at him, trying to drag him inside. Zhao Yifei employed Temporal Spatial Power Stabilize, using his temporal spatial energy to anchor himself, then cautiously peered into the vortex. Deep within the vortex he saw a massive black crystal radiating dense chaotic energy. Surrounding the crystal, several Abyss sect disciples were performing some kind of nefarious ritual. So the Abyss sect is behind this. They intend to use that black crystal to absorb the chaotic energy and break the seal. Zhao Yifei thought to himself. He instantly executed Shadow Clone Jutsu, myriad shadows generating tens of thousands of shadow clones that charged at the Abyss sect disciples. The disciples, seeing the clones coming, summoned dark spiritual energy to defend. Zhao Yifei's shadow clones engaged them in fierce combat while he himself moved toward the black crystal. Just as he was about to reach the crystal, a beam of black light shot out, shattering his shadow clones one after another. Startled, Zhao Yifei saw a figure slowly rising from within the crystal. It was a monster exuding dark chaotic power, its cultivation reaching the first layer of the Divine Emperor realm. Insignificant ant, you dare to disrupt our Abyss sect's plan. The monster's voice was deep and terrifying, dripping with menace. Zhao Yifei snorted coldly, you evil monster, today I will destroy you. With that he unleashed Susanoo complete body super evolution. The Susanoo grew even larger, its armor shimmering with purple and gold, and its chakra sword became sharper, exuding a dread-inducing aura. The monster eyed Zhao Yifei's Susanoo with a flicker of contempt. You think this puny Susanoo can contend with me? It waved an arm, sending a jet of black chaotic energy toward the Susanoo. Zhao Yifei had the Susanoo swing its chakra sword to block, but the black chaotic energy was too powerful, shattering the sword outright. The Susanoo's arm also developed a crack under the impact. Zhao Yifei's heart tightened. He knew this monster's strength far exceeded his expectations. He immediately cast Temporal Spatial Rasengan Ultimate, condensing a massive Rasengan filled with temporal spatial power in the Susanoo's hand and hurling it at the monster. The monster opened its mouth and swallowed the Rasengan. However, the Rasengan detonated inside it, causing the creature to shudder slightly. It roared, its dark chaotic energy surging even denser. In an instant, countless black tentacles emerged from its body, reaching for the Susanoo. Zhao Yifei maneuvered the Susanoo to evade the tentacles while casting Wind Release Vacuum Great Dragon Super Enhanced. A colossal tornado formed, shredding some of the tentacles. But the tentacles kept flowing endlessly, soon entangling the Susanoo tightly. The monster grinned smugly. Zhao Yifei, you have no escape today. Just as Zhao Yifei was trapped, Ling Yu finished off the Abyss sect members outside and rushed to his aid. She unleashed Purifying Light. Ling Yu Storm Eternal, flapping her wings furiously to release an immensely powerful storm of purifying light that swept toward the monster and its tentacles. The purifying light storm clashed with the dark chaotic energy, producing a blinding radiance. Feeling the power of the purifying light, the monster let out a furious roar. Under the erosion of the purifying light, his hands began to dissipate gradually. Zhao Yifei seized the opportunity to break free from the tentacle's grip. He exchanged a glance with Ling Yu, and they simultaneously unleashed their most formidable attacks. Zhao Yifei executed the Lingxiao Temporal Flame Shadow Art Ultimate Ascended Version, a colossal pillar of light infused with temporal force chakra and immortal cultivation chi surging into the sky. Ling Yu cast Purification Light Ling Yes Judgment Finality, a massive golden longsword slashing toward the monster. Upon witnessing these two devastating assaults, a flicker of fear stirred within the monster. Yet it did not surrender. It marshaled all its dark chaos force, forming an enormous black shield. The energy pillar and the golden longsword struck the black shield, unleashing a thunderous roar. Under the impact of these two attacks, cracks began to spiderweb across the shield until it shattered completely. The monster's body, caught in the aftermath of the assault, suffered grievous wounds. However, it was not annihilated. With a furious roar, it swelled abruptly and then self-destructed. The shockwave from the colossal explosion hurled Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu across the battlefield. Struggling to regain their footing, they watched as the black crystal was destroyed in the blast. The chaotic vortex's chaos force began to subside gradually. They knew their mission to thwart the Dark Abyss sect's plan to unleash the chaos force had succeeded. Upon returning to the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu recounted their ordeal in the Chaos Canyon to the Immortal Cultivation Alliance. The assembly expressed admiration for their bravery and might. Though we have foiled the Dark Abyss sect scheme this time, we must not lower our guard. The sect will undoubtedly hatch other plots, said an Immortal Emperor Realm sect leader. Zhao Yifei nodded. Indeed, we must continue to strengthen ourselves while intensifying our investigation into the Dark Abyss sect. In the days that followed, Zhao Yifei pushed toward the 9th level of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. He ceaselessly fused Immortal Cultivation Chi Chakra and the newfound insights from Chaos Force in a bid to shatter the bottleneck. After a period of arduous cultivation, he finally broke through to the 9th level of Tribulation Transcendence. The power within him swelled and his command over temporal force and chakra grew ever more refined. Lingyu also devoted herself to cultivation, successfully ascending to the demigod realm. Her purifying power became purer and mightier. During her training her wings underwent transformation, shimmering with an even more dazzling golden radiance. Other members of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance likewise intensified their training, elevating the strength of their respective sects. Simultaneously they dispatched numerous disciples across the cultivation world to search for traces of the Dark Abyss sect. Yet the Dark Abyss sect seemed to have vanished without a trace. But Zhao Yifei knew this was only the calm before the storm. The Dark Abyss sect was surely brewing an even greater conspiracy. Indeed, months later anomalies began to emerge from some ancient ruins across the cultivation world. Rumors spread that mysterious teleportation arrays had appeared within certain ruins exuding a dark aura. Zhao Yifei and the Immortal Cultivation Alliance realized that the Dark Abyss sect might be exploiting these ancient ruins to execute some nefarious plan. They immediately set out to investigate the disturbed ancient ruins. At a site known as the Canggu Ruins, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu discovered a massive dark teleportation array. Around the array numerous disciples of the Dark Abyss sect stood guard, their cultivation levels ranging mostly from the golden core to the nascent soul stage. Zhao Yifei, Lingyu and the other members of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance immediately engaged the Dark Abyss sect disciples in battle. During the fight Zhao Yifei noticed that although these disciples were not exceptionally powerful, they seemed to be controlled by some dark force, fighting with reckless abandon. After a fierce clash they successfully eliminated the Dark Abyss sect disciples. However, just as they prepared to destroy the dark teleportation array, it flared to life and a figure stepped out from within. The figure, clad in a black robe and hood, exuded a mysterious aura that made it impossible to gauge his cultivation level. "You finally arrived, Zhao Yifei," the mysterious figure said coldly. Zhao Yifei eyed him warily. "Who are you? What scheme is the Dark Abyss sect plotting?" The mysterious figure let out a sinister laugh. "Who I am matters not. What matters is that the Dark Abyss sect's plan is on the verge of success. You think stopping the absorption of chaos force once means you can rest easy? How naive." As he spoke the mysterious figure formed hand seals and a torrent of dark energy began to surge from the dark teleportation array. The dark energy converged in the air, coalescing into a massive black sphere. This is the dark core the sect acquired from an ancient forbidden land. With it we can open the gateway to that world, and then the entire cultivation realm will be plunged into darkness. The mysterious figure declared maniacally. Alarm flickered in Zhao Yifei's heart. He understood the dire urgency of the situation. He immediately unleashed Susanoo complete body ultimate form. The purple chakra giant radiated an even more formidable presence, wielding a colossal longsword forged from chakra and temporal force. Lingyu also cast Purification Light, Ling-Yes Divine Radiance Genesis. Countless golden light feathers swirled around her, forming a magnificent golden wing under her command, exuding a sacred and overwhelming might. The other members of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance also unleashed their ultimate techniques, bracing for a life-or-death battle against the mysterious figure. A far more intense and perilous confrontation was about to unfold within the Canggu ruins. Amid the combat Zhao Yifei continuously observed the dark core and the dark teleportation array, seeking a way to dismantle them. He discovered a connection between the dark core and the array, destroying one would render the other inert. Seeing the attacks from Zhao Yifei and the others, the mysterious figure sneered and directed the black sphere hurtling toward them. Wherever the sphere passed, space distorted and the surrounding rocks instantly turned to dust. Zhao Yifei commanded Susanoo to swing the colossal longsword, cleaving at the black sphere. The collision of the formidable sword chi and the sphere unleashed a violent energy shockwave. Yet the black sphere's power was overwhelming. Susanoo's strike only caused it to pause briefly before it continued its relentless charge. Lingyu cast Purification Light, Ling-Yes Barrier Eternal Guardianship. A colossal golden barrier rose before the group, attempting to withstand the black sphere's assault. But the sphere's impact force was too immense. Cracks began to spiderweb across the golden barrier. Just as the pressure mounted unbearably, a sudden idea struck Zhao Yifei. He executed Temporal Force Rewind, striving to use temporal power to revert the dark core and the dark teleportation array to their unactivated state. However, channeling temporal force demanded immense energy, and Zhao Yifei felt his power draining rapidly as he performed the technique. Yet he did not relent. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, steadily pouring temporal force into the dark core and the dark teleportation array. The mysterious figure, alarmed by Zhao Yifei's actions, intensified his control over the black sphere in an attempt to stop him. The black sphere's power surged even more, shattering the golden barrier at last. It then hurtled straight toward Zhao Yifei. In that critical moment Ling Yu cast Purification Light. Ling Ye's sacrifice hope. She offered a portion of her purifying power as a sacrifice, forming a golden radiance that shielded Zhao Yifei. The black sphere collided with the golden radiance in a thunderous blast. Though the radiance was shattered, it successfully weakened the sphere's power. Zhao Yifei seized the opportunity to amplify his temporal force output. At last the dark core and the dark teleportation array began to revert. Seeing his plan on the verge of ruin, the mysterious figure roared in fury. A potent surge of dark energy erupted from his body, charging straight at Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu. Sensing the overwhelming dark power, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu instantly summoned their strongest defenses. Zhao Yifei executed Susanoo Absolute Defense, encasing himself and Ling Yu in a purple chakra armor. Ling Yu cast Purification Light. Ling Ye's Sacred Shield Ultimate Guardianship, conjuring a golden sacred shield before the chakra armor. The mysterious figure's dark power slammed into the defenses, causing violent tremors. Within the protective layers, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu felt their bodies straining nearly to the breaking point under the assault. But they held on stubbornly, waiting for the dark core and the dark teleportation array to complete their reversion. Finally, with a flash of light, both reverted to their unactivated state. The mysterious figure's dark power dissipated instantly, leaving his body frail and weakened. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu stepped out of their defenses, facing the mysterious figure. Despair filled his eyes as he looked at them. You've won, but the Dark Abyss sect can never be eradicated. One day we will rise again. Zhao Yifei gave a cold snort. As long as we stand, the Dark Abyss sect schemes will never prevail. With that, Ling Yu and the Immortal Cultivation Alliance subdued the mysterious figure. After this battle, Zhao Yifei, Ling Yu and all members of the Immortal Cultivation Alliance understood that the threat of the Dark Abyss sect still loomed. They must continuously elevate their power to meet even greater challenges in the future. In the days that followed, Zhao Yifei began attempting to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. He delved deeper into Temporal Force Chakra and Immortal Cultivation. After successfully preventing the Dark Abyss cult from using the Dark Core to open the gateway to a mysterious world, the Cultivation world enjoyed a period of relative tranquility. Within the Lingxiao sect, the disciples wore relaxed smiles, and the previously tense and oppressive atmosphere had completely dissipated. Zhao Yifei during this time also took a rare moment to unwind. Every morning he would ascend to the summit of Lingxiao Peak, breathing in the crisp air and sensing the flow of spiritual energy among the mountains. Watching the morning sun slowly rise, its golden rays bathing him in warmth, his heart was filled with serenity. Having trodden the brink of life and death countless times in battle, this peace now felt exceptionally precious. One day, after finishing his cultivation on the peak as usual, Zhao Yifei was about to descend when he heard a melodious flute sound not far away. The flute's notes were crisp and pleasing, carrying a nimble essence that seemed to dispel all the worries from one's heart. He followed the sound and discovered a young disciple of the Lingxiao sect playing the flute. This disciple, named Lin Yu, was a lively and cheerful youth at the 4th level of Foundation establishment. Seeing Zhao Yifei approach, Lin Yu nervously stopped playing and bowed respectfully. "Senior brother Zhao, I hope I haven't disturbed your cultivation." Zhao Yifei smiled and waved his hand. "Not at all. Your flute playing is quite beautiful. I didn't know you had such a talent." Lin Yu scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "I've loved music since childhood and I play the flute to relax between cultivation sessions. I never expected to receive praise from senior brother Zhao." The two chatted, starting from music and moving on to cultivation. Curious, Lin Yu asked, "Senior brother Zhao, you've experienced so many perilous battles and mastered such formidable and mysterious powers like the Susanoo and the power of spacetime. How did you manage that?" Zhao Yifei patiently explained, "In truth, whether it's the spiritual energy of cultivation chakra or the power of spacetime, the key lies in feeling them with your heart and seeking the connections between them. Just like when you play the flute, different combinations of notes create a beautiful melody. Similarly, merging different forces can produce powerful effects. Moreover, when faced with difficulties and challenges, one must not retreat. Face them bravely and grow through battle." Lin Yu listened with rapt attention, his eyes filled with admiration and longing. He said earnestly, "Senior brother Zhao, I will train hard. In the future I want to protect the Lingxiao sect and the cultivation world just like you." Zhao Yifei nodded with satisfaction, encouraged Lin Yu for a few moments and then headed down the mountain. Returning to his residence, he saw Lin Yu playing in the courtyard with several spirit birds. These spirit birds were the spiritual pets of the Lingxiao sect, with colorful feathers and adorable appearances. Seeing Zhao Yifei return, Lin Yu smiled and said, "You're back. Look how fun these little ones are, they seem to understand me." Zhao Yifei walked over gently stroking the feathers of a spirit bird. The bird showed no fear, instead nuzzling his hand affectionately. They really are adorable. They bring so much vitality to the sect. The two sat on stone stools in the yard enjoying the afternoon sunlight. Lingyu recounted some amusing stories from her childhood, like the first time she saw a spirit bird and the silly mistakes she made during cultivation. Listening, Zhao Yifei couldn't help recalling his own growth journey, the arduous training sessions and the days spent fighting alongside his comrades. Just then an elder of the Lingxiao sect approached. This elder named Xuanfen was one of the sect's founding members, a powerhouse at the 9th level of the Immortal Emperor realm. Seeing Zhao Yifei and Lingyu, he greeted them with a smile. You two are quite at ease. It's rare to see you so relaxed. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu quickly rose and bowed. Zhao Yifei said, we've had a rare moment of peace, so we're taking it easy. Elder Xuanfeng, have you come for something? Elder Xianfeng nodded. Indeed, it concerns the sect's library. Recently, while organizing the library, we discovered some ancient texts containing secrets about the founding of the Lingxiao sect and long-lost techniques. I thought you might be interested. Zhao Yifei's interest was piqued. He had always been fascinated by the sect's history and ancient arts, hoping to find clues to enhance his strength and combat the Dark Abyss cult. Thank you for informing me, Elder. I'll go take a look right away. Lingyu also asked curiously, Elder, may I come along? Elder Xianfeng smiled, of course. Learning more about the sect's history and knowledge will benefit your cultivation. The three of them headed to the library. The library was located behind the Lingxiao sect, a simple yet dignified building housing countless texts and techniques. As they entered, an ancient and profound aura washed over them. Elder Xianfeng led Zhao Yifei and Lingyu to a secluded corner where several old bookshelves stood. He took down a few texts and handed them over. These are the ones. Take a careful look. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu accepted the texts, found a quiet spot and began reading earnestly. Zhao Yifei opened a volume titled Origins of Lingxiao, which detailed the founding of the sect. It turned out that the founder was a peerless powerhouse named Lingxiazi, who had merged various mysterious forces to create a unique cultivation system. The text also mentioned that Lingxiazi once possessed a mystical treasure, the Lingxiao Pearl. This pearl was said to contain immense spiritual power capable of helping cultivators break through bottlenecks and defend against powerful attacks in critical moments. However, the Lingxiao Pearl vanished during a major upheaval in the sect, and its whereabouts have since remained unknown. Zhao Yifei's heart stirred. Perhaps this pearl could be the key to opposing the Dark Abyss cult. He continued flipping through the pages, hoping to find clues about the pearl's location, but no further records emerged. Meanwhile, Lingyu had made a discovery of her own. She found an ancient text describing a technique called Lingyu Illusory Sound Art, which seemed capable of merging with her own purification power and sonic attacks. Excitedly, she said to Zhao Yifei, look at this technique. If I practice it, I might reach a whole new level. Zhao Yifei examined it and nodded. It's indeed a fine technique. You should try cultivating it, it might yield unexpected results. After spending most of the day in the library, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu had gained a great deal. When they stepped out, the sky was already darkening. They bid farewell to Elder Xianfeng and walked back to their residence together. At night, the Lingxiao sect was bathed in the silvery moonlight, exuding an extraordinary peace. Zhao Yifei stood by the window gazing at the night sky, his mind swirling with thoughts. Though they were in a temporary calm, he knew the threat of the Dark Abyss cult was ever present. Yet the discoveries in the library today gave him new hope. Whether it was the Lingxiao Pearl or the ancient techniques, they could become vital assets in the future fight against the Dark Abyss cult. Just then Lingyu approached and saw him deep in thought. She smiled and said, don't overthink it. Get some good rest first. Who knows, tomorrow might bring new discoveries. Zhao Yifei turned to look at her and smiled back, you're right. Let's rest and recharge so we can face the challenges ahead with full strength. Over the next few days, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu alternated between guiding the sect's disciples in cultivation and continuing their study of the texts from the library. Zhao Yifei shared his understanding of the Lingxiao sect's history and techniques with the disciples, sparking their interest in the sect's culture and their passion for cultivation. During one training session, seeing the disciples study with such dedication filled Zhao Yifei with immense satisfaction. He recalled his own early days in the sect, brimming with longing for the path of immortality and the thrill of exploration. He hoped these disciples would thrive in a peaceful environment and grow into pillars of the Lingxiao sect. After class, a disciple named Li Xian approached Zhao Yifei hesitantly. Senior brother Zhao, I've hit a bottleneck in my cultivation. I can't seem to break through using my current methods. Could you give me some advice? Li Xian was at the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, striving to reach the nascent soul stage. Zhao Yifei patiently inquired about Li Xian's cultivation progress and then said, encountering bottlenecks is normal, it means you're at a critical phase of advancement. You might try adjusting your cultivation rhythm and avoid being too impatient. For instance, between training sessions, spend more time sensing the spiritual energy in nature or experiment with combining different circulation paths of spiritual power. Li Xian nodded thoughtfully after hearing Zhao Yifei's advice. Thank you, senior brother. I'll try what you suggested. Days passed and life at the Lingxiao sect remained calm and fulfilling. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu used this peaceful time to deepen their understanding and mastery of power. One day a mysterious visitor arrived at the Lingxiao sect. He was an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a simple Taoist robe yet exuding an unfathomable aura. He introduced himself as a wandering cultivator who, having heard of Zhao Yifei's outstanding achievements, had come to pay a visit. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu warmly received him. During their conversation, Zhao Yifei discovered that the old man had profound knowledge of the cultivation world's history and various powers. He couldn't resist asking about the Lingxiao Pearl and the Dark Abyss cult. After pondering for a moment, the elder replied, the Lingxiao Pearl is indeed a wondrous treasure. It is said to be closely linked to the heritage of the Lingxiao sect. As for the Dark Abyss cult, its origins can be traced back to ancient times. It is an evil organization that seeks to control the entire world. Their power is extremely bizarre, you must be cautious. Zhao Yifei pressed on, Senior, do you happen to know where the Lingxiao Pearl might be? The elder shook his head, the pearl has been missing for ages. I don't know its exact whereabouts. But I've heard stories in some ancient ruins that clues might be found near the old site of the Lingxiao sect. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu exchanged glances, a flicker of hope kindling in their hearts. The old site of the Lingxiao sect, a place full of unknowns, might indeed hold traces of the Lingxiao Pearl. Though they didn't know what awaited them ahead, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu were ready to embrace new challenges at any moment. But until then they cherished the rare tranquility of the Lingxiao sect, savoring every moment spent with their fellow disciples, constantly enriching themselves and gathering strength for the adventures to come. Since learning from the mysterious elder that the Lingxiao Pearl might be related to the former site of the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu, while enjoying the peaceful days at the sect, also harbored a sense of anticipation and a desire for exploration. However, they did not rush to the old site immediately. Instead, they decided to make thorough preparations within the sect. In the following days, Zhao Yifei maintained his habit of practicing at the peak of Lingxiao Peak every morning. That day he encountered several disciples sparring at the peak. Among them 2 disciples, Zhang Yang and Wang, who both at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage, were honing their swordsmanship. Zhang Yang moved with agile grace, his long sword sweeping with fierce momentum, every strike carrying a sharp sword intent. Wang, who on the other hand stood steady, adopting a defensive stance that skillfully neutralized Zhang Yang's attacks. Zhao Yifei watched with keen interest from the side, nodding occasionally. When the 2 finished their sparring session, Zhao Yifei stepped forward and said, your swordsmanship has improved significantly. However, Zhang Yang, you are too impatient during attacks. Though your offense is fierce, it leaves openings. Wang, who your defense is solid, but at times you are overly conservative and miss opportunities to counterattack. The 2 listened respectfully to Zhao Yifei's critique. Zhang Yang scratched his head sheepishly. Senior brother Zhao, I just get anxious whenever I think about improving my strength quickly. Wang, who added, Senior brother Zhao, I was afraid that a hasty counterattack would give the opponent an opening, so I thought it best to ensure my own safety first. Zhao Yifei smiled and said, it is good to have the aspiration to grow stronger, but the path of cultivation cannot be rushed. Moreover, offense and defense are inherently one. At the right moment, attacking is also the best defense. You must learn to grasp that balance. With that, he casually picked up a wooden sword nearby and demonstrated a set of techniques that combined offense and defense. Zhang Yang and Wang, who watched intently, their eyes filled with admiration. After the demonstration, Zhao Yifei handed them the wooden sword and said, try again. Follow what I just showed and grasp the essential points. The 2 took the wooden sword and resumed sparring. This time there was a noticeable improvement. Zhao Yifei watched them practice earnestly, feeling a deep sense of gratification. He stayed a while longer to offer guidance, then left the peak and returned to the sect. Back at the sect, he saw Ling Yu teaching a group of disciples the Ling Yes phantom sound art. This was a technique discovered in the archives of the library, which Ling Yu had studied and experimented with over recent days, gaining some insights. The disciples sat around Ling Yu, their eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Ling Yu first explained the principles and cultivation method of the Ling Yes phantom sound art in detail, then gently waved her hands emitting an ethereal sound wave. The sound wave rippled through the air, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to fluctuate as well, forming tiny whirlpools of spiritual force. The disciples exclaimed in awe. Ling Yu smiled and said, "Don't rush everyone. This technique requires you to deeply feel the integration of sound waves and spiritual energy. It may be difficult at first, but if you persist in practice you will surely master it." Then the disciples began to practice. Some closed their eyes tightly, striving to sense the surrounding spiritual energy and trying to combine their own spiritual power with the sound waves they produced. Others repeatedly adjusted the frequency and intensity of the sound waves. Zhao Yifei stood quietly aside watching the disciples' dedication and felt happy for Ling Yu. At that moment a disciple accidentally lost control of his spiritual power during practice, causing the sound waves to become chaotic and nearly injuring himself. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu hurried over to stabilize the disciple's spiritual power. Ling Yu comforted him, "Don't be nervous. It's normal to have such problems at the beginning. You'll improve with more practice." The disciple nodded gratefully and said, "Thank you, senior sister Ling Yu and senior brother Zhao. I will keep working hard." In the following days, besides guiding the disciples in their cultivation, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu also studied the ancient texts found in the library, delving deeper into the history of the Lingxiao sect and the mysteries of the old techniques. One afternoon the two sat in the courtyard sipping tea and discussing the contents of the ancient manuscripts. Zhao Yifei said, "From these records it appears that in its early days the Lingxiao sect had frequent exchanges with the outside world, integrating various different power systems to form its unique method of cultivation." Ling Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, and the Lingxiao pearl seemed to have played a crucial role in gathering and elevating that power. Perhaps after we find the Lingxiao pearl we can not only enhance our own strength but also restore the former glory of the Lingxiao sect. As they were speaking they suddenly heard cheerful laughter coming from within the sect. Curious, they stepped out of the courtyard and saw a group of disciples holding a lively spirit beast competition. The competition consisted of 2 rounds. The first round was a talent showcase of the spirit beasts. Some spirit birds performed aerial stunts, their wings tracing graceful arcs through the air. Some spirit foxes could transform into various adorable shapes, drawing waves of laughter, and a spirit rabbit even followed commands, performing amusing actions. The second round was a test of the spirit beast's spiritual energy sensing. The disciples hid items imbued with different kinds of spiritual energy in various corners of the sect and let the spirit beasts find them. Relying on their keen spiritual perception, the spirit beasts darted around the sect and soon located many of the items. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu watched the contest with great interest, applauding the impressive performances of the disciples and their spirit beasts. After the competition ended, Zhao Yifei stepped forward and said with a smile, "This kind of event is really interesting. Not only does it enhance the bond between you and your spirit beasts, but it also trains their abilities. You can hold more of these in the future." Hearing Zhao Yifei's praise, the disciples beamed with joy. Then one disciple said, "Senior brother Zhao, senior sister Ling Yu, we have also gathered some information about the former site of the Lingxiao sect and would like to share it with you." Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu became intrigued and followed the disciples into a room. On the table lay some maps and fragments of ancient texts. The disciples explained, "We found these among some old records in the sect. Although the information is not complete, it indicates that the Lingxiao sect's original site is near a place called the Mist Forest." Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu carefully examined the maps and fragments, finding that they indeed marked the location of the Mist Forest and gave a brief description of the old site. It was said that the area around the old site was perpetually shrouded in mist, hiding unknown dangers and mysterious powers. Ling Yu said, "It seems our journey to the former Lingxiao sect site will not be smooth. The Mist Forest alone sounds full of challenges." Zhao Yifei nodded, "But that only makes us more eager. Before we set out we need to prepare even more thoroughly, not only improving our own strength but also gathering items to counter the mist and various dangers." In the days that followed, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu threw themselves into intense preparations. Zhao Yifei focused on merging the various powers within his body, striving to attain a higher level of power application on top of his Tribulation Transcendence 9th level. He spent a great deal of time each day in meditation and cultivation, sensing the flow and integration of the power of time and space chakra and cultivation spiritual energy within him. Ling Yu devoted herself entirely to cultivating the Ling Yes phantom sound art, continuously improving the fusion of sound waves and purifying power. She often practiced in secluded valleys, letting the sound waves echo through the ravines and observing the reactions and changes of the spiritual energy. After a period of effort she could skillfully wield the Ling Yes phantom sound art. The sound waves she emitted could not only disturb an enemy's mind but also purify evil spiritual energy within a certain range. Meanwhile they selected some practical treasures from the Lingxiao sect's vault, spirit crystals that could dispel mist, shield talismans capable of withstanding powerful attacks, and a spiritual sense compass for detecting danger. During the preparations, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu also did not forget to monitor the disciples' cultivation progress. They regularly organized cultivation exchange sessions where disciples could share their insights and problems. In one such exchange the disciples raised a question about the fusion of spiritual energy attributes. Zhao Yifei patiently explained the key to merging spiritual energy attributes lies in finding the balance and resonance points between different attributes. For instance, fire attributes spiritual energy and lightning attributes spiritual energy both have an aggressive nature but their characteristics differ. Fire attribute energy is passionate and unrestrained while lightning attribute energy is swift and fierce. When attempting to fuse them you can start by sensing their individual traits, then construct a harmonious circulation pathway within your body allowing them to complement each other rather than conflict. After hearing Zhao Yifei's explanation the disciples fell into thoughtful silence. Some even tried it on the spot, and although they encountered difficulties they gained some initial insights. As the preparations drew to a close, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu were about to embark on their journey to the former Lingxiao sect site. On the night before their departure the Lingxiao sect held a small farewell ceremony for them. The disciples came to offer their blessings and some had even crafted small gifts for them. Zhang Yang and Wang Hu presented Zhao Yifei with 2 carefully polished swords and said, "Senior brother Zhao, these blades are a token of our regard. We hope they will serve you well in your adventures." Ling Yu also received a bracelet woven from spirit feathers by the disciples adorned with tiny spirit crystals. The disciples said, "Senior sister Ling Yu, this bracelet will grant you an extra layer of protective power." Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu were deeply moved. They thanked the disciples for their blessings and gifts, promising to return safely with good news about the Lingxiao Pearl. The next morning Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu packed their bags, bid farewell to everyone at the Lingxiao sect and set off toward the mist forest. Along the way they admired the scenery and sensed the shifts in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. They passed a gorgeous field of flowers in full bloom releasing a captivating fragrance. Ling Yu could not help but stop and say, "These flowers are truly beautiful and the spiritual energy here feels especially dense." Zhao Yifei smiled and replied, "Indeed, the beauty of heaven and earth and the spiritual energy are the very sources of our cultivation." With that he closed his eyes, absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy and conducted a brief cultivation session. Ling Yu imitated Zhao Yifei, feeling the fusion of the floral fragrance and spiritual energy, allowing her mind and body to relax and be nourished. Continuing onward they came across a clear stream. The water babbled as it flowed and some cute little animals lingered by the bank. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu rested there, washing their faces in the stream and savoring the cool sensation. Ling Yu gazed at her reflection in the water and said, "I wish such peaceful beautiful moments could last longer. But our mission lies ahead." Zhao Yifei nodded. "Once we have dealt with the threat of the Dark Abyss sect there will certainly be more such times." After resting they resumed their journey. As they drew closer to the mist forest the atmosphere gradually became more mysterious and oppressive. A faint trace of mist hung in the air, obscuring the distant view. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu exchanged glances, each seeing determination in the other's eyes. They knew that unknown challenges awaited them ahead, but they were fully prepared to face whatever was to come. The tranquility and beauty of this journey would become precious memories in their hearts, granting them strength and courage to confront future hardships. As they stepped into the misty forest a thick fog instantly enveloped Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu. This fog seemed almost tangible, obscuring their vision and bringing a chill that seeped into their garments. Zhao Yifei activated his Sharingan, attempting to pierce through the mist to see his surroundings, but could only vaguely discern some blurred outlines. Ling Yu released a strand of purifying light to scout ahead, where the purifying light caused the mist to dissipate slightly. "This fog is even more bizarre than I imagined, we must proceed with caution." Zhao Yifei whispered, simultaneously channeling chakra and his cultivation energy ready to respond to any potential danger. The two moved cautiously forward, the surrounding silence being somewhat eerie, broken only by the rustling of leaves beneath their feet. Suddenly a low rumbling roar echoed from the mist filled with a menacing aura. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu immediately halted, standing ready. A gigantic mist beast slowly emerged from the fog. This mist beast was covered in gray scales, its eyes glimmering with a ghostly green light, continuously spewing a corrosive mist, its cultivation level approximately at the 5th stage of tribulation transcendence. It seems this is one of the guardians of the misty forest, Zhao Yifei remarked, summoning the Susanoo half-complete form, a giant of blue chakra wielding a chakra sword standing against the mist beast. Lingyu unleashed purifying light. Lingyu pierces, transforming the purifying light into sharp light spears that shot toward the mist beast. The mist beast roared, swinging its massive claws toward Susanoo, while the corrosive mist it exhaled surged toward Lingyu. Zhao Yifei controlled Susanoo to fend off the attack with its sword, the tremendous force causing Susanoo to stagger back a few steps. Meanwhile, Lingyu swiftly dodged while unleashing more purifying light, attempting to dispel the corrosive mist. In the midst of the battle, Zhao Yifei noticed that the mist beast seemed to gain extra power within the mist, its attacks becoming more ferocious. A thought struck him and he unleashed wind release vacuum, great spiraling whirlwind, a powerful gust forming a massive tornado that sucked in both the surrounding mist and the corrosive fog, thereby restricting the mist beast's movements. Lingyu seized the opportunity to use purifying light. Lingyu dashing into the attack range of the mist beast like a streak of golden lightning, leaving a series of wounds on its body. The mist beast in pain let out an enraged howl and turned to pounce at Lingyu. Zhao Yifei quickly directed Susanoo to attack from the side, thrusting the chakra sword deep into the mist beast's body. After a fierce battle, the mist beast finally collapsed to the ground, devoid of any signs of life. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu were both slightly panting. Although victorious, the battle deepened their understanding of the dangers within the misty forest. They continued onward, and as they delved deeper into the misty forest, the surroundings grew ever more peculiar. Some tree branches shimmered with strange lights as if containing mysterious powers. Zhao Yifei approached a tree and reached out to touch it. Instantly a sensation akin to electric shock coursed through his body and he quickly withdrew his hand. The things in this misty forest are far from ordinary, we shouldn't touch anything carelessly. Zhao Yifei warned Lingyu. Just then they heard a melodious singing echoing through the mist, imbued with a relaxing magic. Lingyu's gaze became somewhat dazed as she moved toward the source of the song. Zhao Yifei's heart raced. He swiftly grabbed her channeling chakra to dispel the effects of the song. There's something wrong with this song, it's an illusion technique, Zhao Yifei said, activating his Sharingan to locate the source of the melody. Through the mist he spotted a woman in a flowing white dress standing atop a large stone singing. So it's you who's up to no good. Zhao Yifei shouted, simultaneously unleashing lightning release, thousand birds sharp spear, a spear crackling with electricity shot toward the woman. The woman gracefully evaded, a strange smile crossing her face. You outsiders dare to intrude upon the misty forest. Let me show you the extent of my illusion technique. As she spoke, she quickly formed hand seals, causing the surrounding mist to thicken, and phantoms emerged from the fog surrounding Zhao Yifei and Lingyu. Lingyu invoked purifying light. Lingyu guardian, a golden glow forming a shield to protect herself and Zhao Yifei. Zhao Yifei focused intently, using his Sharingan to observe the flaws in the surrounding phantoms. He discovered that although these illusions appeared realistic, their movements were somewhat sluggish. Zhao Yifei performed shadow clone technique, thousand shadows with thousands of shadow clones charging toward the phantoms. The clones collided with the illusions, swiftly defeating them one by one. Seeing her illusion technique being unraveled, the woman displayed a hint of surprise. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu took the opportunity to close in on her, causing her to turn and attempt to flee. Zhao Yifei executed spacetime technique, instant body appearing in front of the woman in an instant, blocking her escape. Who exactly are you? Why are you obstructing us? Zhao Yifei questioned. The woman sighed helplessly. I am one of the guardians of the misty forest tasked with stopping intruders. We are disciples of the Lingxiao sect here to seek the remnants of the Lingxiao sect. I hope you can make an exception, Zhao Yifei said. The woman regarded him with a hint of confusion. Lingxiao sect. It's been a long time since I heard that name. However, even if you are disciples of the Lingxiao sect, you cannot pass easily unless you can pass my test. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu exchanged glances and nodded. All right, we accept the test. The woman led Zhao Yifei and Lingyu to the entrance of a valley where a special mist lingered, infused with powerful mental energy. This valley is called the Valley of Illusions. You must remain inside for an hour without being deceived by the phantoms within the mist to pass the test, she instructed. Upon entering the Valley of Illusions, they immediately felt a surge of powerful mental energy hit them, and various illusions appeared before their eyes. Zhao Yifei saw members of the Dark Abyss sect attacking the Lingxiao sect, while Lingyu faced her greatest fears, yet they both understood these were mere illusions. Zhao Yifei channeled his chakra and cultivation energy to stabilize his mind, while Lingyu continuously emitted purifying light, dispelling the evil mental forces in the mist. For the duration of the hour they maintained clear minds, undeterred by the illusions. Once the time was up, they exited the Valley of Illusions. The woman smiled upon seeing their successful completion of the test. You truly possess some skill. I can point you in the direction of the Lingxiao sect's remnants. However, she warned, the remnants are also fraught with danger, so proceed with caution. After indicating the direction, she vanished into the mist. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu followed the direction given by the woman, encountering several smaller mist beasts and peculiar plants along the way, all of which they easily dealt with. After several days of travel, they finally arrived at the site of the Lingxiao sect. The remnants were blocked by an ancient stone door engraved with mysterious runes exuding an aura of age and power. Zhao Yifei approached the stone door, carefully examining the runes to find a way to open it, while Lingyu searched around for any additional clues. Suddenly Lingyu discovered an ancient jade slip beneath a stone by the door. She picked it up and infused it with her energy, causing some text to appear. The jade slip recorded the method to open the stone door, requiring the Lingxiao sect's inherited power and specific energy fluctuations to activate the runes. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu exchanged glances, and Zhao Yifei channeled his cultivation energy, combining it with the power he had grasped from the Lingxiao sect's teachings, injecting his energy into the runes on the door as instructed by the jade slip. The stone door slowly creaked open, revealing a musty atmosphere inside. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu stepped through the door, finding themselves in a vast courtyard overrun with weeds. Some ancient buildings had fallen into disrepair, yet remnants of their former glory were still evident. They searched the courtyard for traces of the Lingxiao pearl, and in a dilapidated hall Zhao Yifei discovered a hidden chamber. The entrance to the chamber was blocked by a massive stone, which Zhao Yifei and Lingyu worked together to move aside, allowing them to enter. Inside the chamber lay ancient artifacts and texts, and at the deepest point was a glowing stone platform upon which rested a pearl emanating a soft glow, the Lingxiao pearl. Zhao Yifei stepped forward to take the Lingxiao pearl, and in an instant a surge of powerful energy flowed into him. He felt a deeper connection to the Lingxiao sect's legacy, and the power within him began to undergo subtle changes. However, just then a tremor reverberated from above the chamber, causing debris to start falling. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu realized they had triggered some mechanism and had to escape quickly. Clutching the Lingxiao pearl, they sprinted toward the chamber's exit. As soon as they emerged from the chamber, a horde of mist beasts charged at them. These mist beasts were stronger than those they had encountered previously, with the leading one at the 7th stage of tribulation transcendence. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu found themselves in battle once more, defending against the mist beasts' attacks while trying to break through toward the stone door. During the fight, Zhao Yifei discovered that the Lingxiao pearl seemed to enhance his power. He merged the pearl's energy with his chakra and cultivation energy, unleashing even more powerful attacks. Under the influence of the Lingxiao pearl, Lingyu's purifying power became purer and stronger. She unleashed Purifying Light, Lingyu Storm Ultimate Enhanced Version, sending the nearby mist beasts reeling. After a grueling battle, they finally broke through the encirclement of the mist beasts and escaped the Lingxiao sect's remnant. On their way back to the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu reflected on their experiences in the misty forest and the Lingxiao sect's remnants. Though filled with challenges, they had gained much. They looked forward to returning to the Lingxiao sect to further study the power of the Lingxiao pearl, preparing more thoroughly to face the threats from the Dark Abyss sect. At the same time, they were acutely aware that the road ahead remained fraught with the unknown and challenges, but as long as they worked together, they would surely protect the Lingxiao sect and the entire cultivation world. After returning from the ruins of Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu devoted themselves to studying the Lingxiao pearl within the sect as time passed quietly. One day, while organizing items brought back from the ruins, Zhao Yifei discovered a mysterious box wrapped in ancient runes. The box felt cold to the touch, and the runes emitted a faint glow as if whispering untold secrets. Zhao Yifei channeled his spiritual energy and carefully deciphered the runes. These runes were ancient and obscure, containing the wisdom of the Lingxiao sect's predecessors. After much effort, he finally broke the seal of the runes, and the box slowly opened, revealing a magical artifact radiating a soft blue light, the Hunyuan Beast Subduing Circle. The Hunyuan Beast Subduing Circle was antique in design, its body engraved with mysterious patterns that seemed to hold a subtle connection to some power between heaven and earth. Zhao Yifei picked up the Beast Subduing Circle, and a mysterious force surged into his body, instantly making him aware of the artifact's extraordinary nature. Based on his speculation and scattered clues from ancient texts, the Hunyuan Beast Subduing Circle might be able to subdue powerful exotic beasts, adding strength to Lingxiao sect. To test the power of the Hunyuan Beast Subduing Circle, Zhao Yifei decided to venture into the depths of the misty forest. That was a habitat for exotic beasts where powerful ones lurked. Only in the deepest part could one find a true companion to fight alongside them. Lingyu had wanted to go with him, but Zhao Yifei, considering the dangers of the journey, insisted that she stay at Lingxiao sect to guard the sect's safety. Zhao Yifei stepped into the misty forest once again where the fog was still thick, but with his previous experience and powerful perception he skillfully avoided some dangerous areas. As he ventured deeper a sense of oppression filled the air, the aura of a powerful exotic beast. Suddenly a deafening roar came from ahead making the ground tremble. Zhao Yifei quickened his pace and saw a gigantic thunder beast fighting against a group of mist beasts. The thunder beast was massive like a mountain, its body covered in scales crackling with lightning. Each swipe of its claws summoned a powerful thunderstorm repelling the surrounding mist beasts. Zhao Yifei's heart stirred. This thunder beast was immensely powerful. If he could subdue it, it would become a great asset to Lingxiao sect. He immediately performed the teleportation technique, appearing before the thunder beast while activating the Hunyuan beast subduing circle. The beast subduing circle emitted a dazzling blue light shooting toward the thunder beast. Sensing the threat, the thunder beast turned and unleashed a thick pillar of lightning at Zhao Yifei. Zhao Yifei unleashed complete Susanoo, and the blue chakra giant raised a massive chakra shield blocking the lightning pillar. Seizing the gap in the thunder beast's attack, Zhao Yifei hurled the Hunyuan beast subduing circle. The circle spun rapidly in the air, emitting a powerful suction force trying to enshroud the thunder beast. The thunder beast struggled, continuously releasing lightning attacks at the circle, but the circle's power seemed inexhaustible and the suction grew stronger. Zhao Yifei understood that subduing such a powerful exotic beast required more than just the artifact's power, he needed to earn its recognition. He dismissed Susanoo, circulated his cultivation spiritual energy and chakra and released a powerful yet gentle aura conveying his goodwill. Feeling Zhao Yifei's aura, the hostility in the thunder beast's eyes gradually faded. It stopped struggling and allowed the Hunyuan beast subduing circle to envelop it. Moments later the circle flashed and shrank, fitting around the thunder beast's neck. The beast's body trembled slightly as if adjusting to its connection with Zhao Yifei. Zhao Yifei stepped forward and gently stroked the beast's scales. The thunder beast no longer resisted and let out a low roar as if in response. From then on the mighty thunder beast became Zhao Yifei's companion and one of the guardians of Lingxiao sect. After establishing the bond, Zhao Yifei discovered that the beast's power resonated strangely with his own. He attempted to combine the thunder beast's lightning power with his own temporal space power and cultivation spiritual energy and found that it could create an entirely new attack method. Zhao Yifei had the thunder beast release a bolt of lightning into which he infused his temporal space power, greatly enhancing the bolt's speed and destructive force. Then he injected cultivation spiritual energy, granting the lightning a purifying effect. Not only could it inflict physical damage on enemies, but it could also purify their spiritual energy, weakening their combat ability. After several experiments, Zhao Yifei gained a preliminary grasp of this new attack method. He returned to Lingxiao sect with the thunder beast. Ling Yu and the sect disciples were overjoyed to see Zhao Yifei safe and that he had brought back such a powerful thunder beast. In the following days, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu trained the thunder beast together, helping it adapt to the Lingxiao sect's environment and allowing the beast and the disciples to get acquainted. Though massive in size, the thunder beast had a gentle disposition and gradually became a good friend to everyone through its interactions with the disciples. Meanwhile, Zhao Yifei continued studying the secrets of the Hunyuan beast subduing circle and the Lingxiao pearl. He discovered that the circle could not only subdue exotic beasts but also resonate with the Lingxiao pearl. When both were activated simultaneously, they enhanced his ability to perceive and control the surrounding spiritual energy. During one cultivation session, Zhao Yifei placed the Hunyuan beast subduing circle and the Lingxiao pearl before him and circulated his inner power. Suddenly the Lingxiao pearl emitted a brilliant light that intertwined with the blue glow of the Hunyuan beast subduing circle. Zhao Yifei felt as if his consciousness merged with heaven and earth, enabling him to clearly perceive the flow of every wisp of spiritual energy around him. He attempted to manipulate this spiritual energy and found his control vastly improved. He could easily condense the energy into various forms for attack or defense. Moreover, he discovered that in this state his comprehension of temporal space power deepened. Zhao Yifei shared this discovery with Ling Yu and they decided to research together to see if they could use the power of the Hunyuan beast subduing circle and the Lingxiao pearl to create more powerful cultivation methods and combat techniques. During their research, Ling Yu proposed an idea: since the Hunyuan beast subduing circle resonates with the Lingxiao pearl, can we use this resonance to better integrate the thunder beast's power with ours? Zhao Yifei's eyes lit up. That's a great idea, let's try it. So they began attempting to involve the thunder beast in the resonance of the Hunyuan beast subduing circle and the Lingxiao pearl. After many attempts, they finally found a way to perfectly fuse the thunder beast's lightning power with their own. When the thunder beast released lightning, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu could infuse their own power into it through the Hunyuan beast subduing circle and the Lingxiao pearl, elevating the lightning's power to new heights. Moreover, they could manipulate the fused power into various forms such as lightning shields, lightning blades and more. As their research on the Hunyuan beast subduing circle and the Lingxiao pearl deepened, Zhao Yifei and Ling Ye's strength also steadily increased. They were well aware that despite now having formidable power and companions, the threat of the Dark Abyss sect always loomed. They could not afford the slightest complacency. One tranquil night, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu stood on the observation platform of Lingxiao sect gazing at the starry sky. The thunder beast lay quietly nearby, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Zhao Yifei said with emotion, "From our initial weakness to now possessing such powerful strength and companions, the journey has been truly arduous." Ling Yu smiled, "Indeed, but our path is still long. The Dark Abyss sect won't give up easily, we must be prepared." Zhao Yifei nodded firmly, "No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, we will face them together. With the Thunder Beast and these miraculous treasures, I believe we can protect Lingxiao's sect and safeguard the cultivation world." Their gazes turned to the distance where unknown challenges awaited, but their eyes were filled with determination and confidence. They knew that in the days ahead they would continue to advance on the path of cultivation, exploring and growing unceasingly, giving their all to guard the beliefs in their hearts and to counter the threat of the Dark Abyss sect. While the disciples of Lingxiao's sect reveled in the joy of their newfound strength, an eerie aura shrouded the headquarters of the Dark Abyss sect. The sect master of Dark Abyss, cloaked in black robes, sat on his throne with a grim expression, while the assembled protectors and elders remained in fearful silence. "That boy Zhao Yifei has successively obtained the primordial beast taming ring and the Lingxiao pearl, and even tamed the thunder beast, greatly increasing his power. If we do not eliminate him, he will surely become a grave threat to our Dark Abyss sect." The sect master's voice was icy cold, dripping with murderous intent. A tall lean protector stepped forward and said respectfully, "Sect master, we could first send spies into Lingxiao's sect to probe their defenses and seek their weaknesses, then strike at the opportune moment." The sect master pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Do as you suggest." Additionally, spread rumors that after obtaining two ancient treasures, Lingxiao's sect intends to dominate the cultivation world, thus stirring conflict between them and other sects. Several days later, within Lingxiao's sect, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu continued their study of the deeper mysteries of the primordial beast taming ring and the Lingxiao pearl. Suddenly a disciple rushed in, reporting, "Sect leader, this is terrible. Rumors have spread outside that our Lingxiao sect seeks to rule the cultivation world, and many sects have expressed their displeasure." Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu exchanged a glance, understanding that this was undoubtedly a scheme by the Dark Abyss sect. Zhao Yifei frowned and said, "It seems the Dark Abyss sect can no longer contain themselves, resorting to such underhanded tactics." Ling Yu thought for a moment and replied, "We cannot sit idly by. On one hand, we must rapidly enhance our strength, on the other we should visit other sects to clarify the matter and dispel misunderstandings." Zhao Yifei nodded in agreement. He decided to send Ling Yu with a few disciples to communicate with the friendly neighboring sects, while he himself remained in Lingxiao's sect to continue studying the treasures and cultivating. After Ling Yu and the others departed, Zhao Yifei entered his cultivation chamber, placed the primordial beast taming ring and the Lingxiao pearl before him, and began circulating his spiritual energy. As his spiritual energy poured in, the two treasures blazed with brilliant light and their resonance grew fiercer. Immersed in this wondrous sensation, Zhao Yifei suddenly felt a more ancient and formidable power pulsating, as if emanating from a distant time and space. He followed this fluctuation, his consciousness seeming to enter a mysterious realm. In that realm, ancient runes flickered and hazy images emerged before him. He witnessed a cataclysmic battle from the ancient era. Countless cultivators fought shoulder to shoulder with mighty exotic beasts against a dark force, and the primordial beast taming ring and the Lingxiao pearl played a pivotal role in that confrontation. Just as Zhao Yifei sought to explore deeper, a torrent of malevolent power surged forth, attempting to expel his consciousness from the mysterious realm. Zhao Yifei resisted with all his might, channeling his spiritual energy chakra and the power he shared with the Thunder Beast to counter this dark force. After a fierce struggle, Zhao Yifei finally broke free from the evil power's grasp and retreated from the mysterious realm. He woke from his cultivation drenched in sweat, his heart filled with both confusion and exhilaration. The confusion stemmed from the origin of that malevolent force, the exhilaration came from the feeling that he had uncovered a deeper secret linked to the primordial beast taming ring and the Lingxiao pearl. Meanwhile, Ling Yu and her party arrived at the Pure Wind sect. The sect master of Pure Wind received them with a stern expression. "Fairy Ling Yu, your Lingxiao sect has now grown immensely in power, and rumors of your ambition to dominate the cultivation world cause us great concern," said the Pure Wind sect master. Ling Yu quickly explained, "Sect master, you misunderstand. This is all a plot by the Dark Abyss sect. Our Lingxiao sect has always been devoted to safeguarding the peace of the cultivation world. We have no intention of dominating anyone. After senior brother Zhao Yifei obtained the primordial beast-taming ring and the Lingxiao pearl, he has been studying how to use them to counter the Dark Abyss sect. The Pure Wind sect master furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment and said, I hope that is the case. However, the cultivation world has indeed become unsettled lately, with various forces seething beneath the surface. Ling Yu then engaged in a lengthy discussion with the Pure Wind sect master, finally dispelling some of his doubts. Afterwards, Ling Yu and her companions hurriedly set out for other sects. Back at Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei began to experiment with further activating the power of the primordial beast-taming ring and the Lingxiao pearl based on the clues he had gleaned from the mysterious realm. He discovered that to fully command that ancient energy he needed a special spiritual object as a medium, one said to grow deep within the ice abyss of the extreme cold lands. Zhao Yifei resolved to journey to the extreme cold in person to seek this spiritual object. After arranging sect affairs, he set off with the Thunder Beast. Along the way they encountered numerous perils. First, they were ambushed by a group of heretical cultivators controlled by the Dark Abyss sect who tried to block his path. Zhao Yifei unleashed the fused power of himself and the Thunder Beast, easily repelling them. Next they entered a mysterious swamp shrouded in toxic mist and teeming with dangerous creatures. With keen perception and formidable strength, Zhao Yifei moved cautiously. Suddenly a colossal venom swamp beast erupted from the marsh, launching an attack. The Thunder Beast spewed lightning while Zhao Yifei wielded the power of time and space to neutralize the beast's assault, ultimately slaying it. After many days of travel, Zhao Yifei and the Thunder Beast finally reached the extreme cold. There the land was frozen, the wind howled, and the temperature was so low that ordinary cultivators could not endure it. Zhao Yifei circulated his spiritual energy to form a protective barrier against the bitter cold. They searched the frozen expanse and at last discovered the rare spiritual object deep within an ice abyss. The object emitted a faint blue glow, its power affecting the surrounding ice, creating strange patterns. Just as Zhao Yifei reached out to take it, a tremendous roar erupted from the abyss. A gigantic ice beast burst forth from the ice, its body covered in thick layers of frost, its eyes gleaming with cold light. It was the guardian of this abyss. The ice beast opened its massive maw and spewed a stream of freezing breath toward Zhao Yifei and the Thunder Beast. The Thunder Beast immediately unleashed lightning to counter it, but the breath was so powerful that it instantly froze the lightning. Zhao Yifei realized the beast's immense strength. He activated his Susanoo complete body while simultaneously empowering the primordial beast-taming ring and the Lingxiao pearl, augmenting his own power. He engaged the ice beast in a fierce battle. The beast attacked relentlessly while Zhao Yifei dodged with agility, seeking its weak points. During the combat, Zhao Yifei noticed that the ice beast's power was closely tied to the abyss environment. Damaging parts of the abyss structure might weaken the beast. He commanded the Thunder Beast to attack the ice layers of the abyss while he used his power over time and space to disrupt the beast's movements. After a grueling struggle, they succeeded in breaking parts of the abyss structure and the ice beast's power waned. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei unleashed a full-force strike, merging his spiritual energy chakra and the power of the two treasures into one devastating blow aimed at the ice beast. The ice beast let out a piercing scream and collapsed into the abyss. Zhao Yifei successfully obtained the spiritual object and returned with the Thunder Beast to Lingxiao sect. By then Ling Yu had also completed her mission and returned. The two reunited and immediately began researching how to use the spiritual object to unlock the ultimate power of the primordial beast-taming ring and the Lingxiao pearl. During their study they discovered a special connection between the object and the two treasures. By channeling spiritual energy in a specific pattern, they could infuse the object's power into the treasures. After numerous attempts, they finally succeeded in awakening the ultimate power of the primordial beast-taming ring and the Lingxiao pearl. When the treasures released their full might, the entire Lingxiao sect was bathed in radiance and an overwhelming aura spread far and wide. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu felt an unprecedented surge in their own power. They believed that with this newfound strength they could finally engage the Dark Abyss sect in a true showdown. But little did they know, upon learning of Zhao Yifei's journey to the extreme cold, the Dark Abyss sect was secretly weaving a far greater scheme. A more severe trial was about to descend upon Lingxiao sect and the entire cultivation world. After Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu successfully unleashed the ultimate power of the Hunyuan Beast Control Circle and the Lingxiao Pearl, the Lingxiao sect was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension mingled with hope. The disciples intensified their training, hoping to contribute their strength in the impending battle, while Zhao Yifei continuously consolidated and mastered the powerful abilities he had just acquired. In the training grounds he repeatedly executed ninjutsu and celestial techniques that fused spiritual power chakra and the energy of magical artifacts. With swift hand seals he shouted, "Fire, release great flame, spiral shuriken." The massive spiral shuriken enveloped in raging flames howled toward a distant peak, instantly blasting a huge crater into the mountainside. The Thunder Beast coordinated beside him, releasing lightning power that complemented Zhao Yifei's ninjutsu, creating a stunning spectacle. However, the actions of the Dark Abyss sect came even faster than they had anticipated. On what seemed like a typical night, the protective formation of the Lingxiao sect suddenly shook violently. Alarms instantly echoed throughout the entire sect. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu immediately soared into the air, only to see the Dark Abyss sect's army surrounding the Lingxiao sect completely. The leader of the Dark Abyss sect hovered in the sky, flanked by numerous followers, each radiating an aura of malevolence. The leader coldly smirked. "Zhao Yifei, today is your day of death." With that, he waved his black staff, unleashing a beam of black light toward the protective formation of the Lingxiao sect. Zhao Yifei instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing at the energy core of the protective formation, infusing his chakra into it to strengthen the formation's defenses. Lingyu also unleashed powerful Celestial Sword technique, sending waves of sword energy flying toward the Dark Abyss sect's followers. The Thunder Beast roared to the heavens, releasing a mighty lightning storm that repelled the approaching followers of the Dark Abyss sect. However, the Dark Abyss sect's followers were numerous, and they seemed to have received some form of powerful enhancement, fearlessly charging forward despite the Thunder Beast's lightning. Zhao Yifei realized that mere defense would not resolve the issue. He decided to take the initiative. He activated Susanoo complete form, a blue chakra giant wielding a long blade, charging toward the leader of the Dark Abyss sect. Seeing this, the leader of the Dark Abyss sect did not back down. He invoked a strange dark spell, surrounding himself in black mist, forming a solid defensive barrier. Zhao Yifei's Susanoo blade struck the barrier, only causing a ripple. "Humph, Zhao Yifei, do you think your meager power can contend with me?" the leader mocked. Zhao Yifei snorted coldly, immediately forming seals. Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, countless shadow clones of Zhao Yifei appeared on the battlefield, each executing different ninjutsu, some unleashing wind techniques that sent enemies tumbling, while others used water techniques to form water dragons that charged at the foes. Lingyu assisted Zhao Yifei, harnessing celestial power to gather the surrounding natural spiritual energy into a powerful wave of attack, continuously striking at the Dark Abyss sect's followers. During the battle, Zhao Yifei noticed that some of the Dark Abyss sect's followers seemed to possess abilities similar to the Sharingan from Naruto. These individuals could see through his attacks and mount precise counterattacks. What is happening? How could the Dark Abyss sect possess such power? Zhao Yifei thought, filled with confusion. Just as Zhao Yifei was puzzled, a follower of the Dark Abyss sect suddenly appeared behind him, stabbing toward him with a sharp blade. Zhao Yifei reacted swiftly, instantly using body flicker technique to evade the attack. But the follower relentlessly pursued him, his eyes flashing with red light, strikingly similar to the Sharingan. Zhao Yifei decided to test the opponent. He executed a simple fire release ninjutsu. The follower immediately formed seals and shockingly performed the same fire release technique with power rivaling Zhao Yifei's. Could it be that they have obtained some power that allows them to replicate ninjutsu? Zhao Yifei thought warily. He decided to change his tactics, no longer using conventional ninjutsu but instead executing a unique attack that fused spiritual power and temporal force. He infused temporal force into his chakra, creating a power capable of distorting space. When the followers of the Dark Abyss sect attacked again, Zhao Yifei gently waved his chakra blade, distorting space and rebounding the followers' attack. Meanwhile, Lingyu also discovered some strange phenomena during the battle with the Dark Abyss sect. Some of their spells seemed to interfere with her perception of natural spiritual energy, greatly limiting her ability to cast celestial techniques. It seems that the Dark Abyss sect has made adequate preparations for this attack. Lingyu thought anxiously. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu fought while contemplating their countermeasures. They realized that while the Dark Abyss sect's followers wielded some unique powers, their coordination was not very harmonious, and they appeared to be constrained by some force during the battle, unable to fully unleash their strength. Zhao Yifei watched the battlefield, suddenly struck with inspiration. He utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing at the center of the Dark Abyss sect's formation. Then he activated multiple shadow clone technique, dispersing his clones to various corners. Each clone wielded the Hunyuan Beast control circle and the Lingxiao Pearl, releasing powerful waves of spiritual energy. These waves of spiritual energy intertwined, forming a massive vortex that sucked in the attacks of the Dark Abyss sect's followers. The Thunder Beast also coordinated with Zhao Yifei, releasing a powerful bolt of lightning toward the spiritual energy vortex. The lightning merged with the vortex, generating a tremendous explosive force. The followers of the Dark Abyss sect were scattered by this explosive force, their formation thrown into disarray. Taking advantage of the chaos, Zhao Yifei launched an attack executing Spiral Shuriken, a fusion of spiritual power chakra and magical artifact energy aimed at the leader of the Dark Abyss sect. Seeing this, the leader hurriedly cast dark magic for defense. However, the power of the Spiral Shuriken was too overwhelming, breaking through his defenses and striking his shoulder. The leader let out a scream, his body flying backward. Leader! The followers of the Dark Abyss sect gasped in shock. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu seized the opportunity, leading the disciples of the Lingxiao sect into a full counterattack. Under their fierce assault, the followers of the Dark Abyss sect gradually found themselves unable to withstand the pressure and began to retreat. Although the leader was severely injured, he refused to accept defeat. He glared fiercely at Zhao Yifei and the Lingxiao sect before fleeing the scene with the remaining followers. Although this battle ended in victory for the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu knew that the Dark Abyss sect would not let this matter rest. They had to quickly identify the source of the Dark Abyss sect's power and devise countermeasures, or the next battle would be even more arduous. After the battle, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu returned to the Lingxiao sect. They began to carefully study the strange powers exhibited by the Dark Abyss sect during the fight, especially those phenomena reminiscent of abilities from Naruto. Zhao Yifei recalled the details from the battle, noticing that the followers of the Dark Abyss sect emanated a special dark aura when they executed abilities similar to the Sharingan. He speculated that this dark aura might be related to the secret behind how the Dark Abyss sect acquired these powers. Ling Yu, through analyzing the spells of the Dark Abyss sect, discovered that their spells seemed to incorporate an ancient evil power that could interfere with the normal flow of natural spiritual energy, thereby affecting the capabilities of cultivators and ninjas. To find a solution, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu decided to once again enter the mysterious space of the Hunyuan Beast Control Circle and the Lingxiao Pearl, hoping to find answers there. They arrived at the cultivation chamber, placing the Hunyuan Beast Control Circle and the Lingxiao Pearl before them, channeling their internal spiritual energy. As the energy flowed into the two artifacts, they shone brightly, and Zhao Yifei and Ling Ye's consciousness once again entered the mysterious space. Within the mysterious space, they saw more scenes from the ancient battle. It turned out that in that great conflict, besides cultivators and extraordinary beasts, powerful forces from different time and space had also participated. The Dark Abyss sect's predecessor was a dark power sealed away during that great battle. They discovered that the Dark Abyss sect was able to gain powers similar to those from Naruto because they had found a way to break the barriers of time and space, drawing those powers from other timelines. It seems that in order to completely defeat the Dark Abyss sect, we must find a way to stop them from drawing power from other timelines. And we also need to find a way to purify the dark aura from them so they can no longer utilize this evil power. Ling Yu nodded in agreement. Continuing their exploration in the mysterious space, they finally found some clues on how to prevent the Dark Abyss sect from siphoning time and space powers and purifying the dark aura. They returned to the real world with these clues, beginning preparations to counter the next attack from the Dark Abyss sect. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu knew that the upcoming battles would be even more challenging, but they were undaunted. They believed that as long as they united as one, leveraging their powerful strength and unwavering faith, they would be able to completely defeat the Dark Abyss sect and protect the Lingxiao sect and the entire realm of cultivation. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu, after obtaining clues from the mysterious space, threw themselves into a tense preparation without delay. These clues were obscure and complex, involving ancient forbidden techniques, mysterious temporal laws, and rare spiritual objects. Each item was fraught with challenges, yet it ignited their hope of defeating the Dark Abyss sect. To prevent the Dark Abyss sect from drawing power from other time and space, the clues pointed to an ancient artifact known as the Temporal Lock. It is said that this artifact can disturb the temporal channels and block the invasion of external powers. However, the Temporal Lock has been missing since the ancient war, with only fragments of its existence mentioned in some ancient texts. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu searched day and night in the Lingxiao sect's library and finally found a clue about the Temporal Lock in a tattered yellowed ancient book. It was highly likely to be sealed in a mysterious place known as the Phantom Maze. The Phantom Maze is a special space surrounded by chaotic temporal currents filled with various illusions and dangers. Entering recklessly could easily lead to being lost in endless illusions, unable to escape forever. Yet Zhao Yifei did not hesitate. He decided to personally venture forth. Before leaving, Ling Yu looked at him with concern. The dangers ahead are great, you must be careful. I will continue researching methods to purify the dark energies within the sect while you are away. Zhao Yifei gently held Ling Jia's hand and nodded firmly. Rest assured, I will return safely. Once I find the Temporal Lock, we will be one step closer to completely defeating the Dark Abyss sect. With that, Zhao Yifei set off towards the Phantom Maze, accompanied by the Thunder Beast. Along the way they traversed desolate deserts, deep canyons, and mysterious forests. In the desert they encountered a massive sandstorm in which sand puppets lurked formed from condensed yellow sand immensely powerful and capable of controlling the forces of the storm. Zhao Yifei unleashed the wind escape spiral shuriken dispersing the sandstorm while the thunder beast released lightning to scatter the sand puppets. After days of arduous travel they finally arrived at the entrance of the Phantom Maze. At the entrance the temporal chaos surged like a raging tide constantly rolling and undulating. Zhao Yifei harnessed the spiritual energy and chakra within him forming a solid protective barrier to withstand the impact of the chaotic temporal flow. The thunder beast closely followed him, its fur bristling vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Upon entering the Phantom Maze the sights before them were surreal. At times beautiful fairyland-like scenery appeared only to transform into a ghostly and terrifying domain. Zhao Yifei understood that these were all illusions. He concentrated his mind and with keen perception and unwavering will trudged forward through the maze. Suddenly a group of phantom beasts charged from all directions. These beasts varied in form, some resembling gigantic pythons, others like soaring eagles. They clawed and roared deafeningly. Zhao Yifei immediately cast the shadow clone technique, dispatching numerous clones armed with chakra weapons to engage in fierce combat with the phantom beasts. The thunder beast also unleashed its lightning in an attempt to disperse the illusions. However, these phantom beasts were exceptionally troublesome. They seemed capable of absorbing the power of the surrounding illusions, growing ever stronger. Zhao Yifei realized that mere brute force would not suffice. He calmed his mind and activated the temporal force within him, trying to discern the weaknesses of the phantom beasts. In combat with the phantom beasts, Zhao Yifei discovered that their power fluctuations were closely linked to the surrounding illusions. Whenever an illusion changed, the power of the phantom beasts would also shift. An idea struck him. He unleashed illusion technique mirror flower water moon, creating a dramatically different illusory space. The phantom beasts were drawn to this new illusory space and charged in. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei launched an attack, merging his spiritual energy chakra and temporal power into a powerful wave of assault directed at the phantom beasts. Under the overwhelming attack, the phantom beasts dissipated one after another. After resolving the phantom beasts, Zhao Yifei pressed further into the phantom maze. As he ventured deeper, he sensed a powerful force fluctuation seemingly guiding him forward. Following this force, he finally discovered an ancient ruin deep within the maze. The entrance to the ruin was tightly shut, covered in mysterious runes. Zhao Yifei carefully studied these runes and found them similar to those he had seen in the primordial beast control circle and the Lingxiao pearl. He channeled his spiritual energy to decipher the meaning of these runes. After considerable effort, he finally unraveled the rune seal and the door slowly opened. Upon entering the ruins, an ancient and mysterious aura greeted him. In the center of the ruins on a stone platform rested an object emitting a faint glow, which was the temporal lock they had been desperately seeking. Just as Zhao Yifei was about to reach for the temporal lock, a powerful guardian force surged from within the ruins. This guardian force materialized into a massive phantom giant wielding a gigantic axe, charging at Zhao Yifei and the thunder beast. Zhao Yifei unleashed Susanoo complete form and engaged in a showdown with the phantom giant. The thunder beast also released its full lightning power to support Zhao Yifei. The strength of the phantom giant was formidable, with each attack carrying immense impact. Zhao Yifei continuously evaded the phantom giant's strikes while searching for its weakness. During the battle, he discovered that the phantom giant's power seemed to originate from a mysterious crystal within the ruins. Zhao Yifei activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing beside the mysterious crystal. He infused the crystal with his internal power, attempting to disrupt the phantom giant's source of strength. The crystal shimmered, and indeed the phantom giant's power was affected, its movements becoming sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei unleashed a full-force attack, merging his spiritual energy chakra and temporal power into a powerful strike directed at the phantom giant. With a furious roar, the phantom giant finally collapsed under the powerful blow. Zhao Yifei succeeded in obtaining the temporal lock, quickly leaving the phantom maze with the thunder beast. Upon returning to the Lingxiao sect, Lingyu was anxiously waiting at the sect's entrance. Seeing Zhao Yifei return safely, her eyes sparkled with joy. "You are finally back. I have also made progress in my research on purifying dark energies." It turns out that Lingyu, through research on the clues from the mysterious space, discovered a spiritual object known as purifying spirit grass, which when combined with specific celestial spells can purify the dark energies of the Dark Abyss sect. However, the purifying spirit grass grows in the fiery demon valley, which is guarded by powerful fire demons fraught with peril. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu decided to venture to the demon valley together. They set out with the elite disciples of the Lingxiao sect, embarking on a new journey. Upon arriving at the Demon Valley they were met with scorching heat and flowing lava. The fire demon sensed their arrival, letting out a thunderous roar as its massive figure slowly rose from the lava. The fire demon was engulfed in raging flames, swinging its enormous fiery arms to attack Zhao Yifei and the others. Zhao Yifei utilized the water escape great waterfall technique in an attempt to suppress the fire demon's flames. Lingyu unleashed celestial sword technique, sending waves of sword energy towards the fire demon. The fire demon's power was immense and their attacks inflicted only limited damage. Zhao Yifei realized that they needed to find the fire demon's weakness to prevail. He activated his perception abilities, carefully observing the fire demon's movements. During the battle, Zhao Yifei discovered that the core of the fire demon's strength lay within its chest. Each time the fire demon launched an attack, the flames in its chest became even more intense. He decided to take a risk and unleashed the body flicker technique, instantly appearing before the fire demon's chest. He fused the power of the temporal lock with his chakra, forming a powerful sealing force aimed at the fire demon's chest. The fire demon let out a pained roar, attempting to break free from the seal. Lingyu and the other disciples seized the moment to launch their full power attacks, intertwining various spells and ninjutsu against the fire demon. After a fierce battle, the fire demon was finally successfully sealed. Zhao Yifei and the others found the purifying spirit grass in the valley. Upon returning to the Lingxiao sect, they began researching how to utilize the powers of the temporal lock and purifying spirit grass in their fight against the Dark Abyss sect. After countless experiments and rehearsals, they finally mastered the method to combine these two powers with the primordial beast control circle and the Lingxiao pearl. At this time a tense and invigorating atmosphere pervaded the entire Lingxiao sect, as everyone knew that the final battle against the Dark Abyss sect was imminent. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu stood atop the peaks of the Lingxiao sect, gazing into the distance. Zhao Yifei clenched his fists. Dark Abyss sect, we are ready, this time it will be your end. Lingyu nodded firmly. Indeed, we will protect the Lingxiao sect and safeguard the realm of cultivation. On the square of the Lingxiao sect the disciples stood in neat rows, their morale high. The Thunder Beast stood beside them, letting out a low growl as if cheering for the upcoming battle. The entire Lingxiao sect stood in readiness, waiting for the arrival of the Dark Abyss sect, as the ultimate showdown that would determine the fate of the cultivation world was about to begin. Within the Lingxiao sect an atmosphere of solemnity and fervor prevailed as they prepared for battle. After completing their research on fusing the powers of the time-space lock, the purifying spirit grass, the Hunyuan beast repelling ring and the Lingxiao pearl, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu immediately organized the final special training for the Lingxiao sect disciples. Zhao Yifei integrated the fused power into various ninjutsu and immortal arts, creating a series of extraordinarily powerful techniques. He taught the disciples how to employ these forces in team combat to maximize their fighting efficacy. The disciples trained day and night, striving for precise coordination in battle to unleash every ounce of strength. Simultaneously the Anyuan sect detected the movements of the Lingxiao sect. When the sect master learned that Zhao Yifei had found the time-space lock and the purifying spirit grass, he was both shocked and enraged. He knew that if he did not attack swiftly once the Lingxiao sect fully mastered these powers, the Anyuan sect would have no chance of victory. Therefore he summoned all the elite forces of the sect, leaving in full force and marching toward the Lingxiao sect. The lookout disciples of the Lingxiao sect spotted the approaching army of the Anyuan sect and immediately sounded the alarm. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu swiftly arrived at the mountain gate of the Lingxiao sect, where they saw the disciples of the Anyuan sect surging like a black tide, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. The sect master hovered in midair, surrounded by several powerful protectors, each radiating a chilling and sinister aura. Zhao Yifei, today is your day of death, and the Lingxiao sect will fall this very day. The sect master's voice boomed like rolling thunder, echoing through the mountains. Zhao Yifei was undaunted. He stepped forward and responded loudly, the Anyuan sect has committed countless evils, today is your doom. As he spoke he channeled the power within him, activating the Hunyuan beast repelling ring and the Lingxiao pearl. The two artifacts blazed with brilliant light, intertwining with the power of the time-space lock and the purifying spirit grass to form a colossal spiritual energy shield that enveloped the Lingxiao sect. The thunder beast let out a deafening roar, its body flashing with lightning that resonated with Zhao Yifei's power. Lingyu held her immortal sword, her body aglow with immortal art, standing shoulder to shoulder with Zhao Yifei. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect stood in orderly ranks, weapons in hand, their eyes resolute and brimming with determination to fight. The battle erupted instantly. The disciples of the Anyuan sect unleashed bizarre dark arts, shooting beams of black light toward the Lingxiao sect's spiritual energy shield. The shield flickered with light, fending off the enemy's attacks. Zhao Yifei executed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing amid the Anyuan sect's ranks. He swung his chakra longsword sending forth sharp blade auras that struck the enemies. The Thunder Beast also charged into the enemy formation unleashing a terrifying lightning storm. Wherever it passed the On Yuan sect disciples screamed and fell. Ling Yu performed exquisite immortal sword arts, her figure flitting through the enemy ranks. Sword light flashed and enemies fell one after another. During the battle Zhao Yifei noticed that the On Yuan sect disciples seemed to have mastered a new dark formation. This formation gathered their power into a formidable combined force. Zhao Yifei realized that he must break this formation quickly to turn the tide of battle. He unleashed Susanoo complete form. The blue chakra giant wielding a long blade charged toward the core of the On Yuan sect's formation. Seeing this, the On Yuan sect master personally intervened. He cast a powerful dark art and a cloud of black mist instantly enveloped Zhao Yifei. Within the mist Zhao Yifei felt a tremendous oppressive force. He channeled his inner power and activated spacetime power distorted space in an attempt to break free from the darkness. However, the sect master's dark art was extremely potent and Zhao Yifei struggled to escape. Just then Ling Yu executed immortal art Ling Yu storm sending countless feathers condensed from immortal power hurtling toward the black mist. The feathers pierced the mist and struck the sect master. Wounded by the attack, the sect master's dark art weakened, allowing Zhao Yifei to break free. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu coordinated their efforts, launching attacks that combined multiple powers against the On Yuan sect master and his protectors. The sect master and his protectors were not to be outdone. They unleashed all manner of evil arts, engaging in a fierce duel with Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu. At a critical moment in the battle Zhao Yifei noticed that when the On Yuan sect master cast his spells his dark aura briefly fluctuated. He realized that this might be the sect master's weakness. He immediately performed the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones from different directions to attack the sect master. The sect master quickly cast defensive spells. In that moment of defense Zhao Yifei unleashed the Raisin Shuriken temporal explosion, hurling a spiral shuriken infused with spacetime power immortal chi and chakra toward the sect master. The sect master could not dodge in time and was struck by the Raisin Shuriken. Much of his dark aura dissipated instantly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ling Yu performed purifying immortal art purification light, utilizing the power of the purifying spirit grass to inject the light of purification into the sect master's body. The sect master let out an agonizing scream, his power beginning to wane. Seeing their leader wounded, the morale of the On Yuan sect disciples plummeted. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu seized the moment to launch a full-scale assault. The Lingxiao sect disciples' spirits soared as they unleashed various spells and ninjutsu against the On Yuan sect disciples. The On Yuan sect's dark formation was finally shattered. With their power scattered, the disciples could no longer mount an effective resistance. Under the fierce onslaught of the Lingxiao sect, the On Yuan sect disciples broke and fled. Seeing that the situation was lost, the On Yuan sect master attempted to flee. Zhao Yifei performed the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly appeared before him, blocking his escape. "Do you think you can still escape?" Zhao Yifei said coldly. The sect master stared at him in despair, then burst into mad laughter. "Even if I die, I'll take you all with me." With that he detonated the dark power inside him, trying to annihilate Zhao Yifei along with himself. Seeing this, Zhao Yifei immediately activated spacetime power time freeze, temporarily freezing the sect master's actions. Then he cast Susanoo absolute defense, using the chakra giant's shield to protect himself and those around him. The explosion of dark power generated a tremendous shockwave that shook the entire Lingxiao sect. But thanks to Zhao Yifei's defense, everyone in the Lingxiao sect emerged unscathed. With the death of the On Yuan sect master, the On Yuan sect completely crumbled. This protracted battle between good and evil finally ended in victory for the Lingxiao sect. After the war, the Lingxiao sect began rebuilding and recovery. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu led the disciples in clearing the battlefield and treating the wounded. They thoroughly eliminated the remnants of the On Yuan sect, bringing true peace to the realm of cultivation. In the days that followed, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu continued their research into immortal cultivation arts and various mysterious powers. They imparted their experience and knowledge to the new generation of cultivators, ensuring the legacy of the Lingxiao sect endured and flourished. Zhao Yifei also used the power of the time-space lock to repair the temporal passages damaged by the On Yuan sect, preventing other evil forces from invading the cultivation realm. He and Ling Yu became legendary figures in the cultivation world, their stories recounted to this day. Years later, on the observation deck of the Lingxiao sect, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu stood side by side gazing at the distant beauty. The Thunder Beast lounged nearby while Lingxiao's sect disciples trained diligently in the square. Zhao Yifei remarked with emotion, from being weak at the start to now guarding the entire cultivation realm, this journey has been anything but easy. Ling Yu smiled gently. Yes, but it has all been worth it. We have protected the beliefs in our hearts and created a bright future for the cultivation world. Their eyes were filled with contentment and satisfaction. They knew a new era had dawned for the cultivation realm, and they would continue to walk this path of challenges and hope, ever guarding the world they cherished. In the days following the complete defeat of the Anyuan sect, the Lingxiao sect was immersed in an atmosphere of reconstruction and renewal. The mountain gate, once ravaged by war, gradually regained its former solemnity and tranquility through the concerted efforts of all. Damaged buildings were repaired and ruins were replaced by new pavilions. The disciples of the Lingxiao sect, having grown through this catastrophe, treasured the hard-won peace even more and their fervor for cultivation soared. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu became heroes of the Lingxiao sect and the entire cultivation world. Yet they did not become complacent, instead they cultivated and researched even more diligently. Zhao Yifei often spent days in the cultivation chamber deeply exploring the deeper power connections among the Hunyuan Beast Repelling Ring, the Lingxiao Pearl, and the Time-Space Lock. He discovered that fusing the power of these artifacts in a special rhythm could open a new perception, as if one could perceive the subtlest flow of spiritual energy in heaven and earth and even capture the delicate fluctuations of time and space. Ling Yu focused on the study of immortal arts and healing techniques. She found that by combining the purifying power of the purifying spirit grass with immortal art, she could create a powerful healing spell capable of not only treating physical wounds but also repairing damaged souls. She imparted this discovery to the disciples of the Lingxiao sect, greatly enhancing the sect's capabilities in healing and rescue. As the Lingxiao sect gradually recovered and grew, other sects in the cultivation world came to exchange and collaborate. The leaders of the Qingfeng sect, Xianshui Pavilion, and others personally visited the Lingxiao sect, expressing their admiration for Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu and their desire to establish long-term partnerships to jointly safeguard the peace and prosperity of the cultivation realm. At an assembly of the cultivation world, representatives from all sects gathered. Zhao Yifei, speaking on behalf of the Lingxiao sect, shared their experience in combating the Anyuan sect and their research on the powers of artifacts. His sharing sparked intense interest among the cultivators present, who raised questions and offered insights, creating a lively and fruitful exchange. However, just as the cultivation realm basked in the joy of peace and prosperity, a new undercurrent began to stir silently. In the distant, desolate lands, a mysterious black-robed figure was quietly rising. He was deeply wary of the formidable power shown by Zhao Yifei and the Lingxiao sect in their fight against the Anyuan sect, and he coveted the Hunyuan Beast Repelling Ring, the Lingxiao Pearl, and other artifacts. This black-robed figure was named Mo Ying. He had originally been a disciple of a minor sect forgotten by the cultivation world. But by chance he obtained an ancient manual of dark arts and began practicing them, greatly increasing his power. He secretly assembled a group of rogue cultivators who harbored resentment toward the cultivation realm, forming a new evil force, the Shadow Sect. When Mo Ying learned that Zhao Yifei and others had shared the secrets of the artifacts at the cultivation assembly, he was secretly delighted. He believed this was the perfect opportunity to seize the treasures. Thus he led the rogue cultivators of the Shadow Sect and quietly advanced toward the Lingxiao sect. The lookout disciples of the Lingxiao sect detected the Shadow Sect's approach and immediately reported to Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu. Upon hearing the news, Zhao Yifei frowned. I didn't expect new trouble to come so soon. It seems the peace of the cultivation realm is far from truly established. Ling Yu said calmly, whatever their schemes, we are prepared. Zhao Yifei immediately summoned the Lingxiao sect disciples and arranged the defenses. He placed the Hunyuan Beast Repelling Ring and the Lingxiao Pearl at the core of the sect's protective formation, using the power of the artifacts to enhance the formation's defensive capabilities. The Thunder Beast was awakened, circling above the Lingxiao sect, its body crackling with lightning to deter the enemy. Soon the rogue cultivators of the Shadow Sect arrived at the foot of the Lingxiao sect's mountain gate. Mo Ying stood at the head of the force, a sinister smile on his face. Zhao Yifei, today is your day of death. Hand over the Hunyuan Beast Repelling Ring and the Lingxiao Pearl and I might spare your life. Zhao Yifei scoffed. You think you can take the artifacts? Utter delusion. Battle erupted once more. The Shadow Sect's rogue cultivators unleashed all manner of bizarre dark arts, with black light and smoke surging toward the Lingxiao sect's protective formation. The protective formation flickered, repelling the enemy's first wave of attacks. Zhao Yifei performed the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly appearing within the Shadow Sect's ranks. He swung his chakra longsword, sending forth sharp blade auras that hacked at the rogue cultivators. Many dodged, but many were struck and fell. Lingyu performed immortal arts, gathering the natural spiritual energy around her into powerful arrows of spiritual force which she shot at the rogue cultivators. The arrows were devastating, each one piercing through several rogue cultivators. Seeing this, Mo-ing took action himself. He cast a dark art called Shadow Devour, shrouding himself in black mist that then spread toward Zhao Yifei and Lingyu. Zhao Yifei felt the immense threat of this dark art. He immediately activated Susanoo complete form, using the Chakra Giant's shield to resist the erosion of the black mist. During the battle, Zhao Yifei noticed that Mo Ying's dark art seemed to absorb negative emotions and dark power from the surroundings, growing stronger. He realized he needed to find a way to sever Mo Ying's connection to the dark power. He performed the shadow clone technique, sending numerous clones from different angles to attack Mo Ying. Mo Ying hurriedly cast dark arts to defend. In that moment of defense, Zhao Yifei unleashed Spacetime Power Space Seal, temporarily sealing the space around Mo Ying. Lingyu took the opportunity to perform Purification Light Lingyu Baptism, using the purifying power of the Purifying Spirit Grass to inject the light of purification into Mo Ying's body. Mo Ying let out an agonized scream, the dark power within him beginning to dissipate. Seeing their leader wounded, the Shadow Sect's rogue cultivators became panicked. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu launched a full-scale assault. The Lingxiao sect disciples, their morale high, unleashed various spells and ninjutsu against the Shadow Sect's rogue cultivators. Under the fierce attack of the Lingxiao sect, the Shadow Sect's rogue cultivators were routed. Seeing that defeat was inevitable, Mo Ying tried to flee. Zhao Yifei performed the Flying Thunder God technique and instantly appeared before him, blocking his escape. "Do you think you can still escape?" Zhao Yifei said coldly. Mo Ying stared at him in despair, then burst into mad laughter. "Even if I die, you'll take you all with me." With that, he detonated the dark power inside him, trying to annihilate Zhao Yifei along with himself. Zhao Yifei was prepared. He activated Spacetime Power Time Reversal, temporarily reversing Mo Ying's actions, causing the explosion of dark power to be momentarily contained within Mo Ying's own body. Then he cast Susanoo Absolute Defense, using the Chakra Giant's shield to protect himself and those around him. With Mo Ying's death, the Shadow Sect was completely dismantled. This sudden battle once again proved the Lingxiao sect's formidable strength and determination to safeguard the cultivation world. After the war, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu realized that the peace of the cultivation realm required constant vigilance and could not be taken for granted. They resolved to strengthen cooperation with other sects and jointly establish a defense alliance for the cultivation world so as to respond promptly to any potential threats. In the days that followed, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu traveled extensively to discuss the formation of the defense alliance with the major sects. Their proposal received support and positive responses from most sects. After much effort, the Cultivation World Defense Alliance was officially established. Zhao Yifei was elected as its leader, feeling the weight of responsibility. Together with Lingyu, he formulated the alliance's rules and defense strategies, organized joint training for disciples from all sects, and improved the overall defensive capability of the cultivation realm. As the Cultivation World Defense Alliance continued to grow, the cultivation realm entered a true period of peace and prosperity. During this time, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu also continued to explore the mysteries of cultivation and enhance their own strength. They knew that new challenges and threats might arise in the future, but they were prepared. They would continue to guard the peace and tranquility of the cultivation realm and contribute to its development. In the years following the establishment of the Immortal Realm Defense Alliance under the meticulous management of Zhao Yifei and Lingyu, various sects engaged in frequent exchanges and close cooperation. Lingxiao sect, as the core of the alliance, frequently hosted various exchange activities. Disciples from different sects gathered here to spar in techniques and share cultivation insights, presenting a scene of thriving prosperity in the immortal realm. Zhao Yifei never ceased his steps of exploration in cultivation. He increasingly felt that the connection among the Hunyuan Beast Controlling Ring, the Lingxiao Pearl, and the Timespace Lock was not merely limited to the fusion of power, it seemed to conceal the secret to opening some unknown dimension. During an in-depth study of the runes on the Hunyuan Beast Controlling Ring, he discovered that the arrangement of these runes subtly corresponded to an ancient star chart. Through lengthy calculations and experiments with spiritual energy infusion, he was astonished to find that when the runes were activated in a specific sequence, the Hunyuan Beast Controlling Ring emitted a peculiar fluctuation that seemed to resonate with the distant starry sky. To explore the mystery behind this, Zhao Yifei decided to perform a special cultivation ritual on the star-observing platform of the Lingxiao sect. He placed the Hunyuan Beast Controlling Ring, the Lingxiao Pearl, and the Timespace Lock at the center of the array on the platform, then sat cross-legged in the middle of the array, circulating his internal spiritual energy to communicate with the three treasures. As spiritual energy poured in, the three treasures blazed with intense light. Strange fluctuations interwove, forming a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Suddenly a massive vortex appeared in the sky, shimmering with colorful light as if connecting to another world. Zhao Yifei's heart stirred. He realized he might have found the entrance to an unknown dimension. Just as he was about to explore further, a powerful suction force emanated from the vortex, pulling him and the three treasures into it. Within the sect, Ling Yu detected an abnormal fluctuation of spiritual energy from Zhao Yifei's location, and an ominous premonition surged in her heart. She immediately cast an immortal technique and flew toward the star-observing platform. When she arrived, she saw only the residual glow of the array on the platform and the traces of Zhao Yifei's disappearance. Ling Yu was frantic with worry. She knew this journey boded ill for Zhao Yifei and that she must find a way to reach him as soon as possible. Ling Yu immediately summoned the elders and core disciples of the Lingxiao sect to discuss countermeasures. One elder said, "This spiritual energy fluctuation is extremely mysterious. I'm afraid we can only search ancient texts for clues as to whether there are any records of such dimensional entrances." Ling Yu nodded in agreement, and everyone began searching through the library of the Lingxiao sect for relevant materials. After several days of effort, they finally found some clues in an ancient incomplete scroll. It turned out that this dimensional entrance was called the Linghuan dimension, a world said to be filled with mysterious power but also fraught with great danger. Some who entered gained immense power and became legends of their age. Others were forever lost in the depths of the dimension, never to be heard from again. Ling Yu decided to enter the Linghuan dimension herself to find Zhao Yifei. After thorough preparations, she brought various treasures and elixirs, bid farewell to the disciples of the Lingxiao sect, and arrived at the star-observing platform. She channeled her immortal technique, activated the array, and reopened the entrance to the Linghuan dimension. After stepping through the dimensional entrance, Ling Yu found herself in a strange space. The sky here was a riot of colors, and the ground was covered with all kinds of strange plants never seen before. These plants emitted a mysterious glow as if containing powerful energy. Ling Yu advanced cautiously, using her immortal technique to sense the surrounding auras, trying to find traces of Zhao Yifei. During her exploration, Ling Yu encountered various dangers. A group of ghost-like monsters suddenly surged out of the darkness. They were extremely fast and could manipulate dark power to attack. Ling Yu immediately unleashed her immortal sword technique, sending streaks of sword chi slicing toward the monsters. But the monsters were numerous, and Ling Yu gradually became overwhelmed. Just as Ling Yu was in trouble, a familiar flash of chakra light passed by and Zhao Yifei appeared. He manifested the complete body Susanoo, a blue chakra giant brandishing a long blade, and drove back the monsters one after another. "Ling Yu, why are you here?" "It's too dangerous here," Zhao Yifei said anxiously. Ling Yu looked at him, her eyes full of worry. "How could I rest easy leaving you here alone? Besides, only together do we have a better chance of exploring the secrets of this dimension and finding a way back." Zhao Yifei was moved. He nodded and said, "All right, let's go together." The two continued deeper into the Linghuan dimension. They found that the spiritual energy here was extremely dense and contained various different attributes of power. During their exploration, they discovered an ancient ruin. The gate of the ruin was tightly shut, covered with mysterious runes. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu used their respective powers to interpret the runes, discovering that they were an ancient sealing incantation seemingly guarding some powerful force within the ruin. After some effort, they finally broke the seal of the runes and the gate slowly opened. A surge of powerful energy rushed toward them. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu looked intently and saw a huge crystal floating in the ruin containing boundless energy. This energy was completely different from the spiritual energy they had encountered in the immortal realm, yet it possessed a strange affinity. Just as they were about to study the crystal further, a group of powerful guardians suddenly emerged from the ruin. These guardians were massive in stature, their whole bodies radiating golden light. They wielded weapons and attacked Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu immediately entered combat mode. Zhao Yifei unleashed an attack that combined the power of time-space, immortal spiritual energy, and chakra, while Ling Yu cast her immortal techniques, engaging in fierce battle with the guardians. The guardians were formidable, each strike carrying tremendous impact. However, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu cooperated seamlessly and gradually found the guardians' weaknesses. After an intense battle, they finally defeated the guardians. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu approached the crystal. They discovered that when the Hunyuan beast controlling ring, the Lingxiao pearl, and the time-space lock were brought near the crystal, it emitted a special fluctuation that resonated with the power of the three treasures. Through this resonance, they gradually learned that this ruin was left behind by a mighty ancient being with the purpose of guarding this crystal that contained dimensional power. And this crystal was precisely the key to connecting different dimensions. If one could master its power, it would allow free travel between dimensions and grant a power beyond imagination. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu decided to attempt to master the crystal's power. They began to use their own spiritual energy and the power of their treasures to communicate and merge with the crystal. In this process they encountered many difficulties and challenges. The crystal's power was extremely strong, even a slight misstep could result in backlash. But with unwavering faith and tenacious perseverance they gradually mastered part of the crystal's power. As they gained control over the crystal's power, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu found that their understanding of cultivation had reached a new height. They realized that cultivation was not merely the pursuit of power enhancement but also an exploration of the mysteries of the universe and life. And this Linghuan dimension was an important milestone in their journey of exploration. After mastering part of the crystal's power, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu decided to return to the immortal realm. They used the crystal's power to open a passage back. When they returned to the Lingxiao sect, they were warmly welcomed by the disciples. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu shared their experiences and discoveries in the Linghuan dimension with the disciples of the Lingxiao sect and the other sects of the Immortal Realm Defense Alliance. Their experiences caused a great stir and all sects developed a keen interest in the Linghuan dimension. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu decided to cooperate with the other sects to jointly explore the mysteries of the Linghuan dimension. They organized an exploration team composed of elite disciples from various sects and entered the Linghuan dimension once again. In subsequent explorations they made many new discoveries. Not only did they find more ruins containing powerful energy, but they also encountered some mysterious creatures from other dimensions. These new discoveries brought new opportunities and challenges to the development of the immortal realm. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu would continue to lead the people of the immortal realm forward on the path of exploring the unknown. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu led the exploration team composed of elite disciples from various sects and once again stepped into the Linghuan dimension. This time the disciples in the team were filled with excitement and nervousness as it was their first time delving deep into this mysterious dimension. As soon as they entered, everyone felt the dense and complex spiritual energy of the Linghuan dimension, completely different from that of the immortal realm. Some disciples at the chi refining stage whose spiritual perception was still weak only felt a warm sensation throughout their bodies and a slightly faster circulation of their internal energy. Disciples at the foundation establishment stage, however, could clearly discern the flow of different elemental energies, their eyes full of wonder. The exploration team advanced along a faintly glowing path, the strange sights around them dazzling the eyes. Suddenly a group of creatures resembling spirit butterflies but emitting a cold blue light appeared ahead. These spirit butterflies were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye they flew right up to the group and released streams of icy blue light attacks. The Golden Core stage disciples reacted quickly, immediately casting spells to form shields against the attacks. The Nascent Soul stage disciples, more composed, manipulated their spiritual energy into giant nets attempting to capture the spirit butterflies for study. However, the spirit butterflies were exceptionally agile and easily evaded the nets. Seeing this, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu exchanged glances and acted simultaneously. Zhao Yifei channeled the fused power within him. Having reached the demigod realm, he executed Time-Space Phantom Slash, his figure moving like a ghost, his chakra long blade carrying sharp sword chi that cut through the spirit butterflies' attacks one by one. Lingyu at the Immortal Emperor realm cast Lingyu Illusory Void Art, causing countless immortal feathers to dance and trap the spirit butterflies. With everyone's efforts the spirit butterflies were successfully dispersed. The exploration team continued forward and soon a magnificent palace appeared before them. The palace gate was engraved with even more complex runes radiating a powerful suppression force. Several Tribulation Transcendence stage disciples stepped forward to attempt to interpret the runes, but due to insufficient cultivation they were repelled by the runes' power. Upon first contact their faces instantly turning pale. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu stepped forward. Relying on their accumulated experience in the Linghuan dimension and their profound cultivation, they jointly broke the rune seal. The gate slowly opened and an ancient powerful aura rushed toward them. Inside the palace on a massive altar lay a faintly glowing ancient book. Zhao Yifei stepped forward. The moment he touched the ancient book it flipped open, automatically revealing lines of mysterious text. Through spiritual communication with the ancient book, Zhao Yifei learned that this palace was once the cultivation ground of a God-Emperor realm powerhouse. The book recorded the key method to break through to a higher realm, the Void Refinement realm. Upon hearing this, everyone in the exploration team showed expressions of longing. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu decided to stay here for a while to study the method in the ancient book and guide the disciples in attempting to comprehend it. During their study they discovered that breaking through to the void refinement realm required not only a powerful spiritual energy foundation but also a profound understanding of the laws of space. Disciples from the chi refining to nascent soul stages due to their shallow comprehension of the laws could only gain a preliminary understanding of the theory. Disciples from the tribulation transcendence to great vehicle stages however began attempting to incorporate spatial perception into their energy circulation. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu set an example by demonstrating how to use their own power to perceive the laws of space. Zhao Yifei executed time-space fold, instantly folding the surrounding space, allowing the disciples to personally feel the change in space. Ling Yu cast immortal art space teleportation, disappearing from her spot and reappearing in the distance, drawing exclamations of astonishment from the disciples. After several days of study and practice, some disciples with higher comprehension made noticeable progress. Among them a great vehicle stage disciple, while attempting to perceive the law of space, experienced a wondrous change in his internal spiritual energy, faintly showing signs of breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. Just as everyone was immersed in the cultivation atmosphere, a violent tremor suddenly came from outside the palace. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu immediately led everyone out of the palace. In the distance a massive black hole had appeared from which powerful dark creatures kept surging out. These creatures exuded an evil aura. The weakest among them were at the golden core level, and a few had even reached the nascent soul or tribulation transcendence levels. Facing the sudden crisis, the exploration team quickly formed a battle formation. The Chi refining and foundation establishment stage disciples provided spiritual energy support from the rear. The golden core and nascent soul stage disciples formed the front line to withstand attacks. Zhao Yifei, Ling Yu and a few stronger tribulation transcendence and great vehicle stage disciples were responsible for dealing with the more powerful dark creatures. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Wave after wave of dark creature assaults increased the pressure on everyone. Zhao Yifei unleashed Susanoo ultimate form, a blue chakra giant radiating an even more powerful aura, wielding its long blade to slay a nascent soul-level dark creature. Ling Yu executed immortal emperor, myriad spirits returned to void art, and a powerful immortal light forced back the surrounding dark creatures. At a critical moment in the battle, that great vehicle stage disciple who was on the verge of breaking through to the immortal emperor realm under the pressure of life and death finally succeeded in his breakthrough. His power surged instantly. He unleashed new spells and joined the fight, greatly easing the pressure on the team. After a hard struggle, everyone finally drove back all the dark creatures. Yet everyone understood that the dangers in the Linghuan dimension were far from over, and their exploration of higher realms and pursuit of the secrets of the Linghuan dimension had only just begun. In the days ahead they would continue to train in this mysterious dimension, elevate their cultivation and uncover more unknown secrets. After repelling the dark creatures, the group took a brief respite, yet the lurking dangers of the spiritual illusion dimension kept them from relaxing even for a moment. Zhao Yifei gazed at the still ominous black hole, a vague sense in his heart suggesting a connection to the deeper secrets hidden within the spiritual illusion dimension. The exploration team returned to the palace to continue their research on the ancient text documenting the methods of the void refinement realm. As their studies deepened, Zhao Yifei discovered that the text occasionally mentioned a mysterious entity known as the Great Epoch. The ancient text vaguely described the Great Epoch as possessing the power to reshape time and space and reverse fate, serving as a crucial opportunity to break through to a higher realm, yet it did not elaborate on its specific form or location. Zhao Yifei shared this discovery with Ling Yu and the others, who all expressed great interest. Though the nature of the Great Epoch remained unclear, Zhao Yifei's intuition told him that it could be an important clue for their further exploration and strength enhancement within the spiritual illusion dimension. To trace the whereabouts of the Great Epoch, the exploration team began a more detailed search around the palace. They left no corner unchecked, carefully examining every suspicious rune and trace. However, after several days of effort they still had no results. Just when the group felt somewhat disheartened, a Chi refinement disciple with a talent for perception suddenly sensed a faint and unusual energy fluctuation beneath the palace. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu quickly led the others to the area beneath the palace, which was a dust-covered secret chamber. The walls of the chamber were etched with ancient patterns seemingly narrating a forgotten history. In the center of the chamber stood a stone platform emitting a soft glow upon which rested an ancient box. Zhao Yifei approached cautiously and opened the box, and a dazzling light burst forth, causing everyone to instinctively shut their eyes. When the light faded, the group focused their eyes to see a crystal-clear stone slab lying within the box, covered in mysterious runes emanating a vast and ancient aura. Zhao Yifei utilized his demigod-level perception to communicate with the crystal slab, and a torrent of information flooded into his mind. It turned out that this was the Great Epoch they had been desperately seeking. The Great Epic not only recorded the rise and fall of the spiritual illusion dimension and multiple other dimensions but also contained powerful energy and a complete method for breaking through to higher realms. Zhao Yifei relayed this news to the others who were all thrilled, realizing it was a rare opportunity. Zhao Yifei decided to attempt to enhance his cultivation using the power of the Great Epic within the secret chamber. He sat cross-legged in front of the stone platform, placing the Hunyuan Beast Control Circle, Ling Xiao Pearl and Timespace Lock beside him, channeling his internal spiritual energy to connect with the power of the Great Epic. As the spiritual energy flowed in, the runes on the Great Epic began to shimmer and a strong yet gentle energy surged into Zhao Yifei's body. Zhao Yifei felt as if he were immersed in an endless river of time and space, surrounded by countless flickering stars where the concepts of time and space became blurred. He witnessed the birth of the spiritual illusion dimension, saw the glorious battles of ancient powers and perceived the mysterious connections between different dimensions. In this wondrous perception, Zhao Yifei's understanding of the laws of space and time deepened continuously. His body began to undergo subtle changes and the spiritual energy within him surged like a roaring sea, constantly battering the barriers of his realm. However, the breakthrough was not smooth sailing. When Zhao Yifei attempted to break into the divine general realm, a powerful resistance emerged. This resistance was like an indestructible rock blocking his path forward. Zhao Yifei knew well that this was a crucial test for breaking through to the divine general realm. If he could not overcome it, he would not only fail to enhance his cultivation but might also suffer backlash. He recalled his various experiences within the spiritual illusion dimension, those moments of fighting alongside Ling Yu and the times he faced danger without retreating. A firm conviction surged within him. He once again concentrated the power within him, merging his cultivation spiritual energy chakra and the energy of the Great Epic to form a more powerful force of impact. Meanwhile, Ling Yu and the others stood by to protect Zhao Yifei, anxiously watching his every move, ready to respond to any potential dangers. A brilliant light enveloped Zhao Yifei's body as he let out a roar, fully exerting himself against the barrier of his realm. Finally, with a crisp sound, the resistance shattered and Zhao Yifei successfully broke through to the divine general realm. After the breakthrough, Zhao Yifei emanated a stronger aura. His eyes revealed a sense of control over time and space, and his every gesture seemed to influence the spatial fluctuations around him. He opened his eyes, meeting the concerned gazes of Ling Yu and the others, and nodded with a smile. To test his newfound strength, Zhao Yifei decided to head to the location of the previously appeared black hole. He brought everyone to stand before the black hole, which still emitted a dangerous aura. Zhao Yifei activated the power within him and unleashed a technique called Timespace Storm. The space around him began to distort, forming a powerful storm that swept towards the black hole. The black hole trembled violently under the attack, and the dark aura within was dispersed considerably by the storm. Zhao Yifei felt the increase in his strength, his heart brimming with confidence. He understood that after reaching the divine general realm he would possess greater capabilities to face challenges within the spiritual illusion dimension and on his future path of cultivation. However, the mysteries of the spiritual illusion dimension extended far beyond this. During their exploration they discovered that some runes on the Great Epic remained partially deciphered, seemingly hiding deeper secrets. Moreover, as Zhao Yifei's strength increased, he became aware of other powerful entities within the spiritual illusion dimension, subtly observing their every move. Upon returning to the palace, Zhao Yifei began to share his breakthrough experiences and new insights about the Great Epic with Ling Yu and the skilled members of the exploration team. He discovered that the power of the Great Epic was not limited to a single user. Through specific methods it could channel energy to assist others in enhancing their understanding of the laws. Thus, under Zhao Yifei's guidance, everyone began to attempt cultivating using the power of the Great Epic. Some disciples with higher comprehension, upon contacting the energy of the Great Epic, gained new insights into the laws of space and time, leading to a certain degree of improvement in their cultivation. During the cultivation process, a tribulation period disciple unexpectedly triggered their inner potential while comprehending segments of time reversal within the Great Epic, successfully breaking through to the Great Ascension period. Excitedly he shared his feelings with everyone, stating that in the moment of breakthrough he seemed to see all his past shortcomings during cultivation, allowing him to make adjustments and improvements in a short time. As everyone's research and utilization of the Great Epic deepened, some hidden relics within the spiritual illusion dimension began to gradually reveal themselves. Among these relics, some emitted an ancient aura, seemingly remnants of ancient cultivation sites. Others were filled with mysterious energy fluctuations that instilled fear. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu decided to lead everyone in exploring these relics. While investigating a site known as the Timespace Maze, they encountered unprecedented challenges. Within the maze, space continuously warped and shifted, and the flow of time fluctuated between fast and slow, causing the group to quickly lose their sense of direction. Zhao Yifei utilized his mastery of time and space from the divine general realm to seek the pattern of the maze. He discovered that the time-space changes within the maze corresponded to certain runes on the Great Epoch. By deciphering the runes and guiding the others to proceed along specific routes, they finally managed to escape the maze. Deep within the maze they found an ancient statue. The statue held a key that radiated mysterious light. Zhao Yifei stepped forward, and as soon as he touched the key, images began to materialize in his mind, seemingly guiding them to deeper parts of the spiritual illusion dimension. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu exchanged glances, understanding that this key might be the key to unlocking more secrets of the spiritual illusion dimension. Thus they led everyone deeper into the spiritual illusion dimension, where more unknown challenges and opportunities awaited them. On their journey they encountered a group of powerful dimensional creatures. These beings possessed unique abilities, some capable of manipulating elements while others could traverse the void with ease. The battle erupted instantly as Zhao Yifei unleashed the powerful divine general technique Time-Space Rift, using an energy blade to tear apart space, inflicting significant damage on the dimensional creatures. Lingyu also employed the potent celestial technique Ling Huan Heavenly Punishment, with countless beams of light descending from the sky to strike the dimensional creatures. The other disciples in the exploration team also unleashed their spells and skills, engaging in fierce battles with the dimensional creatures. After an intense fight, the group finally drove the dimensional creatures back. Yet they understood that the dangers within the spiritual illusion dimension were increasing, and their explorations were becoming increasingly profound. Each discovery could bring new challenges and opportunities. As time passed, the reputation of Zhao Yifei and Ling Ye's exploration team within the spiritual illusion dimension grew. Some mysterious forces that had remained hidden began to take notice of them. These forces were either interested in the Great Epoch or coveting the strength of Zhao Yifei, and the others attempting to recruit or suppress them. In the face of these complex situations, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu maintained a clear-headed mindset. They knew that in the spiritual illusion dimension, only by uniting and continually enhancing their strength could they face various unknown challenges. Thus they continued to lead everyone in exploring the mysteries of the spiritual illusion dimension, deciphering the runes on the Great Epoch, enhancing their own cultivation and striving toward higher realms while working to uncover the ultimate secrets of the spiritual illusion dimension. After Zhao Yifei attained the divine general realm, the exploration team delved deeper into the spirit illusion dimension. However, their every move also attracted the attention of numerous factions. The mysterious forces concealed in the dark corners of the spirit illusion dimension, each harboring their own agendas, began to take action surrounding the Great Epoch and Zhao Yifei's group. A faction calling itself the Spirit Illusion Alliance was the first to approach them. The envoy of the Spirit Illusion Alliance, adorned in peculiar attire and radiating a soft glow, claimed they bore no ill intentions toward Zhao Yifei's party, but merely wished to jointly study the Great Epoch and share the mysteries of the spirit illusion dimension. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu remained vigilant as they engaged in an in-depth conversation with the envoy of the Spirit Illusion Alliance. During the conversation they learned that the Spirit Illusion Alliance had existed in the spirit illusion dimension for a long time, dedicated to exploring the power of the dimension, yet had failed to achieve any major breakthroughs. Zhao Yifei did not immediately agree to the Spirit Illusion Alliance's request, knowing full well the complex situation in the spirit illusion dimension and the risks of cooperating with unknown factions. However, the Spirit Illusion Alliance seemed reluctant to give up easily. Their envoys visited frequently, even bringing intelligence the Alliance had gathered within the spirit illusion dimension as a gesture of goodwill. Among this intelligence, a place called the Elemental Secret Realm piqued Zhao Yifei's interest, as it was said to contain the ultimate power to control the 5 elements. Meanwhile, another sinister faction, the Dark Nightmare sect, had also covertly set their sights on Zhao Yifei's group. The sect's disciples moved in shadows, exuding a nauseating aura of darkness. They secretly sabotaged the exploration team's operations and attempted to seize the Great Epoch. During one expedition, the exploration team fell into an ambush laid by disciples of the Dark Nightmare sect. The Dark Nightmare sect's disciples unleashed eerie dark sorcery. Black mist rapidly spread, attempting to engulf everyone. Zhao Yifei immediately executed time-space dispersion, using the mighty power of spacetime to scatter the black mist while commanding the team to form a defensive formation. Lingyu then cast Immortal Technique Radiant Guardian, forming a bright protective shield around the group. The sect leader of the Dark Nightmare sect appeared, his strength immense, having reached the Divine Lord realm. The sect leader sneered, "Zhao Yifei, hand over the Great Epoch and I'll spare your lives." Zhao Yifei replied fearlessly, "You evil fiends will never succeed." Battle erupted instantly. Zhao Yifei unleashed the Divine General Realm's ultimate skill, Time-Space Prison, trapping some of the Dark Nightmare sect's disciples. Lingyu engaged in a fierce duel with the sect leader. Her immortal sword techniques clashed against his dark sorcery, erupting in dazzling light. The disciples of the Exploration team also joined the fray against the Dark Nightmare sect's followers, the scene descending into violent chaos. Yet the sect leader's power far exceeded expectations. He cast Dark Nightmare Devour, a formidable dark force attempting to consume Ling Ye's immortal arts. Seeing this, Zhao Yifei immediately executed Susanoo Ultimate Descent, a blue chakra giant radiating earth-shattering momentum as it charged toward the sect leader. Amid the fierce combat, Zhao Yifei discerned that the sect leader's power seemed tied to a dark source within the spirit illusion dimension. He decided to take a risk using the Great Epic's energy to sever that connection. Zhao Yifei infused the Great Epic's power into his attack, unleashing Time-Space Source Severance / a blade of light imbued with spacetime laws and the Great Epic's force arcing toward the sect leader. The sect leader sensed the danger and attempted to dodge, but the light struck him, weakening his link to the dark source and diminishing his strength. Ling Yu seized the opportunity, executing Immortal Sovereign Spirit Illusion Ultimate Kill, successfully gravely wounding the sect leader. Seeing their leader injured, the Dark Nightmare sect's disciples fled in disarray. After repelling the Dark Nightmare sect, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu knew that the crisis in the spirit illusion dimension was far from over. They decided to head to the elemental secret realm mentioned by the Spirit Illusion Alliance, hoping to further enhance their power to face more challenges. After an arduous journey, the Exploration team finally arrived at the elemental secret realm. The entrance was shrouded in a multicolored radiance from which powerful elemental fluctuations emanated. Using the Great Epic's power and his own perception of spacetime, Zhao Yifei found a way into the secret realm. Upon entering, the group felt as if they had stepped into a world of pure elements. Here flames blazed fiercely, torrents of water surged, gales howled, the earth rumbled, and mysterious light-emitting elemental crystals sparkled. The Exploration team advanced cautiously when suddenly a colossal firebird condensed from flames swooped toward. Zhao Yifei cast Time-Space Freeze, temporarily halting the firebird's movements, then joined the team in attacking. However, the firebird had formidable regenerative abilities, quickly breaking free and resuming its assault. Ling Yu cast Immortal Technique Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor, forming a massive water barrier in an attempt to suppress the firebird's flames. During the battle, Zhao Yifei realized that only by fusing the power of different elements could they deal effective damage to the creature. He thus directed the team to try combining their own spiritual energy with elemental forces. A disciple skilled in wind techniques and another adept in water arts coordinated to execute Wind-Water Dragon Twister, a mighty vortex that engulfed the firebird and weakened its strength. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yifei unleashed Time-Space Elemental Blast, fusing spacetime power with multiple elemental forces, finally vanquishing the firebird. Probing deeper into the secret realm, the team encountered more powerful elemental beings and complex elemental traps. Yet through constant experimentation and teamwork, they gradually mastered the method of merging elemental powers, further elevating their strength. In the depths of the secret realm, they discovered an elemental altar. Upon it rested 5 elemental cores representing fire, water, wind, earth, and thunder. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu stepped forward. As their hands touched the elemental cores, a surge of formidable elemental energy flowed into their bodies. With the power of the elemental cores, Zhao Yifei gained a deeper understanding of the fusion between spacetime laws and elemental laws. His strength, already at the Divine General realm, experienced a qualitative leap, beginning to advance toward the Divine Lord realm. Ling Yu similarly progressed further in the Immortal Sovereign realm, her mastery over the integration of immortal arts and elemental power becoming more refined. However, their actions once again drew the attention of the Spirit Illusion Alliance. The leader of the Spirit Illusion Alliance appeared in person, stating that the elemental secret realm had always been under the Alliance's protection and that Zhao Yifei's actions had crossed the line. Zhao Yifei explained they meant no offense, only seeking to enhance their power to counter the crisis in the Spirit Illusion dimension. The leader remained unconvinced, believing Zhao Yifei's group intended to monopolize the power of the elemental cores to strengthen their own faction. Both sides fell into a deadlock and conflict seemed unavoidable. Just then the Dark Nightmare sect struck again, allying with other forces coveting the elemental core's power to form a formidable army advancing on the elemental secret realm. Seeing this, the Spirit Illusion Alliance leader's expression shifted. Zhao Yifei immediately said, "This is not the time for fighting. We should unite against the Dark Nightmare sect." After a moment's hesitation, the leader nodded. Thus Zhao Yifei's exploration team, the Spirit Illusion Alliance, and some elemental beings from the secret realm formed a joint defensive line to resist the Dark Nightmare sect's assault. The Dark Nightmare sect's disciples unleashed various dark sorceries, engaging in fierce combat against the joint defense. Zhao Yifei executed the ultra-powerful technique Time-Space Elemental Oblivion Storm, a colossal tempest that swept through with all elemental forces, driving back the Dark Nightmare sect's disciples. Ling Yu cast Immortal Sovereign Elemental Celestial Dance, intertwining immortal arts and elemental power into dazzling waves of attack, inflicting massive damage on the enemy. Members of the Spirit Illusion Alliance also employed their own arts, fighting shoulder to shoulder with the others. In the heat of battle, Zhao Yifei noticed that the Dark Nightmare sect seemed to have gained support from an even stronger dark force as their disciples' abilities had notably increased. He decided to infiltrate the enemy lines to discover the source of this dark power. Casting Timespace Stealth, Zhao Yifei skillfully evaded enemy attacks and sneaked behind the Dark Nightmare sect's ranks. He discovered that the sect leader was using a dark artifact to draw upon the dark primordial essence of the Spirit Illusion dimension. Zhao Yifei immediately executed Timespace Assault, appearing before the sect leader and launching an attack. The sect leader sensed his arrival and attempted to resist, but Zhao Yifei's strength had grown immensely. After a fierce struggle, Zhao Yifei successfully destroyed the dark artifact, severing the sect leader's connection to the dark primordial essence. Deprived of the dark primordial essence's support, the Dark Nightmare sect's disciples fell into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the joint defense launched a full-scale counterattack, ultimately defeating the Dark Nightmare sect completely. After the battle, the Spirit Illusion Alliance leader's attitude toward Zhao Yifei's group shifted. He realized that only through unity could they confront the growing crises within the Spirit Illusion dimension. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu also expressed their desire to work hand in hand with the Spirit Illusion Alliance and other forces in the dimension, exploring its mysteries together and safeguarding this enigmatic world. In the days that followed, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu continued leading the exploration team through the Spirit Illusion dimension. They ceaselessly deciphered the runes on the Great Epic, fused various powers, and advanced toward higher realms. They understood that countless secrets within the Spirit Illusion dimension awaited discovery, and on this path fraught with challenges they would constantly surpass themselves and write their own legends. At the same time, they brought this spirit of exploration and its achievements back to the cultivation world, injecting new vitality into its development and leading more cultivators to pursue higher realms and the mysteries of the universe. After repelling the Dark Nightmare sect, the cooperation between Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu's exploration team and the Spirit Illusion Alliance grew ever closer within the Spirit Illusion dimension. Together they established a stronghold called the Spirit Illusion Covenant, gathering elites from all sides to jointly study the Great Epic and the secrets of the Spirit Illusion dimension. Zhao Yifei immersed himself in the insights needed to break through to the Divine Lord realm. Each day in the training chamber of the stronghold, aided by the Great Epic and the elemental cores, he constantly attempted to fuse spacetime elements, cultivation, spiritual power, and chakra. He discovered that when these forces intertwined in a unique rhythm, a gateway to higher dimensional cognition opened, allowing him glimpses of fundamental fragments of the universe's laws. Meanwhile, Ling Yu also continued to refine her immortal sovereign realm, perfectly merging immortal arts with elemental power to create a series of new offensive and defensive techniques. Under her guidance, the cultivators in the exploration team reached new heights in the application of immortal arts, able to effortlessly harness multiple elements and cast powerful spells. However, peace did not last long. Deep within the Spirit Illusion dimension, a more formidable dark power was awakening. This force, ancient and malevolent, caused violent tremors throughout the dimension as it stirred. The once calm elemental lands grew turbulent, spatial rifts appeared constantly, and the flow of time became chaotic. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu keenly sensed this change and immediately summoned the members of the Spirit Illusion Covenant to discuss countermeasures. An elder from the Spirit Illusion Alliance spoke with deep concern. This dark power is likely the evil primordial essence sealed at the birth of the Spirit Illusion dimension. Its awakening threatens not only this dimension but the entire universe. To investigate the root of the dark power's awakening, Zhao Yifei decided to venture again into the core region of the Spirit Illusion dimension. He led an elite squad including Ling Yu and several powerful divine generals and immortal sovereigns. They advanced along a passage shrouded in dark aura where eerie sounds echoed from both sides as if countless eyes watched them from the shadows. Suddenly a swarm of monsters formed from dark energy surged from every direction. These monsters varied in form. Some resembled giant octopuses, their tentacles ripping through space. Others were humanoid shadows of immense speed, appearing before the group in an instant to strike. Zhao Yifei cast Timespace Prison, entrapping most of the monsters, then unleashed Elemental Oblivion Blast and attack, fusing the 5 elements of fire, water, wind, earth and thunder, instantly reducing the trapped monsters to ash. Ling Yu executed Immortal Technique Ling Yu's Purifying Radiance, where light spread, purifying the dark aura and causing the monsters to dissipate. After a grueling battle, they finally broke through the monsters' blockade and arrived at a massive cavern. Thick dark mist filled the cavern with eerie red lights flickering within. Using the Great Epic's power, Zhao Yifei dispersed part of the dark mist, allowing the group to see the cavern's interior. At its center stood a colossal black altar engraved with ancient sinister runes. Above the altar hovered a sphere emanating boundless dark aura, the source of the crisis in the spirit illusion dimension. As Zhao Yifei approached the altar, the sphere released a powerful suction attempting to draw him in. Zhao Yifei immediately cast time-space resistance to stabilize himself, then together with Ling Yu and the others attempted to decipher the runes on the altar. After great effort they discovered that these runes were connected to an ancient cosmic language. Interpreting them revealed that the dark sphere was a tool used by a malevolent force from the depths of the universe to destroy the spirit illusion dimension. This evil force hailing from far across the cosmos sought to shatter the universe's balance by annihilating the spirit illusion dimension, thus realizing its ambition of universal domination. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu realized that the crisis they faced was not limited to the spirit illusion dimension but threatened the entire universe. They decided to return to the Spirit Illusion Covenant and rally all forces to confront this evil. Back at the Spirit Illusion Covenant, Zhao Yifei shared their discovery with everyone. The members were shocked and worried. Yet none retreated, all expressed willingness to follow Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu in protecting the Spirit Illusion dimension and the universe. In the ensuing days the Covenant's members trained day and night to enhance their power. Zhao Yifei shared his insights into the universe's laws, helping others better understand and wield their strength. Concurrently they began collecting materials to forge an artifact capable of countering the Dark Sphere. After countless attempts and failures they finally succeeded in forging the Spirit Illusion Guardian Sword. This sword integrated the power of the Great Epic, the essence of the elemental cores, and the mysterious energies of the Spirit Illusion dimension, radiating a brilliant light. When all preparations were complete, Zhao Yifei led the army of the Spirit Illusion Covenant back to the cavern housing the Dark Sphere. This time they were filled with confidence and determination, vowing to thwart the evil scheme. Battle erupted instantly. The Dark Sphere unleashed countless dark tentacles attacking the group. Zhao Yifei, wielding the Spirit Illusion Guardian Sword, executed time-space cutting the tentacles apart one by one. Ling Yu cast Immortal Sovereign Ultimate Purification, a mighty purifying force that continually dispelled the dark aura. In the heat of combat, Zhao Yifei discovered that although the Dark Sphere's power was immense, it had a weakness, the point of connection to the evil force. Severing that connection would weaken its strength. Zhao Yifei executed time-space teleportation, instantly moving behind the Dark Sphere and locating the connection point to the evil force. He channeled the power of the Spirit Illusion Guardian Sword to unleash force of cosmic law, sever link, a mighty strike that severed the Dark Sphere's connection to the evil force. Deprived of the evil force's support, the Dark Sphere's power rapidly waned. The members of the Spirit Illusion Covenant seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale assault. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, the Dark Sphere was successfully destroyed, temporarily resolving the crisis in the Spirit Illusion dimension. Yet Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu knew this was merely the tip of the cosmic iceberg. During their battle with the Dark Sphere they uncovered more clues about the universe's mysteries, elevating their understanding of the cosmos to new heights. To explore the ultimate secrets of the universe and safeguard its peace, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu decided to lead the members of the Spirit Illusion Covenant out of the dimension and into the depths of the cosmos. Across the vast universe they would continue to explore, grow, face countless unknown challenges, write their legendary chapters, and contribute to the universe's tranquility. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu, leading the members of the Spirit Illusion Alliance, bid farewell to the Spirit Illusion dimension and stepped into the vast cosmos. The colossal starship they rode, propelled by the mysterious energy of the Spirit Illusion dimension, resembled a divine bird spreading its wings, emitting a soft and enigmatic radiance. Inside the starship's command center, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu stood before a massive holographic screen, gazing at the twinkling star map. According to the clues from the Spirit Illusion dimension, the secrets of the universe may be hidden within an ancient mysterious star cluster, Zhao Yifei said, pointing to a distant region on the map. Ling Yu nodded, her eyes resolute. No matter how great the hardships, we will face them together. The starship sped through the cosmos, encountering various cosmic phenomena. Once it faced a powerful cosmic storm containing massive energy vortexes. If the starship were sucked in, it would be shattered. Zhao Yifei immediately unleashed time-space power stabilizing barrier, forming a sturdy temporal shield around the starship to withstand the storm. Meanwhile, Ling Yu led the other members to stabilize the starship's energy systems with their abilities. After arduous efforts they successfully traversed the storm. After a long voyage they arrived at their first target star cluster, the Misty Nebula. Shrouded in dense fog, the cluster concealed countless planets and mysterious energy fluctuations. Upon entering, the environment grew complex and the navigation system experienced severe interference. It seems we can only rely on our own perception and exploration, Zhao Yifei said, activating Eye of Perception, a special ability awakened from merging multiple powers that allowed him to pierce through the mist and sense everything around him. Under his guidance the starship cautiously ventured deeper into the cluster. Suddenly the starship's alarms blared as a swarm of meteor-like mysterious beings attacked. These creatures moved with incredible speed, their surfaces glowing with eerie light, crashing against the starship's shield with deafening roars. Zhao Yifei swiftly executed Susanoo Meteor Defense, the giant arms of Susanoo swinging to repel the mysterious beings one by one. At the same time the power of the Naruto system surged within his mind. Advanced techniques he had previously failed to master were now showing signs of complete integration. With a thought he unleashed Blaze Release Kagutsuchi, an advanced technique that alters the form of flames and controls them freely. Forming hand seals he attached flames to Susanoo's arms. When attacking the mysterious beings again the flames instantly engulfed them, greatly increasing the damage. Lingyu executed Immortal Art Lingyu Tracking Arrow, countless arrows of immortal energy shooting toward the mysterious beings, striking down a portion of them. After a fierce battle they repelled the enemies. But before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the starship's energy system malfunctioned. The energy core had been damaged during the fight. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu immediately led the members in repairs. During the process they discovered the core damage was not accidental but caused by interference from the cluster's mysterious energy. To find a solution, Zhao Yifei led a team off the starship to a nearby planet in search of repair materials. The planet was covered with bizarre crystals that radiated multicolored light and contained immense energy. As soon as Zhao Yifei and the others set foot on the planet they felt a powerful pressure. It turned out the planet was guarded by a mighty beast resembling a giant qilin, its body ablaze with mysterious flames. The guardian beast sensed their arrival and charged toward them with a deafening roar. Zhao Yifei deployed time-space power slowing field to reduce the guardian's speed, simultaneously unleashing Raisin Shuriken Element Fusion, a technique combining Naruto's chakra and Cultivator's spiritual energy, infusing it with fire, water, wind, earth and lightning elements and hurling it at the guardian. Feeling threatened, the beast opened its massive maw and expelled a powerful pillar of flame, colliding with the Raisin Shuriken and causing a massive explosion. Lingyu took the opportunity to execute Immortal Art Lingyu Sealing Technique, attempting to seal the guardian's power. Through their combined efforts the guardian's strength gradually weakened and it was successfully sealed. Zhao Yifei and the others found materials to repair the energy core, returned to the starship and completed the repairs. The starship resumed its journey deeper into the star cluster. During exploration they discovered an ancient ruin emanating a mysterious aura, seemingly concealing a major secret of the universe. Entering the ruin they encountered numerous traps and puzzles. Zhao Yifei applied his understanding of cosmic laws and combined it with Naruto's shadow clone technique, creating multiple shadow clones to simultaneously solve the mechanisms, greatly increasing efficiency. Deep within the ruin they found a massive stone slab covered in ancient runes. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu used the power of the great epic to decipher the runes. After considerable effort they learned that the ruin had been left by an ancient cosmic being and the slab contained vital information about the balance of the universe. It turned out that the universe is maintained by the interplay of light and dark forces. The dark sphere they had encountered earlier was an eruption of dark energy attempting to break the balance. To preserve cosmic equilibrium, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu decided to explore further, seeking clues about the light and dark forces. They left the ruin and once again set out on their cosmic journey. During their voyage they encountered various cosmic civilizations, some warmly shared knowledge while others were hostile, attempting to plunder resources and technology. When contacting the Shadow Civilization, conflict erupted. Their warships were equipped with powerful energy weapons and launched a fierce assault on the Spirit Illusion Alliance's starship. Zhao Yifei unleashed time-space power distortion shot, merging time-space power with the principles of Naruto's Flying Thunder God, twisting the attacks back at the enemy. He also executed Susanoo Complete Body Energy Cannon, firing a powerful beam from Susanoo's hand to destroy the Shadow Civilization's warships. After this battle Zhao Yifei and Lingyu realized that in the cosmos strength is essential for maintaining peace. They decided to intensify the training of Spirit Illusion Alliance members to elevate their overall power. Aboard the starship Zhao Yifei imparted insights on cosmic laws, power fusion and the application of the Naruto system to the members, helping them break through bottlenecks. Lingyu led the members in combat drills, sharpening their battle skills and teamwork. With everyone's efforts the Spirit Illusion Alliance's strength saw significant improvement. As their exploration deepened they gradually approached the universe's mysterious region, the Dark Abyss. Legend held that the Dark Abyss was the source of dark power and the key to cosmic balance. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu knew the challenges ahead were unprecedented, but they were undaunted and resolutely advanced toward the Dark Abyss. As the Spirit Illusion Alliance's starship neared the abyss an oppressive and enigmatic aura swept over them. The dark abyss appeared as a colossal wound in the cosmos, distorting the surrounding space and devouring light itself. Standing on the starship's deck, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu gazed into the abyss, their hearts filled with vigilance. The power of this dark abyss is stronger than we imagined. Everyone must be extremely cautious, Zhao Yifei said solemnly to Ling Yu and the other members. Ling Yu nodded slightly, gripping her immortal sword tightly, her body surrounded by the glow of immortal arts ready to counter any danger. When the starship entered the fringe of the dark abyss, a swarm of phantom-like dark creatures surged from the darkness. These beings had no physical form but could manipulate dark power to attack the starship. Dark power streamed like black torrents, battering the starship's shield, causing its glow to flicker. Seeing this, Zhao Yifei immediately activated Susanoo Dark Resistance form. Susanoo's surface was coated with a special energy that repelled dark erosion. He rapidly formed hand seals and executed Lightning Release Kirin Rage. This technique combined Naruto's lightning ninjutsu with his own comprehension of lightning laws. In an instant, dark clouds gathered and a massive thunderous Qilin roared from the clouds, charging at the dark creatures. Wherever the thunder Qilin passed, dark creatures dissipated and the dark power they controlled was dispelled by the potent lightning. However, the creatures were numerous, surging wave after wave. Ling Yu unleashed Immortal Art Ling Yu Storm Domain, creating a massive storm of immortal energy centered around the starship, sweeping the approaching dark creatures into it and shredding them to pieces. During the fierce battle, Zhao Yifei noticed that these dark creatures seemed to be controlled by some conscious entity. He activated Eye of Perception, delving deep into the dark abyss, and finally discovered a massive dark energy core hidden in the depths. This core continuously emitted dark power, serving as the source that controlled the dark creatures. Zhao Yifei resolved to penetrate the dark abyss and destroy that dark energy core. Using Flying Thunder God technique, he instantly appeared near the dark energy core. However, the dark power here was extremely dense, nearly tearing his body apart. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yifei executed Chaos Power Dark Purification, merging chaos power with his own cultivator's spiritual energy and Naruto's chakra to form a potent purifying force that resisted the dark erosion. Just as Zhao Yifei prepared to attack the dark energy core, a huge shadowy figure emerged from the darkness. The figure resembled a colossal demon god, exuding an evil aura, its power far surpassing any enemy they had encountered before. The demon god opened its massive maw and fired a black beam at Zhao Yifei. He swiftly deployed Time-Space Power Distortion Defense, twisting the beam's trajectory so it struck elsewhere. Then he unleashed Susanoo Ultimate Burst, making Susanoo's body even larger and its weapon radiate immense energy. Zhao Yifei manipulated Susanoo to attack the demon god. The demon god fought back, swinging its enormous arms in a fierce clash with Susanoo. Each collision caused violent spatial tremors. During the battle, Zhao Yifei noticed that while the demon god was immensely powerful, its attack patterns were relatively simple. He used Naruto's Shadow Clone technique, creating multiple shadow clones to attack the demon god from different directions. Flustered by the shadow clones' attacks, the demon god gave Zhao Yifei an opening to execute Raisin Shuriken Time-Space Burst. This technique combined the Raisin Shuriken with time-space power, forming a devastating explosive force. The Raisin Shuriken, carrying ripples of spacetime, struck the demon god's chest. The demon god let out a pained roar and began to stagger. On the starship, Ling Yu saw the battle's stalemate and immediately cast Immortal Emperor Spirit Illusion Descent. A powerful beam of immortal light descended from the heavens, landing on Zhao Yifei and infusing him with immense strength. Feeling Ling Ye's support, his confidence soared. He then unleashed Cosmic and Chaos Cycle Rupture, a technique that fused the power of cosmic laws, chaos power, cultivator's spiritual energy chakra, and immortal art, striking the demon god with full force. The demon god sensed the immense threat and tried to resist, but it was too late. Cosmic and Chaos Cycle Rupture directly hit the demon god's core, tearing its body apart and scattering it into countless dark fragments that dissipated into the dark abyss. With the demon god's destruction, the dark creatures lost their controller and also dissipated. Zhao Yifei took the chance to destroy the dark energy core, and the dark power within the abyss began to weaken. However, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu knew this was only part of the crisis. Deeper within the dark abyss might harbor even greater dangers. Yet they did not retreat. After a brief rest, they led the Spirit Illusion Alliance members deeper into the abyss, seeking the ultimate secrets hidden in the darkness and safeguarding the universe's peace and balance. After successfully destroying the dark energy core and repelling a wave of dark creatures, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu led the members of the Spirit Illusion Alliance deeper into the abyss of darkness. Within the abyss of darkness, an inky viscous gloom nearly devoured all sight. Only the starship's radiance carved out a fragile pocket of visibility. Remain vigilant. The darkness here actively seeks to erode our will. Zhao Yifei's voice resonated steadily yet warily across the starship's comms channel. He knew well the closer they drew to the abyss's heart the more unpredictable the peril became. As they advanced the starship's energy readings surged violently, its dials trembling wildly. Suddenly the starship jolted, a violent impact against an invisible barrier. Instantly Zhao Yifei activated his eye of perception, straining to pierce the obscurity ahead. Before them faintly glowing sigils shimmered within the darkness, interwoven pulsing, forming a formidable energy barrier. This is an ancient seal, designed to imprison something of immense primordial power, declared a senior elder of the Illusion Spirit Alliance, his expression grave. A scholar of archaic sigilcraft, he studied the barrier's glyphs with meticulous focus. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu exchanged a silent glance. Both understood that the secret seal behind this barrier was inextricably tied to the cosmos' unfolding crisis. To unravel the seal, Zhao Yifei summoned the power of the grand epic, reaching out to commune with the sigils. His hands wove rapid mudras as his cultivation chi chakra and primordial chaos energy fused, emitting an ethereal iridescent light. Meanwhile Ling Yu cast an immortal art, channeling pure celestial energy into the seal to purify the encroaching darkness. Under their combined effort the sigils flickered with faint luminescence, gradually awakening. Yet their actions stirred a slumbering terror from the depths. The obsidian crystal insects. Crystalline in form and wreathed in eerie violet-black radiance, these creatures wielded darkness itself, shaping it into lethal assaults. The swarm surged forward like a tide, instantly encircling the starship. "Prepare for battle," Zhao Yifei commanded, and the Spirit Illusion Alliance fell instantly into formation. Zhao Yifei invoked Susanoo Crystal Shield Guardian, a translucent crystalline barrier coalescing over Susanoo's frame to deflect the insect strikes. Simultaneously he unleashed Fire Release Great Fire Annihilation, a legendary fire technique from the Hidden Leaf now magnified by his transcendent mastery. Blazing torrents erupted from his palms, engulfing the abyss in an inferno that reduced nearby insects to ash. Ling Yu countered with Immortal Art 10,000 Ling Feathers, fletched barrage, launching countless radiant feathers as arrows toward the swarm. Each feather carried immense immortal force. Upon impact it detonated with concussive fury, shattering the crystal bodies into glittering fragments. Amidst the ferocity of battle Zhao Yifei discerned a subtle synchrony among the insects. They communicated through dark energy, adapting tactics in real time. Without hesitation he deployed Lightning Release Electromagnetic Disruption, unleashing crackling lightning to scramble their dark energy network. The swarm's assault instantly fractured into chaos. Seizing the opening, the Spirit Illusion Alliance launched a coordinated counteroffensive, driving the swarm back step by step. Yet even as the last insect retreated, the sigils on the seal blazed with sudden searing brilliance, and a torrent of overwhelming power surged forth from within. "No, it's breaking!" Zhao Yifei cried. He and Ling Yu redoubled their efforts, pouring every ounce of strength into stabilizing the seal. But the force surging from within proved too vast, too absolute. With a cataclysmic roar the seal shattered, and from the roiling dark a colossal figure slowly emerged. It radiated suffocating darkness, its form indistinct, as though sculpted from shadow itself. This is a fragment of the Dark Sovereign," gasped the Illusion Spirit Elder. Ancient texts spoke of the Dark Sovereign as one of the cosmos' most malevolent entities, an architect of entropy bent on unmaking cosmic balance to reign over all creation. The fragment let loose a guttural soul-rending roar, a sound that vibrated deep within each heart, sowing dread like frost across living flesh. Swinging a titanic arm it brought crushing force down upon the starship. Zhao Yifei instantly activated Chronoforce Distortion Impact, warping spacetime to deflect the blow just inches from the hull. Yet each strike sent shockwaves shuddering through the vessel. Zhao Yifei realized brute resistance was futile. They needed to find the fragment's weakness. He reactivated his eye of perception, scrutinizing every motion, every fluctuation of dark energy. Amidst the storm of combat he noticed a subtle constraint, a rigidity beneath its might. Then memory struck, the cosmic equilibrium inscriptions unearthed in the ruins. "Ling Yu, now. Let us wield the balance of light and dark." Ling Yu understood instantly. She invoked Immortal Art Luminous Purification, flooding the abyss with pure radiant light. Zhao Yifei answered with Primordial Chaos Art Shadow Harmonization, weaving chaos energy into the ambient darkness, not to oppose it but to attune to its rhythm, seeking the fulcrum of equilibrium. Together their dual resonance began to slow the fragment's movements, its motions growing sluggish, its aura dimming. "Now!" Zhao Yifei roared, summoning Susanoo Final Verdict. Its colossal weapon blazed with incandescent light as he lunged forward with absolute resolve. That strike embodied his full power, and his profound understanding of cosmic law. Though the fragment raised its arms to block the balance weave had already hollowed its strength. Susanu's blade pierced its core. A shriek of agony tore from the fragment's form, and then like smoke under sunlight it began to dissolve. As the fragment faded, the abyss's oppressive darkness receded, retreating like a tide. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu led the Spirit Illusion Alliance onward ever deeper toward the abyss's heart. They knew the Dark Sovereign's true form still lurked beyond, closer than ever to the universe's ultimate secret. What trials awaited them next? And what fate would the cosmos itself endure? In their hearts burned unwavering resolve. Whatever lay ahead they would face it without flinching, for peace, for balance, for all existence they would pay any price. En route the starship sensors registered an anomalous energy signature, unlike any force previously encountered. Vibrant, life-affirming, radiant with hope, it stood in stark luminous contrast to the abyss's consuming void. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu altered course following the resonance toward its source, where deep within the abyss a hidden dimensional space revealed itself. Upon entering they beheld a breathtaking sight. Countless softly glowing crystals hovered in suspension, interlacing into a vast pulsating energy lattice. Could this be the cosmic core? Whispered a Spirit Illusion Alliance member awestruck. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu stepped forward, studying the crystals intently. They sensed within each crystal the foundational laws of the universe, and a mysterious restorative energy capable of mending cosmic wounds. Years later, Zhao Yifei had ascended to the divine sovereign realm, when a violent tremor shook the edge of the abyss of darkness. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu instantly recognized its meaning. The Dark Sovereign's true form had sensed their advance, and was drawing near. They had to master the crystal's power before the sovereign arrived, or the cosmos would face annihilation. They began communing with the crystals, channeling their respective powers, cultivation, chi, immortal essence, chaos energy, to awaken their latent resonance. Gradually the crystals brightened, gathering a surging palpable energy around the starship. But time was vanishing. The sovereign's presence loomed ever closer. Could Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu unlock the crystal's power in time, and avert the end of all things? The final confrontation for the fate of the cosmos was about to begin. The Dark Sovereign's true form descended with an aura of apocalyptic destruction, exuding a chilling dark presence. Its colossal body writhed wildly within the mysterious space, dark tentacles coiling like black pythons, warping the fabric of space and dimming the crystalline radiance wherever they passed. Standing on the starship deck, Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu gazed upon the terrifying entity before them, fully aware that a fierce battle was inevitable. In Zhao Yifei's mind the ninjutsu from the Naruto system flashed rapidly, ultimately settling on the 8 gates technique. This was a desperate gamble in a hopeless situation, trading life for power where the slightest misstep could cost him his life. Yet in this moment, to protect the universe, he had resolved to tread this perilous path. Ling Yu, am going to open the 8 gates and fight the Dark Sovereign to the death. You distract it and buy me time to activate them. Zhao Yifei fixed his gaze on the Dark Sovereign, his voice laced with unshakable determination. A flicker of worry crossed Ling Yu's eyes, but without a moment's hesitation she nodded firmly, understood. I'll do my best. With those words she swung her celestial sword, unleashing the celestial art Ling Yu's myriad rain of swords. Countless spirit feathers forged from celestial energy and wrapped in dazzling light shot toward the Dark Sovereign like a tempest. Sensing the attack, the Dark Sovereign lashed out with one of its thick tentacles, swift as a black lightning bolt, attempting to shred the rain of swords. Wherever the tentacle passed, space tore like fragile paper, leaving a web of black fissures spreading outward. Seeing this, Ling Yu immediately altered the trajectory of her sword rain with celestial manipulation, evading the tentacle strike and continuing to assail the Dark Sovereign from the flank. Seizing the moment while the Dark Sovereign was occupied with Ling Yu's assault, Zhao Yifei quickly retreated to a secluded corner of the starship, took a deep breath and began preparing to open the 8 gates. He closed his eyes, concentrating his mind, and slowly channeled the chakra within his body to the various acupoints, attempting to break through the 8 gates' restrictions. Gate of opening, open. With a low shout, chakra surged around Zhao Yifei. A wave of heat radiated from his body, his muscles tensed slightly and his speed and strength received an initial boost. Feeling this newfound power, a glint of confidence shone in his eyes. He then charged toward the Dark Sovereign. The Dark Sovereign extended one tentacle like a colossal black pillar, crashing down toward Zhao Yifei. With a flicker of movement, Zhao Yifei effortlessly evaded the strike, relying on the speed granted by the gate of opening. Simultaneously he performed the shadow clone technique, and 2 shadow clones instantly appeared on either side of the Dark Sovereign, swinging their fists at it. The Dark Sovereign swung another tentacle, easily dispersing the shadow clones, but Zhao Yifei used this opportunity to close in again. Gate of Rest, open. With a mighty roar, Zhao Yifei opened the second gate. His muscles rapidly swelled and a faint red chakra glow surfaced on his skin. His strength experienced a qualitative leap. He leaped high into the air, executing the Leaf Hurricane, his legs spinning like a whirlwind, leaving red chakra afterimages, and slammed heavily into the Dark Sovereign's tentacle. The Dark Sovereign let out a low guttural roar, its tentacle trembling slightly from the impact. Ling Yu, fighting with all her might, cast Celestial Art Ling Yu Shield to block the Dark Sovereign's attacks while constantly seeking opportunities to counter. I can't let it interfere with Yifei. Ling Yu gritted her teeth and unleashed Celestial Art Ling Yu Tempest, drawing the surrounding dark energy into the storm to disrupt the Dark Sovereign's attack rhythm. Seizing this moment, Zhao Yifei continued opening the 8 gates. Gate of Life, open. As the third gate opened, a ring of scorching flames appeared around his body, a phenomenon caused by highly condensed chakra. His speed reached its zenith, weaving nimbly through the gaps in the Dark Sovereign's assault, nearly invisible to the eye. Seeming enraged by Zhao Yifei's attacks, the Dark Sovereign unleashed Dark Devour Endless Vortex, sucking everything around it into a maelstrom of darkness. Feeling the immense suction, Zhao Yifei immediately formed a Rasengan, a blue sphere of chakra spinning rapidly in his hand, and hurled it toward the center of the Dark Vortex. The Rasengan collided with the Dark Vortex, triggering a violent explosion that somewhat diminished the vortex's pulling force. Yifei, hold on. I can't last much longer. Ling Ye's voice carried a note of exhaustion. Though her celestial arts were formidable, even she was gradually feeling overwhelmed by an enemy like the Dark Sovereign. Zhao Yifei took a deep breath, knowing he could not delay any longer. Gate of Injury, open. As the fourth gate opened, blood began to seep through his skin. His power surged again, but his body bore immense pain. Suppressing the agony, he executed Lightning Release Chidori. The lightning coalesced in his hand, chirping like 1,000 birds, and stabbed toward the Dark Sovereign with blinding brilliance. The Dark Sovereign swung its tentacle to block. The lightning and tentacle clashed with a sizzling crackle, leaving a scorched black mark on the tentacle. Zhao Yifei turned to Ling Yu, his eyes filled with resolve. Ling Yu, hold on just a little longer. I'm almost there. With that, he performed the Shadow Clone technique, and countless shadow clones instantly materialized around the Dark Sovereign, attacking it from all sides. The Dark Sovereign grew flustered by the barrage of shadow clones, thrashing its tentacles wildly in an attempt to obliterate them all. But Zhao Yifei's shadow clones were blindingly fast, and each possessed considerable combat prowess if the Dark Sovereign could not eliminate them all at once. While the Dark Sovereign was occupied with the shadow clones, Zhao Yifei continued opening the 8 gates. His body trembled slightly, sweat and blood mingling and streaming down his cheeks. Gate of Durability, open. The 5th gate opened, and a faint blue glow encircled Zhao Yifei, a manifestation of his chakra resonating with the surrounding space. At this point he could briefly manipulate spatial forces, gaining a distinct advantage in battle. He conjured a spatial blade, forging a weapon from spatial energy, and slashed at the Dark Sovereign's tentacle. The blade sliced through, severing a section of the tentacle. The Dark Sovereign roared in fury as black blood gushed from the wound, splashing across the mysterious space and corroding it into black pits. Yet as one of the most formidable evil entities in the universe, the Dark Sovereign quickly adapted to Zhao Yifei's attack rhythm. It unleashed Dark Devour Endless Vortex, once more, this time even more powerful, devouring the surrounding shadow clones. Zhao Yifei also felt an unprecedented pull. Not good. Alarm flashed in Zhao Yifei's mind. He cast Spacetime Power Stabilizing Field to resist the vortex's suction. But the Dark Vortex's power was too overwhelming. Zhao Yifei's body was involuntarily dragged toward its core. Seeing this, Ling Yu mustered her last shred of strength and unleashed Celestial Emperor Spirit Feather Assault. A powerful celestial beam shot toward the Dark Sovereign. The Dark Sovereign was forced to divert some of its power to counter Ling Ye's attack, weakening the vortex's pull. Zhao Yifei seized the chance to escape the vortex's range. He stared at the Dark Sovereign, a glint of desperation in his eyes. 3 gates left, I must open them successfully. With that, Zhao Yifei refocused his mind, preparing to open the 6th gate of the 8 gates. Each breath was heavy and resolute, as if accumulating a power capable of reshaping heaven and earth. Zhao Yifei stabilized himself with difficulty at the edge of the dark vortex of the Dark Sovereign, which seemed ready to devour everything. Although Ling Ye's Immortal Emperor Spiritual Phantom Impact had temporarily weakened the vortex's suction, the Dark Sovereign's power was overwhelming, and every strike caused the entire mystic space to tremble. Zhao Yifei knew that he must open the next gate as soon as possible to have any chance of defeating it. His body was covered with wounds from opening 6 gates earlier. Fine blood streaks crisscrossed his skin and a mixture of sweat and blood continuously dripped from his forehead and cheeks. Zhao Yifei gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and once again gathered his chakra to the limit. Gate of Shock open. With a roar that was almost a scream, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from his body. His hair lifted as if stirred by an invisible wind, and his entire form was shrouded in a violent orange chakra aura within which lightning crackled, as if the wrath of the heavens had materialized around him. Sensing this immense threat, the Dark Sovereign let out a deafening roar that pierced into the depths of everyone's soul like countless sharp needles. Then it swung its thick tentacles, striking at Zhao Yifei with the force of an avalanche. Wherever the tentacles passed, space was torn apart, leaving massive black fissures from which endless dark energy poured as if to drag everything into an abyss of nothingness. Zhao Yifei did not retreat. He used the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing instantly and reappearing behind the Dark Sovereign. His speed was so extreme that the surrounding air vibrated with a sharp sizzling sound. The moment he materialized, Zhao Yifei unleashed Thunder Release Kirin. His hands moved rapidly through hand seals as he shouted, "Thunder Release Arcane Art Kirin descends." Instantly dark clouds gathered above the mystic space, lightning flashed and thunder roared within the clouds as a colossal Thunder Kirin burst forth roaring. The Thunder Kirin radiated blinding lightning, each scale gleaming with destructive power, and it charged toward the Dark Sovereign with claws bared. The Dark Sovereign swung its tentacles to block the Kirin's attack. At the moment of collision, the entire mystic space was illuminated by a blinding light as dazzling as the sun, nearly impossible to look at directly. A tremendous wave of energy spread in all directions. Ling Yu and the members of the Spiritual Phantom Alliance had to erect shields to withstand the powerful impact. The Kirin's force caused the Dark Sovereign's tentacles to tremble slightly as if it too felt the power of this strike. Yet the Dark Sovereign did not back down. It deployed Dark Shield Absolute Defense, forming a thick layer of dark energy around its body. Seeing this, Zhao Yifei immediately executed Spiral Shuriken Super Evolution. He compressed his chakra to its limit, causing the spinning shuriken in his hand to rotate faster, infused with both spacetime and thunder release forces. The surface of the spiral shuriken flickered with multicolored light containing the power to annihilate everything. Zhao Yifei, holding the spiral shuriken, shot toward the Dark Sovereign like a bolt of lightning. He performed 8 gates technique, Divine Speed Rush, reaching such a velocity that his afterimages traced across the Dark Sovereign's shield. When he neared the shield, he hurled the spiral shuriken without hesitation. The spinning blade struck the Dark Sovereign's barrier with immense force. Ripples spread violently across the shield as dark energy was continuously battered and devoured by the shuriken's power. Sensing the threat, the Dark Sovereign intensified its dark energy output, trying to reinforce the shield. But Zhao Yifei gave it no chance. He used Shadow Clone technique, 1,000 shadow clones, instantly creating countless clones around the Dark Sovereign. Each shadow clone executed spiral shuriken and attacked the Dark Sovereign's shield. For a moment, countless spiral shuriken rained down on the shield like a storm. The ripples grew more violent and the dark energy was steadily weakened. While Zhao Yifei was locked in fierce combat with the Dark Sovereign, Ling Yu assisted him with all her might. She unleashed Immortal Art Ling Yu Purification Light, casting pure immortal light onto the Dark Sovereign in an attempt to cleanse its dark aura. Ling Yu's immortal light, as warm as the sun, illuminated the darkness around the Dark Sovereign, restricting its movements to some extent. Infuriated by the combined attacks, the Dark Sovereign unleashed Dark Tide Extinction Deluge. All the dark power in the mystic space converged instantly, forming a colossal dark wave that surged toward Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu. The dark wave contained boundless dark energy. Wherever it passed, everything was swallowed by darkness. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu immediately deployed their defensive techniques. Zhao Yifei activated Susanoo 8 Gates Guardian, forming a sturdy orange shield around Susanoo's body with lightning flickering across it to resist the dark wave's assault. Ling Yu cast Immortal Art Ling Yu Guardian Barrier, a transparent immortal barrier enveloping both of them, its surface flowing with multicolored radiance that clashed with the dark wave. The dark wave relentlessly pounded their defenses. The light on the shield and barrier flickered unsteadily as if they could shatter at any moment. Zhao Yifei and Ling Yu gritted their teeth, pouring all their strength into resisting the dark wave. They knew that if their defenses fell, the consequences would be catastrophic. In the heat of battle, Zhao Yifei noticed that despite the Dark Sovereign's shield being powerful, it had developed fine cracks under their sustained assault. His heart leaped with hope, and he immediately performed 8 Gates Technique Limit Burst, pushing the power of the 8 Gates to its maximum. A formidable aura erupted around Zhao Yifei, drastically boosting both his speed and strength. He unleashed Thunder Release Time-Space Blade, fusing Thunder Release power with space-time energy into a massive blade. The blade shimmered with dazzling lightning and ripples of space-time, holding the power to annihilate everything. Zhao Yifei, brandishing the Thunder Release Time-Space Blade, hurtled toward the Dark Sovereign like a meteor. He executed 8 Gates Technique Divine Speed Assault, moving at such an incredible speed that he instantly breached the Dark Sovereign's dark shield. Under the assault of the Time-Space Blade, the shield shattered in an instant, dispersing into countless fragments of dark energy that vanished into the mystic space. Deprived of its shield, the Dark Sovereign's body was exposed to attacks from Zhao Yifei and Lingyu. Seizing the opportunity, they unleashed their most powerful strikes. Zhao Yifei activated Spiral Shuriken Ultimate Annihilation. The shuriken in his hand spun, emitting an overwhelming aura of destruction. Lingyu unleashed Immortal Emperor Spectral Phantom Kill, a beam of potent immortal light shooting from her hand filled with infinite sacred power. The Spiral Shuriken and the Immortal Emperor's light struck the Dark Sovereign simultaneously, causing it to emit a roar of agony. Cracks began to appear on its body and dark energy gushed out from the fissures. The Dark Sovereign seemed to struggle, but under the powerful attacks of Zhao Yifei and Lingyu its strength waned. However, the Dark Sovereign was still one of the most powerful evil entities in the universe, and it would not be easily defeated. It used Dark Self-Destruction Mutual Annihilation. Its body began to swell rapidly as dark energy converged, threatening to trigger an explosion that could obliterate the entire mystic space. Sensing the Dark Sovereign's intent, Zhao Yifei and Lingyu quickly deployed their defensive techniques. Zhao Yifei activated Susanoo 8 Gates Absolute Defense, forming an indestructible orange shield around Susanoo, crackling with lightning to withstand the self-destruction force. Lingyu cast Immortal Art Lingyu Guardian Fortress, a thick immortal barrier enveloping them, its surface flowing with multicolored light that contested the self-destruction power. The dark self-destruction force relentlessly battered their defenses. The light on the shield and fortress flickered as if they could collapse at any moment. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu gritted their teeth, straining to hold against the explosion. They knew that if their defenses failed, the entire mystic space and even the universe would face annihilation. At this critical moment, Zhao Yifei suddenly conceived an idea. He executed space-time power reversal of the universe, pushing his space-time ability to the extreme. He attempted to use space-time power to reverse the Dark Sovereign's self-destructive force, making it erupt inward toward the Dark Sovereign itself. Zhao Yifei concentrated his mind, his hands forming seals swiftly as he murmured incantations. A ripple of space-time appeared around him, expanding and enveloping the Dark Sovereign. Through his effort, the self-destruction force slowly reversed and exploded toward the Dark Sovereign's interior. The Dark Sovereign seemed to realize the danger and tried to resist, but it was too late. With a massive explosion, its body collapsed inward under the space-time manipulation. The self-destructive force detonated inside its body, completely annihilating it and scattering into countless dark energy fragments that faded into the mystic space. With the Dark Sovereign's demise, the dark wave gradually subsided and the dark energy in the mystic space receded rapidly. Zhao Yifei and Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing tired but gratified smiles. They knew that although they had temporarily vanquished the Dark Sovereign, the universe's crisis was not fully resolved. There were still many tasks ahead of them. The colossal form of the Dark Sovereign, mountainous in stature, shattered explosively under the combined all-out assault of Zhao Yifei and Lingyu. The fragmented remains, carrying a cataclysmic force capable of destroying heaven and earth, burst outward like giant cannonballs, each shard imbued with the power to annihilate stars. Wherever they passed, space cracked like fragile glass with a grating sound, the fissures spreading in all directions like a vast shattered spiderweb. Yet the dense aura of darkness did not dissipate. Like an unshakable curse, it condensed with a bizarre and frenzied speed. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Sovereign reappeared, its body wreathed in an even more potent evil aura like liquid ink, roiling wildly within the mystical space. Wherever it passed, space was torn apart like worn fabric, leaving jagged black scars from which deep darkness energy leaked with a piercing wail, as if the Dark Sovereign were laughing in triumph. Foolish ants, do you think this can destroy me? The cosmic age of darkness has only just begun. The voice of the Dark Sovereign rolled forth like thunder from the endless abyss of the universe, each word detonating like a heavy bomb within the mystical space. The sound, imbued with dark magic, pounded painfully against the ears of all present, causing the protective spiritual energy of the Spirit Illusion Alliance members to ripple violently. Some disciples of weaker cultivation had blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, staggering as if about to fall. Their eyes were filled with terror and panic, yet they still held on, refusing to show any sign of retreat before the Dark Sovereign. Zhao Yifei stared at the resurrected Dark Sovereign, his heart contracting sharply as an unprecedented wave of despair surged through him like a flood. But that despair lingered in his heart for only an instant, swiftly replaced by unshakable resolve and determination. He knew there was no retreat now. Behind him lay the safety of countless cosmic beings. Before him stood the insurmountable Dark Sovereign. Only a desperate battle could offer a sliver of hope. Opening the final gate of the 8 gates, the gate of death, was his last hope. Even if it meant sacrificing his own life, he would not hesitate. Ling Yu sensed Zhao Yifei's intention, her eyes widening in horror and reluctance, her voice trembling with fear. Yifei, no. Opening the gate of death will kill you. Zhao Yifei slowly turned his head, his gaze falling softly upon Ling Yi's face, a faint smile appearing on his pale features as he whispered, "This is the moment to protect what matters most, even at the cost of life." With that he took a deep breath, channeling every last thread of chakra within him to its absolute limit. His body trembled violently under the immense pressure, every muscle writhing in agony as if pierced by countless steel needles. Sweat poured down like a bursting dam, each drop bearing the weight of his suffering pooling at his feet. Veins bulged on his skin like enraged serpents, blood vessels standing taut as if about to burst at any moment. Tiny beads of blood began to seep from his skin, quickly converging into a mist that enveloped him, exuding a thick metallic scent. The blood mist swirled around him as if mourning the heroic sacrifice to come. 8 gates, 8th gate, gate of death, open. Zhao Yifei roared with all his might, a cry that seemed to shatter the heavens. Upon opening the gate of death, Zhao Yifei's power surged to the latest edge. Divine Sovereign, and his roar, filled with infinite courage and resolve, momentarily overshadowed even the Dark Sovereign's bellow. In an instant an overwhelming aura erupted from within him as if an ancient primordial beast had suddenly awakened. His body became shrouded in a layer of red steam, the radiance of life burning at its zenith, the flame of hope ignited with his own life as fuel. Where the light touched, the dark aura of the Dark Sovereign melted away like snow as if sliced by blades of crimson light, emitting a sizzling sound, a fearful shriek from the darkness itself. Host, long time no see. Detected that host has opened the gate of death, life force draining rapidly. Warning, life force rapidly depleting. Host has opened the gate of death. System will assist host with 99 of its power. In that instant the system's energy poured into Zhao Yifei like an endless river, propelling him through realms. Divine Sovereign later stage. Void Mergence later stage. Heaven Supreme later stage. The Dark Sovereign sensed this power threatening its existence. A flicker of fear passed through its blood-red eyes, but was soon replaced by frenzied killing intent. It let out a more piercing roar than before, filled with endless hatred and unwillingness. The entire mystical space trembled violently, and the surrounding dark energy churned like a boiling black ocean. It lashed out with thick, twisted dark tentacles, striking toward Zhao Yifei at speed surpassing light. Where the tentacles passed, space was torn apart, leaving unhealable black rifts from which endless dark energy gushed like greedy demons, trying to drag everything into an endless abyss. Wherever they went, surrounding crystals shattered into dust, and even the spatial laws became chaotic, time flowing erratically. Zhao Yifei gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and unleashed Day Tiger. His right leg muscles bulged, his skin cloaked in a blazing white steam, fire not of ordinary flame but condensed from ultimate chakra and life energy. He leaped high, his right leg tracing a brilliant arc through the air, the displaced air forming a roaring white tiger. The air ignited, instantly materializing a massive platinum tiger silhouette that charged at the Dark Sovereign's tentacles with world-destroying force. Boom! The collision of tiger and tentacles produced a deafening explosion. Golden light and black dark energy clashed, generating a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. Space around them twisted and deformed under the impact as if about to be torn apart. The Dark Sovereign's tentacles trembled from the blow, cracks appearing on their surface. Black blood oozed from the cracks, dripping onto the mystical space and instantly corroding bottomless black holes. But the Dark Sovereign did not retreat. It let out a shrill shriek and extended several more tentacles, lashing at Zhao Yifei from different directions. Zhao Yifei flickered, using the instant body art, moving so fast that the naked eye could not follow, weaving through the tentacles and leaving afterimages. Then he unleashed Evening Elephant. His figure instantly multiplied into 5, charging at the Dark Sovereign from 5 different directions simultaneously. Each silhouette carried immense momentum, leaving depressions in space beneath their feet as if the very fabric could not bear the force. All 5 figures struck at once, each punch holding enough power to destroy a planet. The air erupted with 5 muffled explosions like 5 stars detonating simultaneously. The first punch struck the Dark Sovereign's chest, causing its body to tremble slightly, leaving a massive fist imprint from which dark energy leaked. The second punch landed on its arm, instantly cracking it, nearly breaking it off. The third, fourth and fifth punches followed in succession. Under the relentless assault, the Dark Sovereign's body began to stagger, a hint of panic appearing in its eyes. Yet the Dark Sovereign was immensely powerful. It roared, "Dark annihilation, cosmic end," gathering all the dark energy within the mystical space into a colossal dark sphere and hurling it at Zhao Yifei. This dark sphere contained the power to annihilate the universe. If it exploded, the entire cosmos would be reduced to nothing. As the dark sphere passed, space twisted and deformed, time seemed to freeze, and everything around was pulled and devoured by the dark force, emitting agonizing sizzling sounds. Zhao Yifei watched the approaching dark sphere, his gaze as firm as steel. His time with the gate of death was running out. He knew this was the final confrontation. He took a deep breath, gathering all his strength into his legs, preparing to unleash the ultimate technique of the 8 Gates Night Kai. He crouched down with one leg forward, one back, assuming a charging stance. The red light around his body grew even more dazzling, nearly illuminating the entire mystical space. His hair flew wildly in the gale, each strand seemingly imbued with boundless power. His legs bent slightly, muscles taut, ready to spring. Night Kai. Zhao Yifei roared, his body streaking like a red meteor toward the dark sphere at unimaginable speed. His right leg rose high with world-destroying power, warping the surrounding space into ripples of spacetime. Behind him, a colossal dragon head of red chakra materialized, nearly solid. This kick contained his belief in protecting the cosmos, his deep affection for Ling Yu and his comrades, and his profound understanding of lives, meaning the very condensation of his life's power and will. At the moment of collision between Zhao Yifei's foot and the dark sphere, the entire universe seemed to hold its breath. The immense energy impact was like a supernova light, illuminating every corner of the cosmos. Under this force, the dark sphere began to disintegrate. The dark energy instantly dispersed. Zhao Yifei's momentum, undiminished, continued toward the Dark Sovereign. The Dark Sovereign stared in terror, writhing frantically in an attempt to dodge, but it was too late. Zhao Yifei's foot slammed heavily into the Dark Sovereign's chest, shattering its body into countless dark fragments that dissipated into the air. Its evil aura vanished completely under that blow, and the entire universe felt the darkness recede. After executing Night Kai, Zhao Yifei's body fell like a broken kite. His life force was now extremely faint, his body riddled with wounds, blood soaking his clothes. Seeing this, Ling Yu, ignoring her own injuries, desperately flew toward him and held him tightly in her arms. "Yifei, wake up. You can't die." Ling Yu cried uncontrollably, her voice filled with despair and grief. Her tears fell onto Zhao Yifei's face, mingling with his blood. Zhao Yifei slowly opened his eyes, looked at Ling Yu and forced a smile. "Ling Yu, don't be sad. The universe is safe." With that, his hand slowly drooped and the light in his eyes faded away. This valiant warrior had given his life to protect the peace and tranquility of the cosmos. Ling Yu clung tightly to Zhao Yifei's body, racked with grief. The members of the Spirit Illusion Alliance gathered around, bowing their heads in silent tribute to the great hero. For a moment the entire mystical space was shrouded in an air of sorrow, the only light being the dissipating radiance of Zhao Yifei, still telling the tale of his bravery and sacrifice. Zhao Yifei's sacrifice brought peace to the universe. His story would forever echo through the cosmos, inspiring generations of life to bravely face any challenge in defense of their cherished home. Zhao Yifei's sacrifice, like the fall of a resplendent star, left an indelible mark upon the cosmos. Ling Yu tightly embraced Zhao Yifei's gradually chilling body, tears gushing like a breached dam, her sobs echoing through the mysterious space, a catharsis of boundless grief. The members of the Linghuan Alliance knelt on one knee, heads bowed, sorrow and reverence etched upon their faces. The entire space was shrouded in mourning, with only Zhao Yifei's fading radiance silently narrating his valor. Alliance leader Zhao. He did this for us, for the entire universe. A young cultivator choked out, his voice steeped in anguish and respect. He is a true hero. We shall forever remember his sacrifice, an elder of the Linghuan Alliance said, his gaze solemn and voice low. As the crowd was immersed in sorrow, the crystals in the mysterious space which had been suppressed by dark forces began to glow with dazzling brilliance once more. These crystals resonated with one another, emitting gentle waves as if mourning Zhao Yifei's sacrifice or gathering some latent power. As the crystal's radiance intensified, planets across the cosmos that had been eroded by dark forces began to heal themselves. Barren lands sprouted, verdant vegetation once more dried up, rivers surged anew, and lives twisted by darkness gradually revived. The entire universe, at the cost of Zhao Yifei's sacrifice, was reborn. Ling Yu gently laid down Zhao Yifei's remains, slowly rising to her feet, the sorrow in her eyes gradually replaced by unwavering resolve. She knew that the peace Zhao Yifei bought with his life needed guardians. From this day forth we inherit Zhao Yifei's will of fire and protect the peace of the universe. Ling Ye's voice was firm and powerful, echoing through the mysterious space. Protect the peace of the universe, but the members of the Linghuan Alliance shouted in unison, their voices brimming with determination. Thereafter Ling Yu assumed leadership of the Linghuan Alliance, guiding its members to establish multiple guardian outposts across the cosmos. They patrolled vigilantly, guarding against any emerging dark forces, ensuring peace and tranquility. At the site of Zhao Yifei's sacrifice, the Linghuan Alliance erected a magnificent monument. Its stele, forged from the universe's hardest materials, was inscribed with Zhao Yifei's heroic deeds. Whenever newcomers joined the Linghuan Alliance, they came before the monument, listened to Zhao Yifei's story, and swore an oath to defend the universe. As time passed, Zhao Yifei's tale spread far and wide across the cosmos, becoming a legend in the hearts of countless beings. His spirit inspired generation after generation of cosmic life to bravely rise against difficulties and challenges. On a distant planet, a group of young beings gathered around an elder, listening to him tell Zhao Yifei's story. "Children, remember this hero. He guarded our universe with his life." The elder's voice was gentle yet powerful. "When we grow up, we will protect the universe just like Zhao Yifei," a child said, eyes gleaming with resolute light, the innocent voice full of aspiration. Meanwhile, in the core region of the universe, the radiant crystals continued to shine. They not only healed the cosmos wounds but also provided a ceaseless flow of energy for its development. These crystals seemed like an incarnation of Zhao Yifei, silently watching over the universe, bearing witness to its prosperity and peace. Ling Yu often came to the monument, gently caressing its surface as if she could feel Zhao Yifei's warmth. "Yifei, rest assured. I will lead everyone to protect this universe you bought with your life," Ling Yu whispered softly, her eyes filled with tenderness and resolve. After Zhao Yifei's sacrifice, the universe entered a long period of peace. Civilizations across the planets exchanged knowledge and developed together, making the cosmos even more prosperous. Yet beneath the surface of peace, disquieting undercurrents stirred. At the edge of the universe, a mysterious organization rose in secrecy. This organization, called the Ennying Society, interpreted Zhao Yifei's sacrifice in a different light. The leader of the Ennying Society was a mysterious figure named Mo Ing, who believed that Zhao Yifei's sacrifice was not for universal peace but to unlock the seal of an even greater power. Ambitious and unscrupulous, Mo Ing sought to control that power and dominate the entire cosmos. He gathered a group of like-minded malevolent cultivators who scoured the universe for clues related to Zhao Yifei's power. Through ancient texts and cryptic prophecies, they learned of a mysterious relic hidden deep in the cosmos, said to contain secrets tied to the origin of Zhao Yifei's strength. During a routine patrol, Ling Yu happened upon information about the Ennying Society's activities. She realized that the peace of the universe was once again under threat. Ling Yu immediately summoned the core members of the Linghuan Alliance to discuss countermeasures. The Ennying Society's intentions are impure. If they truly discover the secrets related to Zhao Yifei's power, the consequences would be catastrophic. We cannot let them succeed. We must find the relic before they do and safeguard the balance of the universe, a core member of the Linghuan Alliance declared indignantly. Thus Ling Yu led the elite of the Linghuan Alliance on a journey to pursue the Ennying Society and the mysterious relic. They traversed countless star systems, enduring myriad perils. In an encounter with the Ennying Society, a fierce battle erupted. The cultivators of the Ennying Society unleashed eerie spells, streaks of black light flickering across the starry void. The members of the Linghuan Alliance stood fearless, unleashing their own unique techniques. Radiant spiritual energy clashed with dark sorcery, bursting into dazzling brilliance. Ling Yu executed the immortal art. Ling Yu stormed countless ethereal feathers, swirling with immense immortal power, sweeping toward the members of the Ennying Society. Seeing this, Mo Ing cast Shadow Shield, a dark energy barrier instantly enveloping him and his followers. Ling Ye's feather storm struck the shield with a sizzling sound but could not breach it. As the battle reached a stalemate, a member of the Linghuan Alliance discovered a weakness in the Shadow Shield. He unleashed Light of Bane, a golden ray targeting the shield's vulnerable point, causing cracks to appear. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Yu executed Immortal Emperor Linghuan Strike, a powerful immortal impact piercing through the cracks, striking down the Ennying Society members who collapsed incapacitated. Realizing the dire situation, Mo Ing immediately used Shadow Escape Art and vanished from sight. Ling Yu knew Mo Ing would not give up. They had to hasten their search for the mysterious relic. After arduous exploration, Ling Yu and her team finally located the mysterious relic. It was an ancient edifice hidden within a nebula, its surface engraved with archaic runes that exuded an enigmatic aura. The moment Ling Yu and the others stepped into the relic, the runes inside blazed to life, radiating a powerful wave of energy. Deep within the relic, they discovered a colossal crystal orb within which pulsed a radiance reminiscent of Zhao Yifei's power. However, just as they prepared to delve deeper into the orb's secrets, Mo Ing reappeared with the remnants of the Ennying Society. "Hand over the crystal orb. Its power should belong to me." Mo Ing roared maniacally. Ling Yu shielded the orb tightly. "Never. You vile creature, I will never let you succeed." A fiercer battle erupted within the relic. Mo-ing unleashed Shadow Demon Palm, a colossal black hand reaching for Lingyu. Lingyu invoked Lingyu Sword Array, countless immortal swords dancing in the air, forming an impenetrable defensive net that blocked Mo Ying's attack. At a critical moment in the battle, Lingyu suddenly grasped the true essence of Zhao Yifei's power. She merged her immortal energy with the power of conviction Zhao Yifei left in the cosmos, unleashing a brand new technique, Conviction Lingyu Judgment. A beam of light imbued with boundless conviction and justice shot from Ling Ye's hand. Within the light seemed to appear Zhao Yifei's silhouette, carrying the unwavering will to protect the universe. The light struck Mo Ying, who let out a piercing scream as his body gradually dissipated. The members of the Enying Society, seeing this, fled in all directions. Lingyu successfully safeguarded the mysterious relic and the crystal orb. From the orb she learned how to transform Zhao Yifei's power into an eternal force for universal protection. Upon returning to the Linghuan Alliance headquarters, Lingyu imparted the method of harnessing this power to every member. From then on, the Linghuan Alliance possessed even greater protective strength, continuing to guard the peace of the cosmos. And Zhao Yifei's story, through repeated transmission and guardianship, became ever more deeply ingrained, an eternal legend in the universe, inspiring generations of beings to bravely face all challenges to protect their cherished home. No matter what darkness or crises lay ahead, they would steadfastly carry on, fortified by Zhao Yifei's spirit and the inherited power. Years later, the cosmos flourished to an unprecedented degree. A new generation of the Linghuan Alliance grew strong, skillfully mastering the power derived from Zhao Yifei under the tutelage of their predecessors. Yet beneath the calm, new ripples emerged. A colossal warship from an unknown depth of the universe appeared in a border star system. From the ship stepped a group of beings with strange forms and unfathomable strength. They called themselves the Star Abyss Clan, claiming that the current peace violated the natural evolutionary laws of the universe. They vowed to shatter this false peace and reshape the cosmic order in their own image. The Linghuan Alliance responded swiftly. Lingyu led the new generation to negotiate, but the Star Abyss Clan remained intransigent. After talks broke down, they launched an attack. Though the Linghuan Alliance fought valiantly, they felt unprecedented pressure for the first time. Just then strange ripples began to emanate around the monument. Zhao Yifei's lingering will had been stirred. Lingyu felt a surge of power flow into her. She let out a mighty shout, and together with all members unleashed a supreme super skill. The astonishing force temporarily repelled the Star Abyss Clan. The Linghuan Alliance understood that new challenges had only just begun. They gripped their weapons tightly, standing at the ready. On the distant planet of Ceylon, covered with dense forests and azure lakes, a solemn comingafage ceremony is taking place. The young Ceylonese named Iwan is about to face the most significant moment of his life. The tradition of the comingafage ceremony on Ceylon is unique. Every young person must enter the ancient forbidden forest alone to seek the starleaf grass, which symbolizes courage and wisdom. This is not only a test of strength but also a trial for the spirit. Dressed in lightweight hunting attire, Iwan carries a pack on his back, his eyes reflecting both tension and anticipation as he steps into the mysterious forest. A faint mist lingers in the forest where ancient trees tower into the clouds, their branches intertwining to scatter sunlight into fragmented spots on the ground. Iwan cautiously moves forward, occasionally hearing the low murmurs of unknown creatures. Suddenly a rustling sound emerges from the bushes and a lithe shadow beast leaps out. The shadow beast is pitch black, its eyes shimmering with a ghostly green light, making it a dangerous predator of the forbidden forest. Iwan is startled but quickly regains his composure. He swiftly draws the short staff from his waist, assuming a defensive stance. The shadow beast circles around Iwan, looking for an opportunity to attack. Suddenly it pushes off with its hind legs and lunges at Iwan like a bolt of black lightning. Iwan sidesteps and swings the short staff, striking the shadow beast's flank. The creature roars in pain and launches another attack. As the battle continues, Iwan gradually tires and his arm is scratched by the beast's sharp claws. Just as Iwan finds himself in a predicament, the story of Zhao Yifei suddenly surfaces in his mind. It is a legendary tale often recounted by the elders during his childhood. The image of Zhao Yifei sacrificing himself to open the death door and battle the Dark Sovereign to protect the universe is vividly clear in Iwan's heart. Courage and belief, this is the power that Zhao Yifei possessed. Iwan murmurs to himself. He takes a deep breath, revitalizing his spirit as an unprecedented surge of power wells up within him. Iwan changes his strategy, shifting from pure defense to taking the initiative. He observes the shadow beast's attack rhythm, looking for weaknesses. When the beast lunges again, he seizes the moment, leaps high and brings the short staff crashing down onto the shadow beast's head. The shadow beast staggers before collapsing to the ground, losing its combat ability. Victorious over the shadow beast, Iwan ventures deeper into the forest. After what feels like an eternity, he arrives at the edge of a tranquil lake. The lake is crystal clear, and in the center a small island stands out with a starleaf grass emanating a soft glow. Filled with joy, Iwan carefully wades through the water to the island and picks the starleaf grass. Having completed the Kamingafage ceremony, Iwan returns to the tribe, receiving a warm welcome from his kin. At the celebratory feast he shares his experiences in the forest, particularly mentioning how Zhao Yifei's story inspired him. The elder of the tribe smiles and says, "Iwan, you have passed the test of the Kamingafage ceremony, and more importantly you have grasped the power of courage and belief. The spirit of Zhao Yifei is like the starlight in this universe, illuminating every life that pursues justice." Iwan clutches the starleaf grass tightly, silently vowing to protect Ceylon and the peace of the universe with his strength, just like Zhao Yifei. On the other side of the universe, an organization known as the Technology Alliance is conducting a secret research. They attempt to decipher the mysteries of Zhao Yifei's powers through advanced technological means, aiming to develop a powerful defense system to protect the Alliance's planets from unknown threats. Led by Chief Scientist Dr. Luna, the team works tirelessly day and night. They gather data on the residual energy fluctuations from Zhao Yifei's battles and use supercomputers for simulation and analysis. After countless failures and attempts, they finally make a breakthrough. Dr. Luna excitedly reports to the Alliance Council, "We have discovered that the core of Zhao Yifei's power lies in a special energy conversion mechanism that can merge life energy with the mysterious forces of the universe. We can apply this principle to develop a new type of shield that not only resists physical attacks but also neutralizes energy impacts." The Alliance Council approves Dr. Luna's proposal, and thus the research work progresses rapidly. After some time, the new type of shield is successfully developed. The planets of the Technology Alliance are equipped with this shield, significantly enhancing their strength. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Spirit Alliance, Ling Yu is guiding new members in their training. She incorporates Zhao Yifei's combat techniques and beliefs into her teachings, nurturing batches of excellent guardians. One day, Ling Yu receives a distress signal from a distant galaxy. A small civilization is under attack from a mysterious dark force, facing imminent danger. Ling Yu immediately leads an elite team to the rescue. Upon their arrival, they find the civilization's planet shrouded in darkness. Unfazed, Ling Yu and her team unleash their unique skills and engage in fierce battle against the dark force. Ling Yu casts celestial technique, purifying light, dispelling the darkness, while her teammates seize the opportunity to strike at the source of the dark force. During the battle, Ling Yu notices a young warrior whose strength is feeble, yet his eyes are filled with determination. This warrior, named Karen, has grown up hearing the tales of Zhao Yifei, who is his hero. Ling Yu encourages Karen, "Do not be afraid, believe in your strength, and like Zhao Yifei, fight with conviction and courage." Inspired, Karen focuses his spirit, unleashing all his power to fight alongside the members of the Spirit Alliance. Ultimately, they successfully repel the dark force, saving the civilization. Karen and his people express their heartfelt gratitude to Ling Yu and the others. Ling Yu smiles and says, "This is a collective achievement. The spirit of Zhao Yifei will forever inspire us to protect the universe." Zhao Yifei's story spreads like an eternal spark in the universe, igniting courage and belief in countless lives, making them realize that no matter how great the difficulties and darkness they face, as long as they uphold justice and forge ahead, they will always protect their beautiful home. The end of the book. Tens of thousands of years later. Ding, the system has awakened the host's remnant soul with a 90 recovery of strength through millennia of accumulation. After that earth-shattering battle, the system retained one of its power to protect a wisp of Zhao Yifei's remnant soul. As the system continues to recover over time, Zhao Yifei can regain his physical body and return to his peak. As long as the system continues to recover gradually, Zhao Yifei can reshape his physical form and restore his former glory. Zhao Yifei's consciousness gradually awakened in the darkness, his mind a chaotic web of memories from the past, the blood-soaked battlefield, the fierce faces of enemies, the desperate cries of comrades. Those brutal images surged like a torrent, nearly drowning his freshly revived awareness. "Host, welcome back." The electronic voice of the system echoed in his mind, cold yet tinged with a hint of subtle comfort. Zhao Yifei attempted to speak but found himself unable to make a sound without a physical body, questioning inwardly, "How long has it been? What has happened to the outside world?" The system instantly searched its data and replied, "It has been 30,000 years since that great battle. The current world has undergone tremendous changes in the distribution and rules of spiritual energy. The once unified continent has shattered into countless fragments, floating in the cosmos, forming a strange galaxy where myriad cultivation civilizations intertwine with technological civilizations. The forces that once hunted you have either perished or evolved into super-organizations spanning star systems. Zhao Yifei felt a mix of emotions. Although he was eager for revenge, everything felt distant in his current state of remnant soul. The system seemed to sense his thoughts and continued, "There is no need for concern, host. At the current rate of recovery I will regain all my strength in another 100 years and assist you in reshaping your body. During this time I will gather external information and formulate a cultivation and revenge plan." Zhao Yifei calmed himself and began to cooperate with the system, immersing in the recollection and organization of his past cultivation techniques and combat skills. He understood that to establish himself in this new and dangerous world he must seize every moment to enhance his strength. Meanwhile, on a technological planet in a distant galaxy, an interstellar auction was about to take place. The highlight of the auction was a mysterious fragment of a remnant soul said to bestow great power and ancient inheritance upon its possessor. This fragment of the remnant soul seemed to have a faint connection to Zhao Yifei's aura. Upon detecting its presence, the system informed Zhao Yifei. Zhao Yifei was taken aback. This fragment of the remnant soul could very well belong to himself from a past life or to someone closely related to him. The system remarked, "We must find a way to obtain it. It may greatly aid your recovery or revenge. However, competing in the auction for this fragment of the remnant soul will not be easy. Many powerful factions covet it, including some deeply rooted cultivation families and empires wielding advanced technology." The system utilized its abilities to hack into the auction security system, seeking more secrets about the remnant soul fragment. It appeared that a larger conspiracy was hidden behind this remnant soul fragment. Someone intentionally released it to attract attention for unclear purposes. On the eve of the auction, the system quietly infiltrated the vault where the remnant soul fragment was stored, preparing to act first. However, it triggered a trap and alarms blared. At that moment Zhao Yifei decided to take a risk. Using the faint connection between the system and the remnant soul, he guided the system to break through numerous obstacles and successfully obtained the remnant soul fragment. As the remnant soul fragment fused with his own, a long-lost power surged into his consciousness, revealing vague clues of truth. From that surge of power Zhao Yifei glimpsed a familiar face. It was the brother he had once trusted the most. Could this conspiracy be related to him? Before he could ponder further, he was surrounded by various forces rushing in. "Hand over the remnant soul fragment and we might spare your life," shouted a powerful figure from a cultivation family. Zhao Yifei sneered, "Just you all?" Though he was merely a remnant soul, with the help of the system he was not afraid of these individuals. The system activated its defensive barrier while emitting interference waves to disrupt their attacks. Zhao Yifei focused his energy to decipher the clues of the truth within the remnant soul. He discovered that this fragment was actually the key to unlocking an ancient treasure which contained endless resources and powerful artifacts capable of overturning the entire interstellar landscape. Just as both sides were at a stalemate, a massive portal suddenly appeared in the sky and a group of mysterious figures in black robes emerged. The leader of the black-robed figures spoke slowly, "Zhao Yifei, long time no see. It's time to settle the scores from back then." It turned out these were some enemies he had provoked in the cultivation continent. As his strength grew, so did the number of those he offended. Facing such formidable foes, Zhao Yifei clenched his fists, ready to fight to the death while the system adjusted to its strongest defensive state, the atmosphere becoming tense. Zhao Yifei silently contemplated that even if he had to expend this remnant soul, he would take several down with him. Laughter suddenly erupted among the black-robed figures. "Zhao Yifei, do you think we are still the same as we were back then?" As they spoke, the black-robed figures emitted a powerful oppressive force. The system urgently warned Zhao Yifei that their strength far exceeded expectations. At that moment several streaks of light flew in from a distance. It turned out to be the descendants of Zhao Yifei's former friends coming to assist him upon hearing the news. They brought a replica of an ancient artifact. Although inferior to the real thing, its power was still formidable. This artifact replica could temporarily disrupt spatial order. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yifei instructed the system to control the artifact to launch an attack. Amid the chaos he concentrated his spirit to mobilize the special energy within the remnant soul fragment, unleashing waves of soul impacts toward the black-robed figures. The black-robed figures did not expect Zhao Yifei to possess such a skill, causing their formation to collapse. Zhao Yifei seized the moment and together with his reinforcements broke through the encirclement. But he knew that this crisis was only temporarily averted. He must quickly reshape his physical body and unravel all the secrets within the remnant soul fragment to truly face the challenges ahead. Thus he and his friends flew towards a hidden ancient relic where he hoped to find the key items needed to recreate his physical body.